Chapter 1 of Catriona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. Chapter 1. A Beggar on Horseback. The 25th day of August, 1751, about 2 in the afternoon, I, David Balfour, came forth of the British Linen Company, a porter attending me with a bag of money, and some of the chief of these merchants bowing me from their doors. 2 days before, and even so late as yesterday morning, I was like a beggar man by the wayside, clad in rags, brought down to my last shillings, my companion a condemned traitor, a price set on my own head for a crime with the news of which the country rang. Today I was served heir to my position in life, a landed laird. A bank porter by me carrying my gold, recommendations in my pocket, and, in the words of the saying, the ball directly at my foot. There were two circumstances that served me as ballast for so much sail. The first was the very difficult and deadly business I had still to handle. The second, the place that I was in. The tall, black city, and the numbers and movement and noise of so many folk, made a new world for me, after the moorland braes, the sea sands, and the still countrysides that I had frequented up to then. The throng of the citizens in particular abashed me. Rankenor's son was short and small in girth. His clothes scarcely held on me, and it was plain I was ill qualified to strut in the front of a bank porter. It was plain, if I did so, I should but set folk laughing, and, what was worse in my case, set them asking questions. So that I behooved to come by some clothes of my own, and in the meanwhile to walk by the porter's side, and put my hand on his arm as though we were a pair of friends. At a merchant's in the Luckenbooths I had myself fitted out. None too fine, for I had no idea to appear like a beggar on horseback, but comely and responsible, so that servants should respect me. Thence to an armourer's, where I got a plain sword, to suit with my degree in life. I felt safer with a weapon, though, for one so ignorant of defence, it might be called an added danger. The porter, who was naturally a man of some experience, judged my accoutrement to be well chosen. "Naething can speckle," said he, "blain darken class. For as for the rapier, neither doubt it sits with your degree, but had it been you, I would have weared my serial better against than that." And he proposed I should buy winterhosen from a wife in the Cowgate back that was a cousin of his own, and made them extraordinaire endurable. But I had other matters on my hand more pressing. Here I was in this old black city, which was for all the world like a rapid warren, not only by the number of its indwellers, but the complication of its passages and holes. It was indeed a place where no stranger had a chance to find a friend, let be another stranger. Suppose him even to hit on the right close, people dwelt so thronged in these tall houses, he might very well seek a day before he chanced on the right door. The ordinary course was to hire a lad they call a caddy, who was like a guide or pilot, led you where you had occasion, and, your errands being done, brought you again where you were lodging. But these caddies, always being employed in the same sort of services, and having it for obligation to be well informed of every house and person in the city, had grown to form a brotherhood of spies, and I knew from tales of Mr. Campbells how they communicated one with another, what a rage of curiosity they conceived as their employer's business, and how they were like eyes and fingers to the police. It would be a piece of little wisdom, the way I was now placed, to take such a ferret to my tales. I had 3 visits to make, all immediately needful. To my kinsman, Mr. Balfour of Pilrig, to Stewart the writer, that was Appin's agent, and to William Grant, Esquire, of Prestongrange, Lord Advocate of Scotland. Mr. Balfour's was a non-committal visit, and besides, Pilrig being in the country, I made bold to find the way to it myself, with the help of my 2 legs and a Scots tongue. But the rest were in a different case. Not only was a visit to Appin's agent, in the midst of the cry about the Appin Murder, dangerous in itself, but it was highly inconsistent with the other. I was like to have a bad enough time of it with my Lord Advocate Grant, the best of ways, but to go to him hot foot from Appin's agent was little likely to mend my own affairs, and might prove the mere ruin of friend Allen's. The whole thing, besides, gave me a look of running with the hare and hunting with the hounds that was little to my fancy. I determined therefore to be done at once with Mr. Stewart and the whole Jacobitical side of my business, and to profit for that purpose by the guidance of the porter at my side. But it chanced that I had scarce given him the address when there came a sprinkle of rain, nothing to hurt, only for my new clothes, and we took shelter under a pend at the head of a close or alley. Being strange to what I saw, I stepped a little farther in. The narrow paved way descended swiftly. Prodigious tall houses sprang up on each side and bulged out one story beyond the other as they rose. At the top only a ribbon of sky showed in. By what I could spy in the windows, and by the respectable persons that passed out and in, I saw the houses to be very well occupied, and the whole appearance of the place interested me like a tale. I was still gazing when there came a sudden brisk tramp of feet in time and a clash of steel behind me. Turning quickly, I was aware of a party of armed soldiers, and in their midst a tall man in a great coat. He walked with a stoop that was like a piece of courtesy, genteel and insinuating. He waved his hands plausibly as he went, and his face was sly and handsome. I thought his eye took me in, but could not meet it. This procession went by to a door in the close, which a serving man in a fine livery set open, and two of the soldier lads carried the prisoner within, the rest lingering with their firelocks by the door. There can nothing pass in the streets of a city without some following of idle folk and children. It was so now, but the more part melted away incontinent until but three were left. One was a girl. She was dressed like a lady, and had a screen of the Drummond colours on her head, but her comrades, or I should say followers, were ragged gillies, such as I had seen the matches of by the dozen in my Highland journey. They all spoke together earnestly in Gaelic, the sound of which was pleasant in my ears for the sake of Allen. And though the rain was by again, and my porter plucked at me to be going, I even drew nearer where they were to listen. The lady scolded sharply, the others making apologies and cringing before her, so that I made sure she was come of a chief's house. All the while the three of them sought in their pockets, and by what I could make out, they had the matter of half a farthing among the party, which made me smile a little to see all Highland folk alike for fine obeisances and empty sporns. It chanced that the girl turned suddenly about, so that I saw her face for the first time. There is no greater wonder than the way the face of a young woman fits in a man's mind and stays there, and he can never tell you why. It just seems that it was the thing he wanted. She had wonderful bright eyes like stars, and I dare say the eyes had a part in it, but what I remember the most clearly was the way her lips were a trifle open as she turned. And whatever was the cause, I stood there staring like a fool. On her side, as she had not known there was any one so near, she looked at me a little longer, and perhaps with more surprise than was entirely civil. It went through my country head that she might be wondering at my new clothes. With that I blushed to my hair, and at the sight of my colouring it is to be supposed she drew her own conclusions, for she moved her gillies farther down the close, and they fell again to this dispute, where I could hear no more of it. I had often admired a lassie before then, if scarce so sudden and strong, and it was rather my disposition to withdraw than to come forward, for I was much in fear of mockery from the womenkind. You would have thought I had now all the more reason to pursue my common practice, since I had met this young lady in the city street, seemingly following a prisoner, and accompanied by two very ragged, indecent-like highwaymen. But there was here a different ingredient. It was plain the girl thought I had been prying in her secrets, and with my new clothes and sword, and at the top of my new fortunes, this was more than I could swallow. The beggar on horseback could not bear to be thrust down so low, or, at least of it, not by this young lady. I followed accordingly, and took off my new hat to her the best that I was able. "Madam," I said, "I think it is only fair to myself to let you understand that I have no Gaelic. It is true I was listening, for I have friends of mine own across the Highland line, and the sound of that tongue comes friendly. But for your private affairs, if you had spoken Greek, I might have had more guess at them." She made me a little distant curtsy. "There is no harm done," she said, with a pretty accent, most like the English, but more agreeable. "A cat may look at a king." "I do not mean to offend," said I. "I have no skill of city manners. I never before this day set foot inside the doors of Edinburgh. Take me for a country lad, it's what I am, and I would rather I told you than you found it out." "Indeed, it will be a very unusual thing for strangers to be speaking to each other in the causeway," she replied. "But if you are landward bred, it will be different. I am as landward as yourself. I am Highland, as you see, and think myself the farther from my home." "It is not yet a week since I passed the line," said I. "Less than a week ago I was on the braes of Balwhither." "Balwhither!" she cries. "Come ye from Balwhither? The name of it makes all there is of me rejoice. You will not have been long there, and not known some of our friends and family?" "I lived with a very honest, kind man called Duncan du MacLaren," I replied. "Well, I know Duncan, and you give him the true name," she said. "And if he is an honest man, his wife is honest indeed." "Aye," said I, "they are fine people, and the place is a bonny place." "Where in the great world is such another?" she cries. "I am loving the smell of that place, and the roots that grow there." I was infinitely taken with the spirit of the maid. "I could be wishing I had brought you a spray of that heather," says I. "And though I did ill to speak with you at the first, now it seems we have common acquaintance. I make it my petition you will not forget me. David Balfour is the name I am known by. This is my lucky day, when I have just come into a landed estate, and am not very long out of a deadly peril. I wish you would keep my name in mind for the sake of Balwhither," said I, "and I will yours for the sake of my lucky day." "My name is not spoken," she replied with a great deal of haughtiness. "More than 100 years it has not gone upon men's tongue, save for a blink. I am nameless, like the folk of peace. Catriona Drummond is the one I use." Now, indeed, I knew where I was standing. In all broad Scotland there was but one name proscribed, and that was the name of the MacGregors. Yet, so far from fleeing this undesirable acquaintancy, I plunged the deeper in. "I have been sitting with one who was in the same case with yourself," said I, "and I think he will be one of your friends. They call him Robin Oig." "Did ye so?" cried she. "Ye met Rob?" "I passed the night with him," said I. "He is a fowl of the night," said she. "There was a set of pipes there," I went on, "so you may judge if the time passed." "You should be no enemy in all events," said she. "That was his brother there a moment since, with the red soldiers round him. It is him that I call father." "Is it so?" cried I. "Are you the daughter of James More's?" "All the daughter that he has," said she. "The daughter of a prisoner. That I should forget it so, even for 1 hour, to talk with strangers." Here one of the gillies addressed her in what he had of English, to know what she, meaning by that himself, was to do about Taisheenan. I took some note of him for a short, bandy-legged, red-haired, big-headed man that I was to know more of to my cost. "There can be none the day, Neil," she replied. "How will ye get Sheenson wantin' siller? I will teach you another time to be more careful, and I think James More will not be very well pleased with Neil of the Tom." "Miss Drummond," I said, "I told you I was in my lucky day. Here I am, and a bank porter at my tail, and I remember I have had the hospitality of your own country of Balwhither." "It is not one of my people gave it," said she. "Ah, well," said I, "but I am owing your uncle at least for some springs upon the pipes. Besides which, I have offered myself to be your friend, and you have been so forgetful that you did not refuse me in the proper time." "If it had been a great sum, it might have done you honor," said she. "But I will tell you what this is. James More lies shackled in prison, But this time past they will be bringing him down here daily to the advocates. The advocates, I cried. Is that? It is the house of the Lord Advocate Grant of Prestongrange, she said. There they bring my father one time and another, for what purpose I have no thought in my mind, but it seems there is some hope dawned for him. All the same time they will not let me be seeing him, nor yet him write, and we wait upon the King's Street to catch him. And now we give him his snuff as he goes by, and now something else. And here is his son of trouble, Neil, son of Duncan, has lost my 4-penny piece that was to buy that snuff, and James More must go wanting, and will think this daughter has forgotten him. I took 6pence from my pocket, gave it to Neil, and bade him to go about his errand. Then to her, "That 6pence came with me by Balfour," said I. "Ah," she said, "you are a friend of the Gegara." "I would not like to deceive you either," said I. "I know very little about the Gegara, and less of James More and his doings, but since the while I have been standing in this close, I seem to know something of yourself. And if you will just say, 'A friend to Miss Catriona,' I will see you are the less cheated." "One cannot be without the other," said she. "I will even try," said I. "And what will you be thinking of myself," she cried, "to be holding my hand to the first stranger?" "I am thinking nothing but that you are a good daughter," said I. "I must not be without repaying it," she said. "Where is it you stop?" "To tell the truth, I am stopping nowhere yet," said I, "being not full 3 hours in the city. But if you will give me your direction, I will be so bold as come seeking my 6pence for myself." "Well, that I can trust you for that?" she asked. "You need have little fear," said I. "James More could not bear it else," said she. "I stop beyond the village of Dean, on the north side of the water, with Mrs. Drummond Ogilvy of Allardyce, who is my dear friend, and will be glad to thank you." "You are to see me, then, so soon as what I have to do permits," said I, and the remembrance of Allen rolling in again upon my mind, I made haste to say farewell. I could not but think, even as I did so, that we had made extraordinary free upon short acquaintance, and that a really wise young lady would have shown herself more backward. I think it was the bank porter that put me from this ungallant train of thought. "I tell you that you be lad of some kind o' sense," he began, shooting out his lips. "You're not likely to gang far this gate. A fool and serf soon parted. But you're a green gallant," he cried, "and the vilchiest day. Greker up your weber jaws." "If you dare to speak of the young lady," I began. "Larry," he cried, "hauders and savers. What a Larry! Con north a Larry? O cron four of them. Larry's, marn. It's where you see no acquaintin in Embro." A clasp of anger took me. "Here," I said, "lead me where I told you, and keep your foul mouth shut." He did not wholly obey me, for though he no more addressed me directly, he very imprudent sang at me as he went in a manner of innuendo, and with an exceeding ill voice and ear. "A small lay come down the street, her couples did flee. She crossed a look, a hint to you, and who see her negligee. We're going east and west, we're going on G, we're going east and west to court and Malili." End chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 2. The Highland Writer. Mr. Charles Stewart the writer dwelt at the top of the longest stair ever mason set a hand to, 15 flights of it no less, and when I had come to his door and a clerk had opened it and told me his master was within, I had scarce breath enough to send my porter packing. "Away east and west wi' ye," said I, took the money bag out of his hands, and followed the clerk in. The outer room was an office with the clerk's chair at a table spread with law papers. In the inner chamber, which opened from it, a little brisk man sat poring on a deed, from which he scarce raised his eyes on my entrance. Indeed, he still kept his finger in the place, as though prepared to show me out and fall again to his studies. This pleased me little enough, and what pleased me less, I thought the clerk was in a good posture to overhear what should pass between us. I asked if he was Mr. Charles Stewart, the writer. "The same," said he, "and if the question is equally fair, who may you be yourself?" "You never heard tell of my name nor of me either," said I, "but I bring you a token from a friend that you know well." "That you know well," I repeated, lowering my voice, "but maybe are not just as keen to hear from at this present being. And the bits of business that I have to propone to you are rather in the nature of being confidential. In short, I would like to think we were quite private." He rose without more words, casting down his paper like a man ill-pleased, sent forth his clerk of an errand, and shut to the house door behind him. "Now, sir," he said, returning, "speak out your mind and fear nothing. Though before you begin," he cries out, "I tell you mine misgives me. I tell you beforehand you're either a Stewart or a Stewart sent ye. A good name it is, and one it would ill become my father's son too lightly." But I began to grue at the sound of it. "My name is called Balfour," said I, "David Balfour of Shaw's. As for him that sent me, I will let his token speak." And I showed the silver button. "Put it in your pocket, sir," cries he. "You need name no names. The divil's bucky, I ken the button of him, and I'll eat it. Where is he now?" I told him I knew not where Allen was, but he had some sure place, or thought he had, about the north side, where he was to lie until a ship was found for him, and how and where he had appointed to be spoken with. "It's always been my opinion that I would hang in a tow for this family of mine," he cried, "and Dode, I believe the day's come now. Get a ship for him, quoth he, and who's to pay for it? The man's daft." "That is my part of the affair, Mr. Stewart," said I. "Here is a bag of good money, and if more be wanted, more is to be had where it came from." "I needn't ask your politics," said he. "Ye need not," I said, smiling, "for I'm as big a Whig as grows." Stop a bit," said Mr. Stewart. "What's all this, a Whig? Then why are you here with Allen's button, and what kind of a Blackfoot traffic is this that I find ye out in, Mr. Whig? Here is a forfeited rebel and an accused murderer, with £200 on his life, and ye ask me to meddle in his business, and then ye tell me you're a Whig? I have no mind of any such Whigs before, though I've kept plenty of them." "He's a forfeited rebel. The more's the pity," said I, "for the man's my friend. I can only wish he has been better guided. And an accused murderer, that he is too, for his misfortune, but wrongfully accused." "I hear you say so," said Stewart. "More than you are to hear me say so before long," said I. "Allen Breck is innocent, and so is James." "Oh," said he, "the two cases hang together. If Allen is out, James can never be in." Hereupon I told him briefly of my acquaintance with Allen, of the accident that brought me present at the Appin Murder, and the various passages of our escape among the heather, and my recovery of my estate. "So, sir, you have now the whole train of these events," I went on, "and can see for yourself how I come to be so much mingled up with the affairs of your family and friends, which, for all of our sakes, I wish had been plainer and less bloody. You can see for yourself, too, that I have certain pieces of business depending, which were scarcely fit to lay before a lawyer chosen at random. No more remains but to ask if you will undertake my service." "I have no great mind to it, but coming as you do with Allen's button, the choice is scarcely left me," said he. "What are your instructions?" he added, and took up his pen. "The first point is to smuggle Allen forth of this country," said I, "but I need not be repeating that." "I am little likely to forget it," said Stewart. "The next thing is the bit of money I am owing to Cluny," I went on. "It would be ill for me to find a conveyance, but that should be no stick to you. It was £2 5 shillings 3 halfpenny farthings sterling. He noted it. Then, said I, there's a Mr. Henderland, a licensed preacher and missionary in Ardgour, that I would like well to get some snuff into the hands of. And as I dare say you keep touch with your friends in Appin, so nearby, it's a job you could doubtless overtake with the other. How much snuff are we to say? He said. I was thinking of £2, said I. 2, said he. Then there's the lass Alison Hasty and Lime Kills, said I. Her that helped Alan and me across the Forth. I was thinking if I could get her a good Sunday gown, such as she could wear with decency in her degree, it would be an ease to my conscience, for the mere truth is, we owe her our 2 lives. I'm glad to see you are thrifty, Mr. Balfour, says he, making his notes. I would think shame to be otherwise the first day of my fortune, said I. And now, if you will compute the outlay and your own proper charges, I would be glad to know if I could get some spending money back. It's not that I grudge the whole of it to get Alan safe. It's not that I lack more. But having drawn so much the one day, I think it would have a very ill appearance if I was back again seeking the next. Only be sure you have enough, I added, for I am very undesirous to meet with you again. Well, and I'm pleased to see you're cautious too, said the writer, but I think ye take a risk to lay so considerable a sum at my discretion. He said this with a plain sneer. I have to run the hazard, I replied. Oh, and there's another service I would ask, and that's to direct me to a lodging, for I have no roof to my head. But it must be a lodging I may seem to have hit upon by accident, for it would never do if the Lord Advocate were to get any jealousy of our acquaintance. Ye may set your weary spirit at rest, said he. I will never name your name, sir, and it's my belief the Advocate is still so much to be sympathized with that he donneth kin of your existence. I saw I had got on the wrong side of the man. There's a broad day coming for him then, said I, for he'll have to learn of it on the deaf side of his head no later than tomorrow, when I call on him. When ye call on him? Repeated Mr. Stewart. Am I daft, or are you? What takes ye near the Advocate? Oh, just to give myself up, said I. Mr. Balfour, he cried, are you making a mock of me? No, sir, said I, though I think you have allowed yourself some such freedom with myself. But I give you to understand once and for all that I am in no jesting spirit. Nor yet me, says Stewart, and I give yon to understand, if that's to be the word, that I like the looks of your behavior less and less. You come here to me with all sorts of propositions, which will put me in a train of very doubtful acts, and bring me among very undesirable persons this many a day to come. And then you tell me you're going straight out of my office to make your peace with the Advocate. Allen's button here or Allen's button there, the 4 quarters of Allen wouldn't bribe me further in. I would take it with a little more temper, said I, and perhaps we can avoid what you object to. I can see no way for it but to give myself up. But perhaps you can see another, and if you could, I could never deny what I would be rather relieved. For I think my traffic with his lordship is little likely to agree with my health. There's just one thing clear, that I have to give my evidence, for I hope it'll save Alan's character, what's left of it, and James's neck, which is the more immediate. He was silent for a breathing space, and then, my man, said he, you'll never be allowed to give such evidence. We'll have to see about that, said I. I'm stiff-necked when I like. Ye muckle ass, cried Stewart. It's James they want. James has got to hang, and Alan too if they could catch him. But James, whatever. Go near the Advocate with any such business, and you'll see he'll find a way to muzzle ye. I think better of the advocate than that, said I. The advocate be damned, cries he. It's the Campbells, man. You have the whole clanjamfrey of them on your back, and so will the advocate too, poor body. It's extraordinary ye cannot see where ye stand. If there's no fair way to stop your gab, there's a foul one gaping. They can put ye in the dock. Do ye no see that? He cried, and stabbed me with one finger in the leg. Aye, said I, and I was told that same no farther back than this morning by another lawyer. And who was he? Asked Stewart. He spoke sense, at least. I told him I must be excused from naming him, for he was a decent stout old Whig, and had little mind to be mixed up in such affairs. I think all the world seems to be mixed up in it, cries Stewart. But what said you? I told him what had passed between Rankenkeeler and myself before the House of Shaws. Well, and so ye will hang, said he. You'll hang beside James Stewart. There's your fortune told. I hope better of it yet than that, said I, but I could never deny there was a risk. Risk, says he, and then sat silent again. I ought to thank you for your staunchness to my friends, to whom you show a very good spirit, he said, if you have the strength to stand by it. But I warn you that you're wading deep. I wouldn't put myself in your place. Me, that's a Stewart born, for all the Stewarts that ever there was since Noah. Risk? I take over many. But to be tried in court before a Campbell jury and a Campbell judge, and that in a Campbell county, upon a Campbell quarrel? Think what you like of me, Balfour. It's beyond me. It's a different way of thinking, I suppose, said I. I was brought up to this one by my father before me. Glory to his bones! He has left a decent son to his name, said he. Yet I would not have you judge me over sorely. My case is doom's hard. See, sir, ye tell me you're a Whig. I wonder what I am. No Whig, to be sure. I canna be just that. But lay in your ear, man, I may be no very keen on the other side. Is that a fact? Cried I. It's what I would think of a man of your intelligence. Hut, none of your willy-wass, he cries. There's intelligence upon both sides, but for my private part I have no particular desire to harm King George, and as for King James, God bless him, he does very well for me across the water. I'm a lawyer, you see, fond of my books and my bottle, a good plea, a well-drawn deed, a crack in the Parliament House with other lawyer bodies, and perhaps a turn at golf on a Saturday at inn. Where do ye come in with your Highland plaids and claymores? Well, said I, it's a fact ye have little of the wild Highlandman. Little, quoth he, nothing, man. And yet I'm Highland born, and when the clan pipes, who but me has to dance? The clan in the name, that goes by all. It's just what you said yourself. My father learned it to me, and a bonny trade I have of it. Treason and traitors, and the smuggling of them out and in, and the French recruiting, weary follet, and the smuggling through the recruits, and their pleas, a sorrow of their pleas. Here have I been moving one for young Ardshiel, my cousin. Claimed the estate under the marriage contract, a forfeited estate. I told them it was nonsense. Muckle they cared. And there was I cocking behind a yadvocate that liked the business as little as myself, for it was fair ruin to the pair of us. A black mark, disaffected, branded on our herdies like folks' names upon their kye. And what can I do? I'm a Stewart, you see, and must fend for my clan and family. Then no later by than yesterday there was one of our Stewart lads carried to the castle. What for? I can find Act of 1736, recruiting for King Louis. And you'll see he'll whistle me in to be his lawyer, and there'll be another black mark on my character. I tell you fair, if I but kent the heed of a Hebrew word from the herdies of it, be damned, but I would fling the whole thing up and turn minister. It's a rather hard position, said I.
Doom's hard, cried he, and that's what makes me think so much of ye. You, that's no steward, to stick your head so deep in steward business, and for what, I do not know, unless it was the sense of duty.
I hope it will be that, said I.
Well, says he, it's a grand quality, but here's my clerk back, and by your leave, we'll pick a bit of dinner, all the three of us. When that's done, I'll give you the direction of a very decent man that'll be very fain to have you for a lodger, and I'll fill your pockets to ye, forby out of your ain bag. For this business'll not be near as dear as ye suppose, not even the ship part of it.
I made him a sign that his clerk was within hearing.
Hoot, you needna bind Robbie, cries he. A steward too, poor divil,
and has smuggled out more French recruits and trafficking papists than what he has hairs upon his face.
Why, it's Robin that manages that branch of my affairs. Who'll we have now, Rob, for across the water?
There'll be Andie Scroogle in the thrissel, replied Rob. I saw Hoseason the other day, but it seems he's wanting the ship. Then there'll be Tam Stobo, but I'm none so sure of Tam. I've seen him colloguing with some queer acquaintances, and if anybody was important, I would give Tam the go-by.
The head's worth £200, Robin, said Stewart.
Gosh, that'll no be Alan Breck, cried the clerk. Just Alan, said his master.
Really wins, that's serious, cried Robin. I'll try Andie then. Andie'll be the best.
It seems it's quite a big business, I observed. Mr. Balfour, there's no end to it, said Stewart. There was a name your clerk mentioned, I went on. Hoseason. That must be my man, I think. Hoseason, of the brig Covenant. Would ye set your trust on him?
He dinna behave very well to you and Alan, said Mr. Stewart, but my mind of the man in general is rather otherwise. If he had taken Alan on board his ship on an agreement, it's my notion that he would have proved a just dealer. How say ye, Rob?
No more honest skipper in the trade than Eli, said the clerk. I would lipton to Eli's word, if it were the Chevalier or Appin himself, he added.
And it was him that brought the doctor, wasn't it?
asked the master. He was the very man, said the clerk.
And I think he took the doctor back, said Stewart.
Aye, with his sporran full, cried Robin, and Eli kent to that. Well, it seems it's hard to ken folk rightly, said I.
That was just what I forgot when ye came in, Mr. Balfour, says the writer.
End chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 3. I Go to Pilrig. The next morning I was no sooner awake in my new lodging than I was up and into my new clothes, and no sooner the breakfast swallowed than I was forth on my adventures. Alan, I could hope, was fended for. James was like to be a more difficult affair, and I could not but think that enterprise might cost me dear, even as everybody said to whom I had opened my opinion. It seemed I was come to the top of the mountain only to cast myself down, that I had clambered up through so many and hard trials to be rich, to be recognized, to wear city clothes and a sword to my side, all to commit mere suicide at the last end of it, and the worst kind of suicide besides, which is to get hanged at the king's charges. What was I doing it for, I asked, as I went down the high street and out north by a leith wind. First I said it was to save James Stewart, and no doubt the memory of his distress and his wife's cries, and a word or so I had let drop on that occasion, worked upon me strongly. At the same time I reflected that it was, or ought to be, the most indifferent matter to my father's son, whether James died in his bed or from a scaffold. He was Alan's cousin, to be sure, but so far as regarded Alan, the best thing would be to lie low and let the king and his Grace of Argyle and the Corby Crows pick the bones of his kinsmen their own way. Nor could I forget that, while we were all in the pot together, James had shown no such particular anxiety whether for Allen or me. Next it came upon me I was acting for the sake of justice, and I thought that a fine word, and reasoned it out that, since we dwelt in polities, at some discomfort to each one of us, the main thing of all must still be justice, and the death of any innocent man a wound upon the whole community. Next, again, it was the accuser of the brethren that gave me a turn of his argument, bade me think shame for pretending myself concerned in these high matters, and told me I was but a prating, vain child, who had spoken big words to Rancour and to Stewart, and held myself bound upon my vanity to make good that boastfulness. Nay, and he hit me with the other end of the stick, for he accused me of a kind of artful cowardice, going about at the expense of a little risk to purchase greater safety. No doubt, until I had declared and cleared myself, I might any day encounter Mungo Campbell or the sheriff's officer and be recognized, and dragged into the Appin Murder by the heels. And no doubt, in case I could manage my declaration with success, I should breathe more free for ever after. But when I looked this argument full in the face, I could see nothing to be ashamed of. As for the rest, here are the two roads, I thought, and both go to the same place. It's unjust that James should hang if I can save him, and it would be ridiculous in me to have talked so much and then do nothing. It's lucky for James of the Glens that I have boasted beforehand, and none so unlucky for myself, because now I am committed to do right. I have the name of a gentleman and the means of one. It would be a poor duty that I was wanting in the essence. And then I thought this was a pagan spirit, and said a prayer into myself, asking for what courage I might lack, and that I might go straight to my duty like a soldier to battle, and come off again scatheless, as so many do. This train of reasoning brought me to a more resolved complexion, though it was far from closing my sense of the dangers that surrounded me, nor of how very apt I was, if I went on, to stumble on the ladder of the gallows. It was a plain, fair morning, but the wind in the east. The little chill of it sang in my blood, and it gave me a feeling of the autumn, and the dead leaves, and dead folks' bodies in their graves. It seemed the devil was in it, for if I was to die in that tide of my fortunes, and for other folks' affairs. On the top of the Calton Hill, though it was not the customary time of year for that diversion, some children were crying and running with their kites. These toys appeared very plain against the sky. I remarked a great one soar on the wind to a high altitude, and then plump among the winds. And I thought to myself at sight of it, there goes Davy. My way lay over Motor's Hill, and through an end of a clachan on the braeside among fields. There was a whir of looms in it went from house to house. Bees bummed in the gardens. The neighbors that I saw at the doorsteps talked in a strange tongue, and I found out later that this was Picardy, a village where the French weavers wrought for the linen company. Here I got a fresh direction for Pilrig, my destination, and a little beyond, on the wayside, came by a gibbet and two men hanged in chains. They were dipped in tar, as the manner is. The winds span them, and the chains clattered, and the birds hung around the uncanny jumping jacks and cried. The sight coming on me suddenly like an illustration of my fears, I could scarce be done with examining it and drinking in discomfort. And as I thus turned and turned about the gibbet, what should I strike on but a weird old wife that sat behind a leg of it and nodded, and talked aloud to herself with becks and courtesies. "Who are these two, mother?" I asked, and pointed to the corpses. "A blessing on a precious face," she cried. "Tra Joseph, man, just true to my old Jos, my hinny dear." What did they suffer for? I asked.
Oh, just for a good cause, said she. After I spayed them the way would end. 'Twa shilling Scots, no pickle mair, and there was 2 bonny callants binging for it. They took a frae a win, belanged to Brockton.
Aye, I said to myself, and not to the daft limmer, and did they come to such a figure for so poor a business? This is to lose all indeed.
Here's your loaf, Hinny, said she. Let me spare a word to ye.
No, mother, said I see far enough the way I am. It's an uncouth thing to see too far in front.
I read it in your brae, she said. There's a bonny lassie that has Brechton, and there's a wee man in a braw coat, and a braw man in a part of the wig, and there's a shadow of the woody joe. There lies bread across your path. Gere's your rough, Hinny, and let all the merrin spay it to ye bonny.
The 2 chance shots that seemed to point at Allen and the daughter of James More struck me hard, and I fled from the eldritch creature, casting her a bobby which she continued to sit and play with under the moving shadows of the hanged. My way down the causeway of Leith Walk would have been more pleasant to me but for this encounter. The old rampart ran among fields, the like of them I had never seen for artfulness of agriculture. I was pleased, beside, to be so far in the still countryside. But the shackles of the giblet cluttered in my head, and the mope and mows of the old witch, and the thought of the dead men hag-rode in my spirits. To hang on a gallows, that seemed a hard case, and whether a man came to hang there for 2 shillings Scots, or, as Mrs. Stewart had it, from the sense of duty, once he was tarred and shackled and hung up, the difference seemed small. There might David Balfour hang, and other lads pass on their errands and think light of him, and old daft limmers sit at a leg-foot and spay their fortunes, and the clean gentry maids go by and look to the other side and hold a nose. I saw them plain, and they had grey eyes, and their screens upon their heads were of the Drummond colours. I was thus in the poorest of spirits, though still pretty resolved, when I came in view of Pilrig, a pleasant gabled house set by the walkside among some brave young woods. The laird's horse was standing saddled at the door as I came up, but himself was in the study, where he received me in the midst of learned works and musical instruments, for he was not only a deep philosopher, but much of a musician. He greeted me at first pretty well, and when he had read Rankelour's letter, placed himself obligingly at my disposal. "And what is it, cousin David?" said he, "since it appears that we are cousins. What is this that I can do for you? A word to Prestongrange? Doubtless that is easily given. But what should be the word?" "Mr. Balfour," said I, "if I were to tell you my whole story the way it fell out, it is my opinion, and it was Rankelour's before me, that you would be very little made up with it." "I am sorry to hear this of you, kinsman," said he. "I must not take that at your hands, Mr. Balfour," said I. "I have nothing to my charge to make me sorry, or you for me, but just the common infirmities of mankind, the guilt of Adam's first sin, the want of original righteousness, and the corruption of my whole nature. So much I must answer for, and I hope I have been taught where to look for help," said I, for I judged from the look of the man he would think the better of me if I knew my questions. "But in the way of worldly honour I have no great stumble to reproach myself with, and my difficulties have befallen me very much against my will, and, by all that I can see, without my fault. My trouble is to have become dipped in a political complication which it is judged you would be blithe to avoid a knowledge of." "Why, very well, Mr. David," he replied. "I am pleased to see you are all that Rankelour represented, and for what you say of political complications, you do me no more than justice. It is my study to be beyond suspicion, and indeed outside the field of it. The question is," says he, "how, if I am to know nothing of the matter, how can I very well assist you?" "Why, sir," said I propose you should write to his lordship that I am a young man of reasonable good family and of good means, both of which I believe to be the case. I have Wrangler's word for it, said Mr. Balfour, and I count that a worn dice against all deadly. To which you might add, if you will take my word for it so much, that I am a good churchman, loyal to King George, and so brought up, I went on. None of which will do you any harm, said Mr. Balfour. Then you might go on to say that I sought his lordship in a matter of great moment, connected with his Majesty's service and the administration of justice, I suggested. As I am not to hear the matter, said the laird, I will not take upon myself to qualify its weight. Great moment, therefore, falls, and moment along with it. For the rest, I might express myself much as you propose. And then, sir, said I, and rubbed my neck a little with my thumb, then I would be very desirous if you could slip in a word that might perhaps tell for my protection. Protection? Says he. For your protection? Here is a phrase that somewhat dampens me. If the matter be so dangerous, I own I would be a little loath to move in it blindfold. I believe I could indicate in 2 words where the thing sticks, said I. Perhaps that would be the best, said he. Well, it's the Appin Murder, said I. He held up both his hands. Sirs, sirs, cried he. I thought by the expression of his face and voice that I had lost my helper. Let me explain, I began. I thank you kindly. I will hear no more of it, says he. I decline in toto to hear more of it, for your name's sake and Wrangler's, and perhaps a little for your own. I will do what I can to help you, but I will hear no more upon the facts. And it is my first clear duty to warn you, these are deep waters, Mr. David, and you are a young man. Be cautious and think twice. It is to be supposed that I will have thought oftener than that, Mr. Balfour, said I, and I will direct your attention again to Wrangler's letter, where, I hope and believe, he has registered his approval of that which I design. Well, well, said he, and then again, well, well, I will do what I can do for you. There he took a pen and paper, sat a while in thought, and began to write with much consideration. I understand that Wrangler approved of what you have in mind? He asked presently. After some discussion, sir, he bade me to go forward in God's name, said I. That is the name to go in, said Mr. Balfour, and resumed his writing. Presently he signed, reread what he had written, and addressed me again. Now here, Mr. David, he said, is a letter of introduction which I will seal without closing, and give into your hands open, as the form requires. But since I am acting in the dark, I will just read it to you, so that you may see if it will secure your end. Pilrig, August 26th, 1751. My lord, this is to bring to your notice my namesake and cousin, David Balfour, Esquire, of Shaw's, a young gentleman of unblemished descent and good estate. He has enjoyed, besides, the most valuable advantages of a godly training, and his political principles are all that your lordship can desire. I am not in Mr. Balfour's confidence, but I understand him to have a matter to declare, touching his Majesty's service and the administration of justice, purposes for which your lordship's zeal is known. I should add that the young gentleman's intention is known to and approved by some of his friends, who will watch with hopeful anxiety the event of his success or failure. Whereupon, continued Mr. Balfour, I have subscribed myself with the usual compliments. You observe I have said some of your friends. I hope you can justify my plural? Perfectly, sir. My purpose is known and approved by more than one, said I. And your letter, which I take a pleasure to thank you for, is all that I could have hoped. It was all I could squeeze out, said he, and from what I know of the matter you design to meddle in, I can only pray God that it may prove sufficient. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 4. Lord Advocate Prestongrange. My kinsman kept me to a meal, for the honour of the roof, he said, and I believe I made the better speed on my return. I had no thought but to be done with the next stage, and have myself fully committed. To a person circumstanced as I was, the appearance of closing a door on hesitation and temptation was itself extremely tempting, and I was the more disappointed when I came to Prestongrange's house to be informed he was abroad. I believe it was true at the moment, and for some hours after. And then I have no doubt that the advocate came home again, and enjoyed himself in a neighbouring chamber among friends, while perhaps the very fact of my arrival was forgotten. I would have got away 12 times, only for this strong drawing to have done with my declaration out of hand, and be able to lay me down to sleep with a free conscience. At first I read, for the little cabinet where I was left contained a variety of books, but I fear I read with little profit, and the weather falling cloudy and the dusk coming up earlier than usual, my cabinet being lighted with but a loophole of a window, I was at last obliged to desist from this diversion, such as it was, and to pass the rest of my time of waiting in a very burthensome vacuity. The sound of people talking in a near chamber, the pleasant note of a harpsichord, and once the voice of a lady singing, bore me a kind of company. I do not know the hour, but the darkness was long come, when the door of the cabinet opened, and I was aware, by the light behind him, of a tall figure of a man upon the threshold. I rose at once. "Is anybody there?" he asked. "Who is that?" "I am bearer of a letter from the Laird of Pilrig to the Lord Advocate," said I. "Have you been here long?" he asked. "I would not like to hazard an estimate of how many hours," said I. "It is the first I hear of it," he replied with a chuckle. "The lads must have forgotten about you. But you are in the bit at last, for I am Prestongrange." So saying, he passed before me into the next room, whither, upon his sign, I followed him, and where he lit a candle and took his place before a business table. It was a long room of a good proportion, wholly lined with books. That smart spark of light in a corner struck out the man's handsome person and strong face. He was flushed, his eyes watered and sparkled, and before he sat down I observed him to sway back and forth. No doubt he had been supping liberally, but his mind and tongue were under full control. "Well, sir, sit ye down," he said, "and let us see Pilrig's letter." He glanced it through in the beginning carelessly, looking up and bowing when he came to my name. But at the last words I thought I observed his attention to redouble, and I made sure he read them twice. All this while you are to suppose my heart was beating, for I had now crossed my Rubicon, and was come fairly on the field of battle. "I am pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Balfour," he said, when he had done. "Let me offer you a glass of claret." "Under your favour, my lord, I think it would scarce be fair on me," said I. "I have come here, as the letter will have mentioned, on a business of some gravity to myself, and as I am little used with wine, I might be the sooner affected." "You shall be the judge," said he. "But if you will permit, I believe I will even have the bottle in myself." He touched a bell, and a footman came, as at a signal, bringing wine and glasses. "You are sure you will not join me?" asked the advocate. "Well, here is to our better acquaintance. In what way can I serve you?" "I should, perhaps, begin by telling you, my lord, that I am here at your own pressing invitation," said I. "You have the advantage of me somewhere," said he, "for I profess I think I never heard of you before this evening." "Right, my lord, the name is, indeed, new to you," said I, "and yet you have been for some time extremely wishful of making my acquaintance, and have declared the same in public."
I wish you would afford me a clue, says he. I am no Daniel.
It will perhaps serve for such, said I, that if I was in a jesting humour, which is far from the case, I believe I might lay a claim on your lordship for £200.
In what sense? He inquired.
In the sense of rewards offered for my person, said I. He thrust away his glass once and for all, and sat straight up in the chair where he had been previously lolling.
What am I to understand? Said he.
A tall, strong lad of about 18, I quoted, speaks like a lowlander and has no beard.
I recognize those words, said he, which, if you have come here with any ill-judged intention of amusing yourself, are like to prove extremely prejudicial to your safety.
My purpose in this, I replied, is just entirely as serious as a life and death, and you have understood me perfectly. I am the boy who was speaking with Glenure when he was shot.
I can only suppose, seeing you here, that you claim to be innocent, said he.
The inference is clear, I said. I am a very loyal subject to King George, but if I had anything to reproach myself with, I would have had more discretion than to walk into your den.
I am glad of that, said he. This horrid crime, Mr. Balfour, is of a dye which cannot permit any clemency. Blood has been barbarously shed. It has been shed in direct opposition to His Majesty and our old flame of laws, by those who are in their known and public repugnance. I take a very high sense of this. I will not deny that I consider the crime as directly personal to His Majesty.
And unfortunately, my lord, I added, a little dryly, directly personal to another great personage who may be nameless.
If you mean anything by those words, I must tell you I consider them unfit for a good subject, and were they spoke publicly, I should make it my business to take note of them, said he. You do not appear to me to recognize the gravity of your situation, or you would be more careful not to pejorate the same by words which glance upon the purity of justice. Justice in this country, and in my poor hands, is no respecter of persons.
You give me too great a share in my own speech, my lord, said I. I did but repeat the common talk of the country, which I've heard everywhere, and from men of all opinions as I came along.
When you are come to more discretion, you will understand such talk is not to be listened to, how much less repeated, says the advocate. But I acquit you of an ill intention. That nobleman whom we all honour, and who has indeed been wounded in a near place by the late barbarity, sits too high to be reached by these aspersions. The Duke of Argyle, you see that I deal plainly with you, takes it to heart as I do, and as we are both bound to do by our judicial functions and the service of His Majesty. And I could wish that all hands, in this ill age, were equally clean of family rancour. But from the accident that this is a Campbell who has fallen martyr to his duty, as who else but the Campbells have ever put themselves foremost on that path, I may say it who am no Campbell, and that the chief of that great house happens, for all our advantages, to be the present head of the College of Justice. Small minds and disaffected tongues are set agog in every change house in the country, and I find a young gentleman like Mr. Balfour so ill-advised as to make himself their echo.
So much he spoke with a very oratorical delivery, as if in court, and then declined again upon the manner of a gentleman.
All this apart, said he, it now remains that I should learn what I am to do with you.
I had thought it was rather that I should learn the same from your lordship, said I.
Aye, true, says the advocate, but you see, you come to me well recommended. There is a good honest Whig name to this letter, says he, picking it up a moment from the table, and extrajudiciously, Mr. Balfour, there is always the possibility of some arrangement. I tell you, and I tell you beforehand, that you may be the more upon your guard.
Your fate lies with me singly. In such a matter, be it said with reverence, I am more powerful than the King's Majesty, and should you please me, and of course satisfy my conscience, in what remains to be held of our interview, I tell you it may remain between ourselves." "Meaning how?" I asked. "Why, I mean it thus, Mr. Balfour," said he, "that if you give satisfaction, no soul need know so much as that you visited my house, and you may observe that I do not even call my clerk." I saw what way he was driving. "I suppose it is needless any one should be informed upon my visit," said I, "though the precise nature of my gains by that I cannot see. I am not at all ashamed of coming here." "And have no cause to be," he said encouragingly, "nor yet, if you are careful, to fear the consequences." "My lord," said I, "speaking under your correction, I am not very easy to be frightened." "And I am sure I do not seek to frighten you," says he. "But to the interrogation, and let me warn you to volunteer nothing beyond the questions I shall ask you. It may consist very immediately with your safety. I have a great discretion, it is true, but there are bounds to it." "I shall try to follow your lordship's advice," said I. He spread a sheet of paper on the table and wrote a heading. "It appears you were present by the way in the wood of Lettermore at the moment of the fatal shot," he began. "Was this by accident?" "By accident," said I. "How came you in speech with Colin Campbell?" he asked. "I was inquiring my way of him to Auchan," I replied. I observed he did not write this answer down. "True," said he. "I had forgotten that. And do you know, Mr. Balfour, I would dwell, if I were you, as little as might be on your relations with these Stewarts. It might be found to complicate our business. I am not yet inclined to regard these matters as essential." "I had thought, my lord, that all points of fact were equally material in such a case," said I. "You forget that we are now trying these Stewarts," he replied with great significance. "If we should ever come to be trying you, it will be very different. And I shall press these very questions that I am now willing to glide upon. But to resume. I have it here in Mr. Mungo Campbell's precognition that you ran immediately up the brae. How came that?" "Not immediately, my lord, and the cause was my seeing of the murderer." "You saw him then?" "As plain as I see your lordship, though not so near hand." "Do you know him?" "I should know him again." "In your pursuit you were not so fortunate, then, as to overtake him?" "I was not." "Was he alone?" "He was alone." "There was no one else in that neighbourhood?" "Alan Breck Stewart was not far off, in a piece of a wood." The advocate laid his pen down. "I think we are playing at cross purposes," said he, "which you will find to prove a very ill amusement for yourself." "I content myself with following your lordship's advice, and answering what I am asked," said I. "Be so wise as to bethink yourself in time," said he. "I use you with the most anxious tenderness, which you scarce seem to appreciate, and which, unless you be more careful, may prove to be in vain." "I do appreciate your tenderness, but conceive it to be mistaken," I replied with something of a falter, for I saw we were coming to grips at last. "I am here to lay before you certain information by which I shall convince you Alan had no hand whatever in the killing of Glenure." The advocate appeared for a moment to be at a stick, sitting with pursed lips and blinking his eyes upon me like an angry cat. "Mr. Balfour," he said at last, "I tell you pointedly you go an ill way for your own interests." "My lord," said I am as free of the charge of considering my own interests in this matter as your lordship. As God judges me, I have but the one design, and that is to see justice executed and the innocent go clear. If in pursuit of that I come to fall under your lordship's displeasure, I must bear it as I may." At this he rose from his chair, lit a second candle, and for a while gazed upon me steadily. I was surprised to see a great change of gravity fallen upon his face, and I could have almost thought he was a little pale. "You are either very simple or extremely the reverse, and I see that I must deal with you more confidentially," says he. "This is a political case. Ah, yes, Mr. Balfour, whether we like it or no, the case is political, and I tremble when I think what issues may depend from it. To a political case I need scarce tell a young man of your education. We approach with very different thoughts from one which is criminal only. Salus populi suprema lex is a maxim susceptible of great abuse, but it has that force which we find elsewhere only in the laws of nature. I mean, it has the force of necessity. I will open this out to you, if you will allow me, at more length. You would have me believe—" "Under your pardon, my lord, I would have you to believe nothing but that which I can prove," said I. "Tut, tut, young gentleman," says he, "be not so pragmatical, and suffer a man who might be your father, if it was nothing more, to employ his own imperfect language, and express his own poor thoughts, even when they have the misfortune not to coincide with Mr. Balfour's. You would have me to believe Breck innocent. I would think this of little account, the more so as we cannot catch our man. But the matter of Breck's innocence shoots beyond itself. Once admitted, it would destroy the whole presumptions of our case against another, and a very different criminal. A man grown old in treason, already twice in arms against his king, and already twice forgiven. A fomenter of discontent, and whoever may have fired the shot, the unmistakable original of the deed in question. I need not tell you that I mean James Stewart. And I can just say plainly that the innocence of Allen and of James is what I am here to declare in private to your lordship, and what I am prepared to establish at the trial by my testimony," said I. "To which I can only answer by an equal plainness, Mr. Balfour," said he, "that in that case your testimony will not be called by me, and I desire you to withhold it altogether." "You are at the head of justice in this country," I cried, "and you propose to me a crime?" "I am a man nursing with both hands the interests of this country," he replied, "and I press on you a political necessity. Patriotism is not always moral in the formal sense. You might be glad of it, I think. It is your own protection. The facts are heavy against you, and if I am still trying to accept you from a very dangerous place, it is in part, of course, because I am not insensible to your honesty in coming here, in part because of Pilrig's letter, but in part, and in chief part, because I regard in this matter my political duty first, and my judicial duty only second. For the same reason, I repeat it to you in the same frank words, I do not want your testimony. I desire not to be thought to make a repartee when I express only the plain sense of our position," said I. "But if your lordship has no need of my testimony, I believe the other side would be extremely blithe to get it." Prestongrange arose and began to pace to and fro in the room. "You are not so young," said he, "but what you must remember very clearly the year of '45, and the shock that went about the country. I read in Pilrig's letter that you are sound in kirk and state. Who saved them in that fatal year? I do not refer to his Royal Highness and his ramrods, which were extremely useful in their day, but the country had been saved and the field won before ever Cumberland came upon Drummosey. Who saved it? I repeat,
Who saved the Protestant religion and the whole frame of our civil institutions? The late Lord President Culloden, for one. He played a man's part, and small thanks he got for it, even as I, whom you see before you, straining every nerve in the same service, look for no reward beyond the conscience of my duties done. After the President, who else? You know the answer as well as I do. 'Tis partly a scandal, and you glanced at it yourself, and I reproved you for it when you first came in. It was the Duke and the great clan of Campbell. Now, here is a Campbell foully murdered, and that in the King's service. The Duke and I are Highlanders, but we are Highlanders civilized, and it is not so with the great mass of our clans and families. They have still savage virtues and defects. They are still barbarians, like these Stuarts. Only the Campbells were barbarians on the right side, and the Stuarts were barbarians on the wrong. Now be you the judge. The Campbells expect vengeance. If they do not get it, if this man James escape, there will be trouble with the Campbells. That means disturbance in the Highlands, which are uneasy and very far from being disarmed. The disarming is a farce.
I can bear you out in that, said I.
Disturbance in the Highland makes the hour of our old watchful enemy, pursued his lordship, holding out a finger as he paced, and I give you my word we may have a 45 again with the Campbells on the other side. To protect the life of this man, Stewart, which is forfeit already on half a dozen different counts, if not on this, do you propose to plunge your country into war, to jeopardize the faith of your fathers, and to expose the lives and fortunes of how many thousand innocent persons? These are considerations that weigh with me, and that I hope will weigh no less with yourself, Mr. Balfour, as a lover of your country, good government, and religious truth.
You deal with me very frankly, and I thank you for it, said I. I will try, on my side, to be no less honest. I believe your policy to be sound. I believe these deep duties may lie upon your lordship. I believe you may have laid them on your conscience when you took the oath of the high office which you hold. But for me, who am just a plain man, or scarce a man yet, the plain duties must suffice. I can think but of two things, of a poor soul in the immediate and unjust danger of a shameful death, and of the cries and tears of his wife that still tingle in my head. I cannot see beyond, my lord. It's the way that I am made. If the country has to fall, it has to fall. And I pray God, if this be wilful blindness, that he may enlighten me before too late. He had heard me motionless, and stood so a while longer.
This is an unexpected obstacle,
says he, aloud but to himself. And how was your lordship to dispose of me? I asked.
If I wished, said he, you know that you might sleep in jail.
My lord, said I have slept in worse places.
Well, my boy, said he, there is one thing appears very plainly from our interview, that I may rely on your pledged word. Give me your honor that you will be wholly secret, not only on what has passed tonight, but on the matter of the Appin case, and I let you go free.
I will give it till tomorrow or any other near day that you may please to set, said I. I would not be thought too wily, but if I gave the promise without qualification, your lordship would have attained his end.
I had no thought to entrap you, said he.
I am sure of that, said I.
Let me see, he continued. Tomorrow is the Sabbath. Come to me on Monday by 8 in the morning, and give me your promise until then.
Freely given, my lord, said I, and with regard to what has fallen from yourself, I will give it for as long as it shall please God to spare your days.
You will observe, he said next, that I have made no employment of menaces.
It was like your lordship's nobility, said I. Yet I am not altogether so dull but what I can perceive the nature of those you have not uttered.
Well, said he, good night to you. May you sleep well, for I think it is more than I am like to do.
With that he sighed, took up a candle, and gave me his conveyance as far as the street door. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 5. In the Advocate's House. The next day, Sabbath, August 27th, I had the occasion I had long looked forward to hear some of the famous Edinburgh preachers, all well known to me already by the report of Mr. Campbell. Alas, and I might just as well have been in Essendon, and sitting under Mr. Campbell's worthy self. The turmoil of my thoughts, which dwelt continually on the interview with Prestongrange, inhibiting me from all attention. I was indeed much less impressed by the reasoning of the divines than by the spectacle of the thronged congregation in the churches, like what I imagined of a theatre, or, in my then disposition, of an assize of trial. Above all, at the West Kirk, with its 3 tiers of galleries, where I went in the vain hope that I might see Miss Drummond. On the Monday I betook me for the first time to a barber's, and was very well pleased with the result. Thence to the Advocate's, where the red coats of the soldiers showed again about his door, making a bright place in the close. I looked about for the young lady in her gillies. There was never a sign of them. But I was no sooner shown into the cabinet or antechamber, where I had spent so weariful a time upon the Saturday, that I was aware of the tall figure of James More in a corner. He seemed to pray to a painful uneasiness, reaching forth his feet and hands, and his eyes speeding here and there without rest about the walls of the small chamber, which recalled to me with a sense of pity the man's wretched situation. I suppose it was partly this, and partly my strong continuing interest in his daughter, that moved me to accost him. "Give you a good morning, sir," said I.
"And good morning to you, sir," said he.
"You bide tryst with Prestongrange?" I asked.
"I do, sir, and I pray your business with that gentleman will be more agreeable than mine,"
was his reply. "I hope at least that yours will be brief, for I suppose you pass before me," said I.
"All pass before me," he said, with a shrug and a gesture upward of the open hands. "It was not always so, sir, but times change. It was not so when the sword was in the scale, young gentleman, and the virtues of the soldier might sustain themselves."
There came a kind of Highland snuffle out of the man that raised my dander strangely. "Well, Mr. MacGregor," said I understand the main thing for a soldier is to be silent, and the first of his virtues never to complain."
"You have my name, I perceive." He bowed to me with his arms crossed. "Though it's one I must not use myself. Well, there is a publicity. I have shown my face and told my name too often in the beards of my enemies. I must not wonder if both should be known to many that I know not."
"That you know not in the least, sir," said I, "nor yet anybody else. But the name I am called, if you care to hear it, is Balfour."
"It is a good name," he replied civilly. "There are many decent folk that use it. And now that I call to mind, there was a young gentleman, your namesake, that marched surgeon in the year '45 with my battalion."
"I believe that would be a brother to Balfour of Bath," said I, for I was ready for the surgeon now.
"The same, sir," said James More, "and since I have been fellow soldier with your kinsman, you must suffer me to grasp your hand."
He shook hands with me long and tenderly, beaming on me the while as though he had found a brother.
"Ah," said she, "these are changed days since your cousin and I heard the balls whistle in our lugs."
"I think he was a very far away cousin," said I, dryly, "and I ought to tell you that I never clapped eyes upon the man."
"Well, well," said he, "it makes no change. And you, I do not think you were out yourself, sir. I
have no clear mind of your face, which is one not probable to be forgotten." "In the year you refer to, Mr. MacGregor, I was getting scalped in the parish school," said I.
"So young!" cries he. "Ah, then, you will never be able to think what this meeting is to me. In the hour of my adversity, and here in the house of my enemy, to meet in with the blood of an old brother in arms, it heartens me, Mr. Balfour, like the skirling of the Highland pipes. Sir, this is a sad look back that many of us have to make, some with falling tears. I have lived in my own country like a king. My sword, my mountains, and the faith of my friends and kinsmen sufficed for me. Now I lie in a stinking dungeon. And do you know, Mr. Balfour," he went on, taking my arm and beginning to lead me about, "do you know, sir, that I lacked mere necessaries? The malice of my folks has quite sequestered my resources. I lie, as you know, sir, on a trumped-up charge, of which I am as innocent as yourself. They dare not bring me to my trial, and in the meanwhile I am held naked in my prison. I could have wished it was your cousin I had met, or his brother Baith himself. Either would, I know, have been rejoiced to help me, while a comparative stranger like yourself—"
I would be ashamed to set down all he poured out to me in this beggarly vein, or the very short and grudging answers that I made to him. There were times when I was tempted to stop his mouth with some small change. But whether it was from shame or pride, whether it was for my own sake or Catriona's, whether it was because I thought him no fit father for his daughter, or because I resented that grossness of immediate falsity that clung about the man himself, the thing was clean beyond me. And I was still being wheedled and preached to, and still being marched to and fro, 3 steps and a turn, in that small chamber, and had already, by some very short replies, highly incensed, although not finally discouraged, my beggar, when Prestongrange appeared in the doorway and bade me eagerly into his big chamber. "I have a moment's engagement," said he, "and that you may not sit empty-handed, I am going to present you to my 3 broad daughters, of whom perhaps you may have heard, for I think they are more famous than Papa. This way." He led me into another long room above, where a dry old lady sat at a frame of embroidery, and the 3 handsomest young women, I suppose, in Scotland, stood together by a window. "This is my new friend, Mr. Balfour," said he, presenting me by the arm. "David, here is my sister, Miss Grant, who is so good as to keep my house for me, and will be very pleased if she can help you. And here," he said, turning to the 3 young ladies, "here are my 3 broad daughters. A fair question to ye, Mr. Davy. Which of the 3 is the best favoured? And I wager he will never have the impudence to propound honest Allan Ramsay's answer." Hereupon all 3, and the old Miss Grant as well, cried out against this sally, which, as I was acquainted with the verses he referred to, brought shame into my own check. It seemed to me a citation unpardonable in a father, and I was amazed that these ladies could laugh even while they reproved, or made believe to. Under cover of this mirth, Prestongrange got forth of the chamber, and I was left, like a fish upon dry land, in that very unsuitable society. I could never deny, in looking back upon what followed, that I was eminently stockish. And I must say the ladies were well drilled to have so long a patience with me. The aunt, indeed, sat close at her embroidery, only looking now and again, and smiling. But the misses, and especially the eldest, who was besides the most handsome, paid me a score of attentions which I was very ill able to repay. It was all in vain to tell myself I was a young fellow of some worth as well as a good estate, and had no call to feel abashed before these lasses, the eldest not so much older than myself, and no one of them by any probability half as learned. Reasoning would not change the fact, and there were times when the color came to my face to think I was shaved that day for the first time. The talk going, with all their endeavors, very heavily, the eldest took pity on my awkwardness, sat down to her instrument, of which she was a past mistress, and entertained me for a while with playing and singing, both in the Scots and in the Italian manners. This put me more at my ease, and being reminded of Alan's air that he had taught me in the hole near Caradon, I made so bold as to whistle a bar or two, and asked if she knew that. She shook her head. "I've never heard a note of it," said she. "Whistle it all through, and now once again," she added after I had done so. Then she picked it out upon the keyboard, and, to my surprise, instantly enriched the same with well-sounding chords, and sang as she played, with a very droll expression and broad accent, "Henry, I've got just a little of it. Isn't this the tune that you whistled?" "You see," she says, "I can do the poetry too, only it won't rhyme." And then again, "I am Miss Grant, seed to the advocate. You, I believe, are David Balfour." I told her how much astonished I was by her genius. "And what do you call the name of it?" she asked. "I do not know the real name," said I. "I just call it Alan's air." She looked at me directly in the face. "I shall call it David's air," said she. "Though if it's the least like what your namesake of Israel played to Saul, I would never wonder that the king got little good by it, for it's but melancholy music. Your other name I do not like, so if you was ever wishing to hear your tune again, you ought to ask for it by mine." This was said with a significance that gave my heart a jog. "Why that, Miss Grant?" I asked. "Why," said she, "if you should ever come to get hanged, I will set your last dying speech and confession to that tune and sing it." This put it beyond a doubt that she was partly informed of my story and peril. How, or just how much, it was more difficult to guess. It was plain she knew there was something of danger in the name of Alan, and thus warned me to leave it out of reference. And plain she knew that I stood under some criminal suspicion. I judged besides that the harshness of her last speech, which besides she had followed up immediately with a very noisy piece of music, was to put an end to the present conversation. I stood beside her, affecting to listen and admire, but truly whirled away by my own thoughts. I have always found this young lady to be a lover of the mysterious, and certainly this first interview made a mystery that was beyond my plummet. One thing I learned long after: the hours of the Sunday had been well employed, the bank porter had been found and examined, my visit to Charles Stewart was discovered, and the deduction made that I was pretty deep with James and Alan, and most likely in a continued correspondence with the last. Hence this broad hint that was given me across the harpsichord. In the midst of the piece of music, one of the younger misses, who was at a window over the close, cried on her sisters to come quick, for there was "Grey eyes again." The whole family trooped there at once, and crowded one another for a look. The window whither they ran was in an odd corner of that room, gave above the entrance door, and flanked up the close. "Come, Mr. Balfour," they cried, "come and see. She is the most beautiful creature. She hangs round the close head these last days, always with some wretched like gillies, and yet seems quite a lady." I had no need to look, neither did I look twice or long. I was afraid she might have seen me there, looking down upon her from that chamber of music, and she without, and her father in the same house, perhaps begging for his life with tears, and myself come but newly from rejecting his petitions. But even that glance set me in a better conceit of myself, and much less awe of the young ladies. They were beautiful, that was beyond question, but Catriona was beautiful too, and had a kind of brightness in her like a coal of fire. As much as the others cast me down, she lifted me up. I remembered I had talked easily with her. If I could make no hand of it with these fine maids, it was perhaps something their own fault. My embarrassment began to be a little mingled and lightened with a sense of fun, and when the aunt smiled at me from her embroidery, and the three daughters unbent to me like a baby, all with papa's orders written on their faces, there were times when I could have found it in my heart to smile myself. Presently papa returned, the same kind, happy-like, pleasant-spoken man. "Now, girls," said he, "I must take Mr. Balfour away again, but I hope you have been able to persuade him to return where I shall be always gratified to find him." So they each made me a little farthing compliment, and I was led away. If this visit to the family had been meant to soften my resistance, it was the worst of failures. I was no such ass but what I understood how poor a figure I had made, and that the girls would be yawning their jaws off as soon as my stiff back was turned. I felt I had shown how little I had in me of what was soft and graceful, and I longed for a chance to prove that I had something of the other stuff, the stern and dangerous. Well, I was to be served to my desire, for the scene to which he was conducting me was of a different character. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 6. Umquile, the Master of Lovat. There was a man waiting us in Prestongrange's study whom I distasted at the first look as we distaste a ferret or an earwig. He was bitterly ugly, but seemed very much of a gentleman, had still manners, but capable of sudden leaps and violences, and a small voice, which could ring out shrill and dangerous when he so desired. The advocate presented us in a familiar, friendly way. "Here, Fraser," said he, "here is Mr. Balfour whom we talked about. Mr. David, this is Mr. Simon Fraser, whom we used to call by another title, but that is an old song. Mr. Fraser has an errand to you." With that he stepped aside to his bookshelves, and made believe to consult a quarto volume in the far end. I was thus left, in a sense, alone with perhaps the last person in the world I had expected. There was no doubt upon the terms of introduction. This could be no other than the forfeited Master of Lovat, and chief of the great clan Fraser. I knew he had led his men in the rebellion. I knew his father's head, my old lord's, that grey fox of the mountains, to have fallen on the block for that offence, the lands of the family to have been seized, and their nobility attainted. I could not conceive what he should be doing in Grant's house. I could not conceive that he had been called to the bar, had eaten all his principles, and was now currying favour with the government even to the extent of acting advocate deputy in the Appin Murder. "Well, Mr. Balfour," said he, "what is all this I hear of ye?" "It would not become me to prejudge," said I, "but if the advocate was your authority, he is fully possessed of my opinions." "I may tell you I am engaged in the Appin case," he went on. "I am to appear under Prestongrange, and from my study of the precognitions I can assure you your opinions are erroneous. The guilt of Breck is manifest, and your testimony, in which you admit you saw him on the hill at the very moment, will certify his hanging." "It will be rather ill to hang him till you catch him," I observed, "and for other matters I very willingly leave you to your own impressions."
"The Duke has been informed," he went on. "I have just come from his Grace, and he expressed himself before me with an honest freedom like the great nobleman he is. He spoke of you by name, Mr. Balfour, and declared his gratitude beforehand in case you would be led by those who understand your own interests and those of the country so much better than yourself. Gratitude is no empty expression in that mouth, experto crede. I dare say you know something of my name and clan, and the damnable example and lamented end of my late father, to say nothing of my own errata. Well, I have made my peace with that good Duke. He has intervened for me with our friend Prestongrange, and here I am with my foot in the stirrup again, and some of the responsibility shared into my hand of prosecuting King George's enemies and avenging the late daring and barefaced insult to his Majesty."
"Doubtless a proud position for your father's son," says I. He wagged his bald eyebrows at me.
"You are pleased to make experiments in the ironical, I think," said he, "but I am here upon duty. I am here to discharge my errand in good faith. It is in vain you think to divert me. And let me tell you, for a young fellow of spirit and ambition like yourself, a good shove in the beginning will do more than 10 years' drudgery. The shove is now at your command. Choose what you will to be advanced in. The Duke will watch upon you with the affectionate disposition of a father."
"I am thinking that I lack the docility of the son," says I.
"And do you really suppose, sir, that the whole policy of this country is to be suffered to trip up and tumble down for ill-mannered colt of a boy?" he cried. "This has been made a test case. All who would prosper in the future must put a shoulder to the wheel. Look at me. Do you suppose it is for my pleasure that I put myself in the highly invidious position of persecuting a man that I have drawn the sword alongside of? The choice is not left me."
"But I think, sir, that you forfeited your choice when you mixed in with that unnatural rebellion," I remarked. "My case is happily otherwise. I am a true man, and can look either the Duke or King George in the face without concern."
"Is it so the wind sits?" says he. "I protest you are fallen in the worst sort of error. Prestongrange has been hitherto so civil, he tells me, as not to combat your allegations, but you must not think they are not looked upon with strong suspicion. You say you are innocent. My dear sir, the facts declare you guilty."
"I was waiting for you there," said I.
"The evidence of Mungo Campbell, your flight after the completion of the murder, your long course of secrecy—" "My good young man," said Mr. Simon, "here is enough evidence to hang a bullock, let be a David Balfour. I shall be upon that trial. My voice shall be raised. I shall then speak much otherwise from what I do today, and far less to your gratification, little as you like it now." "Ha, you look white," cries he. "I have found the key of your impudent heart. You look pale. Your eyes waver, Mr. David. You see the grave and the gallows nearer by than you had fancied."
"I own to a natural weakness," said I. "I think no shame for that. Shame," I was going on.
"Shame waits for you on the gibbet," he broke in.
"Where I shall but be evened with my lord your father," said I.
"Aha, but not so," he cried. "And you do not yet see the bottom of this business. My father suffered in a great cause and for dealing in the affairs of kings. You are to hang for a dirty murder about boodle pieces. Your personal part in it, the treacherous one of holding the poor wretch in talk. Your accomplices, a pack of ragged Highland gillies. And it can be shown, my great Mr. Balfour, it can be shown, and it will be shown, trust me that has a finger in the pie, it can be shown and shall be shown that you were paid to do it. I think I can see the looks go round the court when I adduce my evidence,
and it shall appear that you, a young man of education, let yourself be corrupted to this shocking act for a suit of cast clothes, a bottle of Highland spirits, and 3 and 5 halfpenny in copper money."
There was a touch of truth in these words that knocked me like a blow. Clothes, a bottle of usquebaugh, and 3 and 5 halfpenny in change made up, indeed, the most of what Allen and I had carried from Auchern, and I saw that some of James's people had been babbling in their dungeons.
"You see I know more than you fancied," he resumed in triumph. "And as for giving it this turn, great Mr. David, you must not suppose the government of Great Britain and Ireland will ever be stuck for want of evidence. We have men here in prison who will swear out their lives as we direct them, as I direct, if you prefer the phrase. So now you are to guess your part of glory if you choose to die. On the one hand, life, wine, women, and a duke to be your handgun. On the other, a rope to your crag, and a giblet to clatter your bones on, and the lousiest, lowest story to hand down to your namesakes in the future that was ever told about a hired assassin. And see here," he cried with a formidable shrill voice, "see this paper that I pull out of my pocket. Look at the name there. It is the name of the great David, I believe. The ink's scarce dry yet. Can you guess its nature? It is the warrant for your arrest, which I have but to touch this bell beside me to have executed on the spot. Once in the Tolbooth upon this paper, may God help you, for the die is cast."
I must never deny that I was greatly horrified by so much baseness, and much unmanned by the immediacy and ugliness of my danger. Mr. Simon had already gloried in the changes of my hue, and I make no doubt I was now no ruddier than my shirt. My speech, besides, trembled. "There is a gentleman in this room," cried I. "I appeal to him. I put my life and credit in his hands."
Prestongrange shut his book with a snap. "I told you so, Simon," said he. "You have played your hand for all it was worth, and you have lost. Mr. David," he went on, "I wish you to believe it was by no choice of mine that you were subjected to this proof. I wish you could understand how glad I am you should come forth from it with so much credit. You may not quite see how, but it is a little of a service to myself. For had our friend here been more successful than I was last night, it might have appeared that he was a better judge of men than I. It might have appeared we were altogether in the wrong situations, Mr. Simon and myself. And I know our friend Simon to be ambitious," says he, striking lightly on Fraser's shoulder. "As for this stage play, it is over. My sentiments are very much engaged in your behalf, and whatever issue we can find to this unfortunate affair, I shall make it my business to see it is adopted with tenderness to you."
These were very good words, and I could see, besides, that there was little love, and perhaps a spice of genuine ill will, between these two who were opposed to me. For all that, it was unmistakable this interview had been designed, perhaps rehearsed, with the consent of both. It was plain my adversaries were in earnest to try me by all methods. And now, persuasion, flattery, and menaces having been tried in vain, I could not but wonder what would be their next expedient. My eyes besides me were still troubled, and my knees loose under me with the distress of the late ordeal, and I could do no more than stammer the same form of words. "I put my life and credit in your hands."
"Well, well," said he, "we must try to save them, and in the meanwhile let us return to gentler methods. You must not bear any grudge upon my friend, Mr. Simon, who did but speak by his brief. And even if you did conceive some malice against myself, who stood by and seemed rather to hold a candle, I must not let that extend to innocent members of my family."
These are greatly engaged to see more of you, and I cannot consent to have my young womenfolk disappointed. Tomorrow they will be going to Hope Park, where I think it very proper you should make your bow. Call for me first, when I may possibly have something for your private hearing. Then you shall be turned abroad again under the conduct of my missus, and until that time repeat to me your promise of secrecy. I had done better to have instantly refused, but in truth I was beside the power of reasoning, did as I was bid, took my leave I know not how, and when I was forth again in the close, and the door had shut behind me, was glad to lean on a house wall and wipe my face. That horrid apparition, as I may call it, of Mr. Simon rang in my memory, as a sudden noise rings after it is over in the ear. Tales of a man's father, of his falseness, of his manifold perpetual treacheries, rose before me from all that I had heard and read, and joined on with what I had just experienced of himself. Each time it occurred to me, the ingenious foulness of that calumny he had proposed to nail upon my character startled me afresh. The case of the man upon the gibbet by Leith Walk appeared scarce distinguishable from that I was now to consider as my own. To rob a child of so little more than nothing was certainly a paltry enterprise for two grown men. But my own tale, as it was to be represented in court by Simon Fraser, appeared a fair second in every possible point of view of sordidness and cowardice. The voices of two of Prestongrange's liveried men upon his doorstep recalled me to myself.
"Aye," said the one, "this billet as fast as you can link to the captain." "Is that for the captain back again?" asked the other. "It what it seems say," returned the first. "Hiram and Simon are seeking him." "I think Prestongrange is going to get it," said the second. "Here I have James More in bed with him next." "Where, 'tis neither our affair nor mine," said the first. And they parted, the one upon his errand, and the other back into the house. This looked as ill as possible. I was scarce gone, and they were sending already for James More, to whom I thought Mr. Simon must have pointed when he spoke of men in prison and ready to redeem their lives by all extremities. My scalp curdled among my hair, and the next moment the blood leaped in me to remember Catriona. Poor lass, her father stood to be hanged for pretty indefensible misconduct. What was yet more unpalatable, it now seemed he was prepared to save his 4 quarters by the worst of shame and the most foul of cowardly murders, murder by the false oath. And to complete our misfortunes, it seemed myself was picked out to be the victim. I began to walk swiftly and at random, conscious only of a desire for movement, air, and the open country. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 7. I Make a Fault in Honor. I came forth, I vow I know not how, on the Lang Dykes. This is a rural road which runs on the north side over against the city. Thence I could see the whole black length of it tail down, from where the castle stands upon its crags above the loch in a long line of spires and gable ends and smoking chimneys, and at the sight my heart swelled in my bosom. My youth, as I have told, was already inured to dangers, but such danger as I had seen the face of but that morning, in the midst of what they call the safety of a town, shook me beyond experience. Peril of slavery, peril of shipwreck, peril of sword and shot, I had stood all of these without discredit, but the peril there was in the sharp voice and the fat face of Simon, properly Lord Lovat, daunted me wholly.
I sat by the lakeside in a place where the rushes went down into the water, and there steeped my wrists and laved my temples. If I could have done so with any remains of self-esteem, I would now have fled from my foolhardy enterprise. But call it courage or cowardice, and I believe it was both the one and the other, I decided I was ventured out beyond the possibility of a retreat. I had outfaced these men. I would continue to outface them. Come what might, I would stand by the word spoken. The sense of my own constancy somewhat uplifted my spirits, but not much. At the best of it, there was an icy place about my heart, and life seemed a black business to be at all engaged in. For two souls in particular my pity flowed. The one was myself, to be so friendless and lost among dangers. The other was the girl, the daughter of James More. I had seen but little of her, yet my view was taken and my judgment made. I thought her a lass of a clean honour, like a man's. I thought of her one to die of a disgrace. And now I believed her father to be at that moment bargaining his vile life for mine. It made a bond in my thoughts betwixt the girl and me. I had seen her before only as a wayside appearance, though one that pleased me strangely. I saw her now in a sudden nearness of relation, as a daughter of my blood foe, and I might say, my murderer. I reflected it was hard I should be so plagued and persecuted all my days for other folks' affairs, and have no manner of pleasure myself. I got meals and a bed to sleep in, when my concerns would suffer it. Beyond that, my wealth was of no help to me. If I was to hang, my days were like to be short. If I was not to hang, but to escape out of this trouble, they might yet seem long to me ere I was done with them. Of a sudden her face appeared in my memory, the way I had first seen it, with the parted lips. At that, weakness came in my bosom, and strength into my legs, and I set resolutely forward on the way to Dean. If I was to hang tomorrow, and it was sure enough I might very likely sleep that night in a dungeon, I determined I should hear and speak once more with Catriona. The exercise of walking and the thought of my destination braced me yet more, so that I began to pluck up a kind of spirit. In the village of Dean, where it sits in the bottom of a glen beside the river, I inquired my way of a miller's man, who sent me up the hill upon the farther side by a plain path, and so to a decent-like small house in a garden of lawns and apple trees. My heart beat high as I stepped inside the garden hedge, but it fell low indeed when I came face to face with a grim and fierce old lady walking there in a white mech with a man's hat strapped upon the top of it.
"What do you come seeking here?" she asked.
I told her I was after Miss Drummond.
"And what may be your business with Miss Drummond?" says she.
I told her I had met her on Saturday last, had been so fortunate as to render her a trifling service, and was come now on the young lady's invitation.
"Oh, so you're sixpence!" she cried, with a very sneering manner. "A braw gift, a bonny gentleman! And hae ye any other name and designation, or were ye baptized Sixpence?" she asked.
I told her my name.
"Preserve me!" she cried. "Has Ebenezer gotten a son?"
"No, ma'am," said I. "I am a son of Alexander's. It is I that am the Laird of Shaw's."
"You'll find your work cut out for you to establish that," quoth she.
"I perceive you know my uncle," said I, "and I dare say you may be the better pleased to hear that business is arranged."
"And what brings ye here after Miss Drummond?" she pursued.
"I'm come after my sixpence, mum," said I. It's to be thought, being my uncle's nephew, I would be found a careful lad.
So ye have a spark of sleeness in ye, observed the old lady with some approval. I thought ye had just been a coof, you and your sixpence, and your lucky day, and your sake of Balwitherd. From which I was gratified to learn that Catriona had not forgotten some of our talk. But all this is by the purpose, she resumed. Am I to understand that ye come here keeping company?
This is surely rather an early question, said I. The maid is young, so am I, worse fortune. I have but seen her the once. I'll not deny, I added, making up my mind to try her with some frankness, I'll not deny but she has run in my head a good deal since I met in with her. That is one thing, but it would be quite another, and I think I would look very like a fool to commit myself.
You can speak out of your mouth, I see, said the old lady. Praise God, and so can I. I was a fool enough to take charge of this rogue's daughter. A fine charge I have gotten, but it's mine, and I'll carry it the way I want to. Do you mean to tell me, Mr. Balfour of Shaw's, that you would marry James More's daughter, and him hanged? Well then, where there's no possible marriage, there can be no manner of carryings on, and take that for said. Lasses are bruckle things, she added with a nod, and though ye would never think it by my runkle choffs, I was a lassie myself, and a bonny one.
Lady Allardyce, said I, for I suppose that to be your name, you seem to do the two sides of the talking, which is a very poor manner to come to an agreement. You give me rather a home thrust when you ask if I would marry, at the gallows foot, a young lady whom I have seen but once. I have told you already I would never be so untently as to commit myself, and yet I'll go some way with you. If I continue to like the lass as well as I have reason to expect, it will be something more than her father, or the gallows either, that keeps the two of us apart. As for my family, I found it by the wayside like a lost bobby. I owe less than nothing to my uncle, and if ever I marry, it will be to please one person, that's myself.
I have heard this kind of talk before ye were born, said Mrs. Ogilvy, which is perhaps the reason I think of it so little. There's much to be considered. This James More is a kinsman of mine, to my shame be it spoken. But the better the family, the mair men hanged or headed. That's always been poor Scotland's story. And if it was just the hanging, for my part, I think I would be best pleased with James upon the gallows, which would be at least an end to him. Catrine's a good lass enough, and a good-hearted, and lets herself be deaved all day with a runt of an auld wife like me. But ye see, there's the weak bit. She's daft about that long, false, fleeching beggar of a father of hers, and red mad about the Gregora, and the prescribed names, and King James, and a wheen blethers. And you might think ye could guide her. Ye would find yourself sore mistaken. Ye say you have seen her but the once.
Spoke with her but once, I should have said, I interrupted. I saw her again this morning from a window at Prestongrange's. This I dare say I put in because it sounded well, but I was properly paid for my ostentation on the return.
What's this of it? cries the old lady, with a sudden pucker of her face. I think it was at the advocate's door, Cheek, that you met her first.
I told her that that was so.
She said, and then suddenly, upon a rather scolding tone, I have your bare word for it, she cries, as to who and what you are. By your way of it, you are Balfour of the Shaws. But for what I ken, you may be Balfour of the Devil's Oxter. It's possible you may come here for what you say, and it's equally possible ye may come here for deil care what. I'm good enough Whig to sit quiet and to have kept all my men's folks' heads upon their shoulders, but I'm not just a good enough Whig to be made a fool of neither. And I'll tell you fairly, there's too much advocate's door and advocate's window here for a man that comes tangling after a MacGregor's daughter. Ye can tell that to the advocate that sent ye with my fond love. And I kiss my loof to ye, Mr. Balfour," says she, suiting the action to the word, "and a broad journey to ye back to where ye came frae." "If ye think me a spy," I broke out, and speech stuck in my throat. I stood and looked murder at the old lady for a space, then bowed and turned away. "Here, hoots! The callant's in the creel," she cried. "Think ye a spy? What else would I think ye, me that kens nothing by ye? But I see that I was wrong, and as I cannot fight, I'll have to apologize. A bonny figure I would be with a broadsword. Aye, aye," she went on. "You're not such a bad lad in your way. I think you'll have some redeeming vices. But oh, David Balfour, your damned country feed. You'll have to win over that, lad. You'll have to supple your backbone and think a wee pickle less of your dainty self. And you'll have to try to find out that women folk are nae grenadiers. But that can never be. To your last day you'll ken no more of women folk than what I do of sow gelding." I had never been used with such expressions from a lady's tongue, the only two ladies I had known, Mrs. Campbell and my mother, being most devout and most particular women, and I suppose my amazement must have been depicted in my countenance, for Mrs. Ogilvy burst forth suddenly in a fit of laughter. "Keep me," she cried, struggling with her mirth. "You have the finest timber face, and you to marry the daughter of a Highland Catriona. Davy, my dear, I think we'll have to make a match of it, if it was just to see the weans. And now," she went on, "there's no manner of service in you daidling here, for the young woman is from home, and it is my fear that the old woman is no suitable companion for your father's son. For by that I have nobody but myself to look after my reputation, and have been long enough alone with a seductive youth. And come back another day for your sixpence," she cried after me as I left. My skirmish with this disconcerting lady gave my thoughts a boldness they had otherwise wanted. For 2 days the image of Catriona had mixed in all my meditations. She made their background, so that I scarce enjoyed my own company without a glint of her in a corner of my mind. But now she came immediately near. I seemed to touch her, whom I had never touched but the once. I let myself flow out to her in a happy weakness, and looking all about, and before and behind, saw the world like an undesirable desert, where men go as soldiers on a march, following their duty with what constancy they have, and Catriona alone there to offer me some pleasure of my days. I wondered at myself that I could dwell on such considerations in that time of my peril and disgrace. And when I remembered my youth, I was ashamed. I had my studies to complete. I had to be called into some useful business. I had yet to take my part of service in a place where all must serve. I had yet to learn and know and prove myself a man. And I had so much sense as blush that I should be already tempted with these further on and holier delights and duties. My education spoke home to me sharply. I was never brought up on sugar biscuits, but on the hard food of the truth. I knew that he was quite unfit to be a husband who was not prepared to be a father also, and for a boy like me to play the father was a mere derision. When I was in the midst of these thoughts, and about halfway back to town, I saw a figure coming to meet me, and the trouble of my heart was heightened. It seemed I had everything in the world to say to her, but nothing to say first, and remembering how tongue-tied I had been that morning at the advocate's, I made sure that I would find myself struck dumb. But when she came up, my fears fled away. Not even the consciousness of what I had been privately thinking disconcerted me the least, and I found I could talk with her
as easily and rationally as I might with Alan.
"Oh," she cried, "you have been seeking your sixpence. Did you get it?"
I told her no, but now I had met with her, my walk was not in vain. "Though I have seen you to-day already," said I, and told her where and when.
"I did not see you," she said. "My eyes are big, but they are better than mine at seeing far. Only I heard singing in the house."
"That was Miss Grant," said I, "the eldest and the bonniest."
"They say they are all beautiful,"
said she. "They think the same of you, Miss Drummond," I replied, "and were all crowding to the window to observe you."
"It is a pity about my being so blind,"
said she,
"or I might have seen them too. And you were in the house. You must have been having the fine time with the fine music and the pretty ladies."
"There is just where you are wrong," said I, "for I was as uncouth as a sea-fish upon the brae of a mountain. The truth is that I am better fitted to go about with rude as men than pretty ladies."
"Well, I would think so too, at all events," said she, at which we both of us laughed.
"It is a strange thing now," said I. "I am not the least afraid with you, yet I could have run from the Mrs. Grants, and I was afraid of your cousin too."
"Oh, I think any man would be afraid of her," she cried. "My father is afraid of her himself."
The name of her father brought me to a stop. I looked at her as she walked by my side. I recalled the man, and the little I knew, and the much I guessed of him, and comparing the one with the other, felt like a traitor to be silent. "Speaking of which," said I met your father no later than this morning."
"Did you?"
she cried, with a voice of joy that seemed to mock at me.
"You saw James More? You will have spoken with him then?"
"I did even that," said I. "Then I think things went the worst way for me that was humanly possible." She gave me a look of mere gratitude.
"Ah, thank you for that,"
says she. "You thank me for very little," said I, and then stopped. But it seemed when I was holding back so much, something at least had to come out. "I spoke rather ill to him," said I. "I did no like him very much. I spoke him rather ill, and he was angry."
"I think you had little to do then, and less to tell it to his daughter," she cried out. "But those who do not love and cherish him, I will not know."
"I will take the freedom of a word yet," said I, beginning to tremble. "Perhaps neither your father nor I are in the best of spirits in Prestongranges. I dare say we both have anxious business there, for it's a dangerous house. I was sorry for him too, and spoke to him the first, if I could but have spoken the wiser. And for one thing, in my opinion, you will soon find that his affairs are mending."
"It will not be through your friendship, I am thinking," said she, "and he is much made up to you for your sorrow."
"Miss Drummond," I cried, "I am alone in this world."
"And I am not wondering at that," said she.
"Oh, let me speak," said I. "I will speak but the once, and then leave you, if you will, forever. I came this day in the hopes of a kind word that I am sore in want of. I know that what I said must hurt you, and I knew it then. It would have been easy to have spoken smooth, easy lie to you. Can you not think how I was tempted to do the same? Cannot you see the truth of my heart shine out?"
"I think here is a good deal of work, Mr. Balfour," she said. "I think we will have met but the once, and we can part like gentlefolk."
"Oh, let me have one to believe in me," I pleaded. "I cannot bear it else. The whole world is claned against me. How am I to go through with my dreadful fate? If there's to be none to believe in me, I cannot do it. The man must just die, for I cannot do it." She had still looked straight in front of her, head in air, but at my words, or the tone of my voice, she came to a stop.
"What is this you say?" she asked. "What are you talking of?"
"It is my testimony which may save an innocent life," said I, "and they will not suffer me to bear it. What would you do yourself? You know what this is, whose father lies in danger. Would you desert the poor soul? They have tried all ways with me. They have sought to bribe me. They offered me hills and valleys. And today that sleuth-hound told me how I stood, and to what a length he would go to butcher and disgrace me. I am to be brought in a party to the murder. I am to have held Glenure in talk for money and old clothes. I am to be killed and shamed. If this is the way I am to fall, and me scarce a man, if this is the story to be told of me in all Scotland, if you are to believe it too, and my name is to be nothing but a byword, Catriona, how can I go through with it? The thing's not possible. It's more than a man has in his heart." I poured my words out in a whirl, one upon the other, and when I stopped I found her gazing on me with a startled face.
"Glenure, it is the Appin Murder,"
she said softly, but with a very deep surprise. I turned back to bear her company, and we were now come near the head of the brae above Dean village. At this word I stepped in front of her like one suddenly distracted.
"For God's sake," I cried, "for God's sake, what is this I have done?"
and carried my fist to my temples. "What made me do it? Sure, I am bewitched to say these things."
"In the name of heaven, what ails you now?" she cried.
"I gave my honor," I groaned. "I gave my honor, and now I have broken it. Oh, Catriona!"
"I am asking you what it is," she said. "Was it these things you should not have spoken? And do you think that I have no honor, then, or that I am one that would betray a friend? I hold up my right hand to you and swear."
"Oh, I knew you would be true," said I. "It's me it's here. I that stood but this morning and outfaced them, that risked rather to die disgraced upon the gallows than do wrong, and a few hours after I throw my honor away by the roadside in common talk. There is one thing clear upon our interview," says he, "that I could rely on your pledged word. Where is my word now? Who could believe me? You could not believe me. I am clean fallen down. I had best die." All this I said with a weeping voice, but I had no tears in my body.
"My heart is sore for you," said she, "but be sure you are too nice. I would not believe you, do you say? I would trust you with anything. And these men? I would not be thinking of them, men who go about to entrap and destroy you. Fie, this is no time to crouch. Look up. Do you not think I will be admiring you like a great hero of the good, and you a boy not much older than myself? And because you said a word too much in a friend's ear, that would die ere she betrayed you, to make such a matter, it is one thing that we must both forget."
"Catriona," said I, looking at her hangdog, "is this true of it? Would you trust me yet?"
"Will you not believe the tears on my face?" she cried. "It is the world I am thinking of you, Mr. David Balfour. Let them hang you. I will never forget. I will grow old and still remember you. I think it is great to die so. I will envy you that gallows."
"And maybe all this while I am but a child frightened with bogles," said I. "Maybe they but make a mock of me."
"It is what I must know," she said. "I must hear the whole. The harm is done at all events, and I must hear the whole."
I had sat down on the wayside, where she took a place beside me, and I told her all that matter much as I have written in it, my thoughts about her father's dealings being alone omitted.
"Well," she said when I had finished, "you are a hero surely, and I never would have thought the same. And I think you are in peril too. Oh, Simon Fraser, to think upon that man, for his life and the dirty money, to be dealing in such traffic."
And just when she called out aloud with a queer word that was common to her and belongs, I believe, to her own language,
"My torture," says she, "look at the sun."
Indeed, it was already dipping towards the mountains. She bid me come again soon, gave me her hand, and left me in a turmoil of glad spirits. I delayed to go home to my lodging, for I had a terror of immediate arrest, but got some supper at a change house, and the better part of that night walked by myself in the barley fields, and had such a sense of Catriona's presence that I seemed to bear her in my arms. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 8. The Bravo. The next day, August 29th, I kept my appointment at the Advocate's in a coat that I had made to my own measure, and was but newly ready. "Aha," says Prestongrange, "you are very fine to-day. My missus are to have a fine cavalier. Come, I take that kind of you. I take that kind of you, Mr. David. Oh, we shall do very well yet, and I believe your troubles are nearly at an end." "You have news for me?" cried I. "Beyond anticipation," he replied. "Your testimony is after all to be received, and you may go, if you will, in my company to the trial, which is to be held at Inverary, Thursday, 21st proximo." I was too much amazed to find words. "In the meanwhile," he continued, "though I will not ask you to renew your pledge, I must caution you strictly to be reticent. Tomorrow your precognition must be taken, and outside of that, do you know, I think least said will be soonest mended." "I shall try to go discreetly," said I. "I believe it is yourself that I must thank for this crowning mercy, and I do thank you gratefully. After yesterday, my lord, this is like the doors of heaven. I cannot find it in my heart to get the thing believed." "Ah, but you must try and manage, you must try and manage to believe it," says he, soothing like. "And I am very glad to hear your acknowledgment of obligation, for I think you may be able to repay me very shortly," he coughed, "or even now. The matter is much changed. Your testimony, which I shall not trouble you for to-day, will doubtless alter the complexion of the case for all concerned, and this makes it less delicate for me to enter with you on a side issue." "My lord," I interrupted, "excuse me for interrupting you, but how has this been brought about? The obstacles you told me of on Saturday appeared, even to me, to be quite insurmountable. How has it been contrived?"
"My dear Mr. David," said he, "it would never do for me to divulge, even to you, as you say, the counsels of the government. You must content yourselves, if you please, with the gross fact."
He smiled upon me like a father as he spoke, playing the while with a new pen. Methought it was impossible there could be any shadow of deception in the man. Yet when he drew to him a sheet of paper, dipped his pen among the ink, and began to address me, I was somehow not so certain, and fell instinctively into an attitude of guard.
"There is a point I wish to touch upon," he began. "I purposely left it before upon one side, which need be now no longer necessary. This is not, of course, a part of your examination which is to follow by another hand. This is a private interest of my own. You say you encountered Alan Breck upon the hill?"
"I did, my lord."
said I. This was immediately after the murder? It was. Did you speak to him? I did. You had known him before, I think, said my lord carelessly. I cannot guess your reason for so thinking, my lord, I replied, but such is the fact. And when did you part with him again? Said he. I reserve my answer, said I. The question will be put to me at the Assize. Mr. Balfour, said he, will you not understand that all this is without prejudice to yourself? I have promised you life and honor, and believe me, I can keep my word. You are therefore clear of all anxiety. Allen, it appears, you suppose you can protect, and you talk to me of your gratitude, which I think, if you push me, is not ill-deserved. There are a great many different considerations all pointing the same way, and I will never be persuaded that you could not help us, if you choose, to put salt on Allen's tail. My lord, said I give you my word I do not know so much as guess where Allen is. He paused a breath. Nor how he may be found? He asked. I sat before him like a log of wood. And so much for your gratitude, Mr. David, he observed. Again there was a piece of silence. Well, he said, rising, I am not fortunate, and we are a couple at cross purposes. Let us speak of it no more. You will receive notice when, where, and by whom we are to take your precognition, and in the meantime my missus must be waiting you. They will never forgive me if I detain their cavalier. Into the hand of these graces I was accordingly offered up, and found them dressed beyond what I had thought possible, and looking fair as a posy. As we went forth from the doors, a small circumstance occurred which came afterwards to look extremely big. I heard a whistle sound, and brief like a signal, and looking all about, spied for one moment the red head of Neil of the Tom, the son of Duncan. The next moment he was gone again, nor could I see so much as the skirt tail of Catriona, upon whom I naturally supposed him to be then attending. My three keepers led me out by Bristow and the Brentsfield links, whence a path carried us to Hope Park, a beautiful pleasance, laid with gravel walks, furnished with seats and summer sheds, and warded by a keeper. The way there was a little longsome. The two younger misses affected an air of genteel weariness that damped me cruelly. The eldest considered me with something that at times appeared like mirth, and though I thought I did myself more justice than the day before, it was not without some effort. Upon our reaching the park I was launched on by a bevy of 8 or 10 young gentlemen, some of them cockaded officers, the rest chiefly advocates, who crowded to attend upon these beauties. And though I was presented to all of them in very good words, it seemed I was by all immediately forgotten. Young folk in a company are like to savage animals. They fall upon or scorn a stranger without civility, or I may say humanity, and I am sure if I had been among baboons, they would have shown me quite as much of both. Some of the advocates set up to be wits, and some of the soldiers to be rattles, and I could not tell which of these extremes annoyed me most. All had a manner of handling their swords and coat-skirts, for the which, in mere black envy, I could have kicked them from the park. I dare say, upon their side, they grudged me extremely the fine company in which I had arrived, and altogether I had soon fallen behind, and stepped stiffly in the rear of all that merriment with my own thoughts. From these I was recalled by one of the officers, Lieutenant Hector Duncansby, a gawky, leering Highland boy, asking if my name was not Balfour. I told him it was, not very kindly, for his manner was scant civil. "Ha, Balfour," says he, and then repeating it, "Balfour, Balfour." "I'm afraid you do not like my name, sir," says I, annoyed with myself to be annoyed with such a rustic fellow. "No," says he, "but I was thinking—" "I would not advise you to make a practice of that, sir," says I. "I feel sure you would not find it to agree with you." "Did you ever hear where Alan Grigger fang the tongs?" said he. I asked him what he could possibly mean, and he answered with a heckling laugh that he thought I must have found the poker in the same place and swallowed it. There could be no mistake about this, and my cheeks burned. "Before I went about to put affronts on gentlemen," said I think I would learn the English language first." He took me by the sleeve with a nod and a wink, and led me quietly outside Hope Park. But no sooner were we beyond the view of the promenaders that the fashion of his countenance changed. "You damn lowland scoundrel!" cries he, and hit me a buffet on the jaw with his closed fist. I paid him as good or better on the return, whereupon he stepped a little back and took off his hat to me decorously. "Enough blows, I think," says he. "I will be the offended gentleman, for who ever heard of such sufficiency as tell a gentleman's that is the king's officer he canna speak Scots English? We have swords at our girdles, and here is the King's Park at hand. Will ye walk first, or let me show you the way?" I returned his bow, told him to go first, and followed him. As he went I heard him grumble to himself about Scots English and King's Coat, so that I might have supposed him to be seriously offended. But his manner at the beginning of our interview was there to belie him. It was manifest he had come prepared to fasten a quarrel on me, right or wrong. Manifest that I was taken in a fresh contrivance of mine enemies. And to me, conscious as I was of my deficiencies, manifest enough that I should be the one to fall in our encounter. As we came into that rough rocky desert of the King's Park, I was tempted half a dozen times to take to my heels and run for it, so loath was I to show my ignorance in fencing, and so much averse to die, or even to be wounded. But I considered if their malice went as far as this, it would likely stick at nothing, and that to fall by the sword, however ungracefully, was still an improvement on the gallows. I considered besides that by the unguarded pertness of my words and the quickness of my blow, I had put myself quite out of court, and that even if I ran, my adversary would probably pursue and catch me, which would add disgrace to my misfortune. So that, taking all in all, I continued marching behind him, much as a man follows the hangman, and certainly with no more hope. We went about the end of the long crags, and came into the hunter's bog. Here, on a piece of fair turf, my adversary drew. There was nobody there to see us but some birds, and no resource for me but to follow his example and stand on guard with the best face I could display. It seems it was not good enough for Mr. Duncansby, who spied some flaw in my manoeuvres, paused, looked upon me sharply, and came off and on and menaced me with his blade in the air. And as I had seen no such proceedings from Alan, and was besides a good deal affected with the proximity of death, I grew quite bewildered, stood helpless, and could have longed to run away. "Fat deal elser," cries the lieutenant. And suddenly engaging, he twitched the sword out of my grasp and sent it flying far among the rushes. Twice was this maneuver repeated, and the third time, when I brought back my humiliated weapon, I found he had returned his own to the scabbard, and stood awaiting me with a face of some anger, and his hands clasped under his skirt. "Be damned if I touch you," he cried, and asked me bitterly what right I had to stand up before gentlemans when I did not know the back of a sword from the front of it. I answered that it was the fault of my upbringing, and would he do me the justice to say I had given him all the satisfaction it was unfortunately in my power to offer, and had stood up like a man. "And that is the truth," said he. "I am very brave myself, and bold as lions, but to stand up there, and you ken nothing of fence, the way you did, I declare it was beyond me, and I am sorry for the blow, though I declare I believe your own was the elder brother, and my head still sings with it. And I declare that if I kent what way it was, I would have not put a hand to such a piece of pussness." "That is handsomely said," I replied, "and I am sure you will not stand up a second time to be the actor for my private enemies."
"Indeed no, Balfour," said he, "and I think I was used extremely sufficiently myself to be set up to fetch with an old wife, or all the same as a barn whatever. And I will tell the master so, and fetch him by cot himself."
"And if you knew the nature of Mr. Simon's quarrel with me," said I, "you would be yet the more affronted to be mingled up with such affairs." He swore he could well believe it, that all the Lovats were made of the same meal, and the devil was the miller that ground that. Then suddenly shaking me by the hand, he vowed I was a pretty enough fellow after all, that it was 1,000 pities I had been neglected, and that if he could find the time, he would give an eye himself to have me educated. "You can do me a better service than even what you propose," said I, and when he had asked its nature, "Come with me to the house of one of my enemies, and testify how I have carried myself this day," I told him. "That will be the true service. For though he has sent me a gallant adversary for the first, the thought in Mr. Simon's mind is merely murder. There will be a second, and then a third, and by what you have seen of my cleverness with the cold steel, you can judge for yourself what is like to be the upshot."
"And I would not like it myself, if I was no more of a man than what you was," he cried. "But I will do you right, Balfour. Lead on."
If I had walked slowly on the way into that accursed park, my heels were light enough on the way out. They kept time to a very good old air that is as ancient as the Bible, and the words of it are, "Surely the bitterness of death is past." I mind that I was extremely thirsty, and had a drink at St. Margaret's Well on the road down, and the sweetness of that water passed belief. We went through the sanctuary, up the Cannon Gate, in by the Netherbow, and straight to Prestongrange's door, talking as we came, and arranging the details of our affair. The footman owned his master was at home, but declared him engaged with other gentlemen on very private business, and his door forbidden. "My business is but for 3 minutes, and it cannot wait," said I. "You may say it is by no means private, and I shall be even glad to have some witnesses." As the man departed unwillingly enough upon this errand, we made so bold as to follow him to the antechamber, whence I could hear for a while the murmurings of several voices in the room within. The truth is, they were 3 at the one table, Prestongrange, Simon Fraser, and Mr. Erskine, Sheriff of Perth, and as they were met in consultation on the very business of the Appin Murder, they were a little disturbed at my appearance, but decided to receive me.
"Well, well, Mr. Balfour, and what brings you here again? And who is this you bring with you?" says Prestongrange.
As for Fraser, he looked before him on the table. "He is here to bear a little testimony in my favour, my lord, which I think it very needful you should hear," said I, and turned to Duncansby.
"I have only to say this," said the lieutenant, "that I stood up this day with Balfour in the Hunter's Pog, which I am now very sorry for,
and he behaved himself as pretty as a gentleman could ask it, and I have great respect for Balfour," he added.
"Thank you for your honest expressions," said I, whereupon Duncansby made his bow to the company and left the chamber, as we had agreed upon before.
"What do I have to do with this?" says Prestongrange.
"I will tell your lordship in 2 words," said I. "I have brought this gentleman, a king's officer, to do me so much justice. Now I think my character is covered, and until a certain date, which your lordship can very well supply, it will be quite in vain to dispatch against me any more officers. I will not consent to fight my way through the garrison of the castle." The veins swelled on Prestongrange's brow, and he regarded me with fury.
"I think the devil uncoupled this dog of a lad between my legs," he cried, and then turning fiercely on his neighbor, "This is some of your work, Simon," he said. "I spy your hand in the business, and let me tell you, I resent it. It is disloyal, when we are agreed upon one expedient, to follow another in the dark. You are disloyal to me. What, you let me send this lad to the place with my very daughters, and because I let drop a word to you, fie, sir, keep your dishonours to yourself."
Simon was deadly pale.
"I will be a kickball between you and the Duke no longer," he exclaimed. "Either come to an agreement, or come to a differ and have it out among yourselves. But I will no longer fetch and carry and get your contrary instructions, and be blamed by both. For if I were to tell you what I think of all your Hanover business, it would make your head sing."
But Sheriff Erskine had preserved his temper, and now intervened smoothly. "And in the meantime," says he, "I think we should tell Mr. Balfour that his character for valour is quite established. He may sleep in peace. Until the date he was so good as to refer to, it shall be put to the proof no more." His coolness brought the others to their prudence, and they made haste, with a somewhat distracted civility, to pack me from the house. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 9. The Heather on Fire. When I left Prestongrange that afternoon, I was for the first time angry. The advocate had made a mock of me. He had pretended my testimony was to be received, and myself respected. And in that very hour, not only was Simon practising against my life by the hands of the Highland soldier, but, as appeared from his own language, Prestongrange himself had some design in operation. I counted my enemies: Prestongrange, with all the king's authority behind him, and the Duke, with the power of the West Highlands, and the Lovat interests by their side to help them with so great a force in the north, and the whole clan of old Jacobite spies and traffickers. And when I remembered James More and the red head of Neil the son of Duncan, I thought there was perhaps a fourth in the confederacy, and what remained of Rob Roy's old desperate sept of Caterns would be banded against me with the others. One thing was requisite: some strong friend or wise adviser. The country must be full of such, both able and eager to support me, or Lovat and the Duke and Prestongrange had not been nosing for expedients. And it made me rage to think that I might brush up against my champions in the street and be no wiser. And just then, like an answer, a gentleman brushed against me going by, gave me a meaning look, and turned into a close. I knew him with the tail of my eye. It was Stewart the writer, and, blessing my good fortune, turned in to follow him. As soon as I had entered the close, I saw him standing in the mouth of a stair, where he made a signal and immediately vanished. 7 stories up, there he was again in a house door, the which he looked behind us after we had entered. The house was quite dismantled, with not a stick of furniture. Indeed, it was one of which Stewart had the letting in his hands.
"We'll have to sit upon the floor," said he, "but we're safe here for the time being, and I've been wearying to see you, Mr. Balfour."
"How's it with Alan?" I asked.
"Brawly," said he. "Andie picks him up at the Gillane Sands tomorrow, Wednesday. He was keen to say good-bye to ye, but the way that things were going I was feared the pair of ye was maybe best apart. And that brings me to the essential. How does your business speed?"
"Why," said I was told only this morning that my testimony was accepted, and that I was to travel to Inverary with the advocate, no less."
"Houtawa!" cried Stewart. "I'll never believe that."
"I have maybe a suspicion of my own," says I, "but I would like fine to hear your reasons."
"Well, I tell you fairly, I'm horn mad," cries Stewart. "If my one hand could pull their government down, I would pluck it like a rotten apple. I'm doer for Appin and for James of the Glens, and of course it's my duty to defend my kinsman for his life. Hear how it goes with me, and I'll leave the judgment of it to yourself. The first thing they have to do is to get rid of Alan. They cannot bring in James as art and part until they've brought in Alan first as principal. That's sound law. They could never put the cart before the horse."
"And how are they to bring in Alan till they can catch him?" says I.
"Ah, but there is a way to evite that arrestment," said he. "Sound law, too. It would be a bonny thing if, by the escape of one ill-doer, another was to go scatheless, and the remedy is to summon the principal and put him to outlawry for the noncomparence. Now, there's 4 places where a person can be summoned: at his dwelling house, at a place where he has resided 40 days, at the head burgh of the shire where he ordinarily resorts, or, lastly, if there be ground to think him forth of Scotland, at the cross of Edinburgh and the pier and shore of Leith for 60 days. The purpose of which last provision is evident upon its face, being that outgoing ships may have time to carry news of the transaction, and the summonsing to be something other than a form. Now, take the case of Alan. He has no dwelling house that ever I could hear of. I would be obliged if any one would show me where he has lived for 40 days together since the 45. There is no shire where he resorts, whether ordinarily or extraordinarily. If he has a domicile at all, which I misdoubt, it must be with his regiment in France. And if he is not yet forth of Scotland, as we happen to know and they happen to guess, it must be evident to the most dull it's what he's aiming for. Where, then, and what way should he be summoned? I ask it at yourself, a layman."
"You have given me the very words," said I. "Here at the cross and at the pier and shore of Leith for 60 days."
"You're a sounder Scots lawyer than Prestongrange, then," cries the writer. "He has had Alan summoned once. That was on the 25th, the day that we first met. Once, and done with it. And where? Where but the cross at Inverary, the head burgh of the Campbells? A word in your ear, Mr. Balfour. They're not seeking Alan."
"What do you mean?" I cried. "Not seeking him?"
"By the best I can make of it," said he, "not wanting to find him, in my poor thought. They think that perhaps he might set up a fair defence, upon the back of which James, the man they're really after, might climb out. This is not a case, you see. It's a conspiracy."
"Yet I can tell you Prestongrange asked after Alan keenly," said I. "Though, when I come to think of it, he was something of the easiest put by.
See that, says he. But there, I may be right or wrong, that's guesswork at the best. Now let me get to my facts again. It comes to my ears that James and the witnesses, Mr. Balfour, lay in close dungeons and shackled forby in the military prison at Fort William, none allowed into them, nor they to write. The witnesses, Mr. Balfour, heard ye ever the match of that? I assure ye no old crooked steward of the gang ever outfaced the law more impudently. It's clean in the 2 eyes of the Act of Parliament of 1700, and it wrongous imprisonment. No sooner did I get the news than I petitioned the Lord Justice Clerk. I have his word today. There's law for ye, here's justice. He put a paper in my hand, that same mealy-mouthed, false-faced paper that was printed since the pamphlet by a bystander, for behoof, as the title says, of James's poor widow and 5 children. See, said Stewart, he couldn't dare to refuse me access to my clients, so he recommends the commanding officer to let me in. Recommends. The Lord Justice Clerk of Scotland recommends. Is not the purpose of such language plain? They hope the officer may be so dull, or so very much the reverse, as to refuse the recommendation. I would have to make the journey back again twixt here and Fort William. Then would follow a fresh delay till I got fresh authority, and they had disavowed the officer, military man, notoriously ignorant of the law and that. I ken the cant of it. Then the journey a 3rd time, and there we should be on the immediate heels of the trial before I had received my first instruction. Am I not right to call this a conspiracy? It will bear that color, said I. And I'll go on to prove it you outright, said he. They have the right to hold James in prison, yet they cannot deny me to visit him. They have no right to hold the witnesses. But am I to get a sight of them that should be as free as the Lord Justice Clerk himself? See, read. For the rest, refuses to give any orders to keepers of prisons who are not accused as having done anything contrary to the duties of their office. Anything contrary, sirs, and the Act of 1700? Mr. Balfour, this makes my heart to burst. The heather is on fire inside my wame.
And the plain English of that phrase, said I, is that the witnesses are still to lie in prison, and you are not to see them?
And I am not to see them until Inverary, when the court is set, cries he, and then to hear Prestongrange upon the anxious responsibilities of his office and the great facilities afforded the defense. But I'll becock them there, Mr. David. I have a plan to waylay the witnesses upon the road, and see if I can get a little harley of justice out of the military man notoriously ignorant of the law that shall command the party. It was actually so. It was actually on the wayside near Tyndrum, and by the convenience of a soldier officer, that Mr. Stewart first saw the witnesses upon the case. There is nothing that would surprise me in this business, I remarked. I'll surprise ye ere I'm done, cries he. Do you see this? Producing a print still wet from the press. This is the libel. See, there's Prestongrange's name to the list of witnesses, and I find no word of any Balfour. But here is not the question. Who do ye think paid for the printing of this paper? I suppose it would likely be King George, said I. But it happens it was me, he cried. Not but it was printed by and for themselves, for the Grants and the Erskines, and yon thief of the Black Midnight, Simon Fraser. But could I win to get a copy? No. I was to go blindfold to my defense. I was to hear the charges for the first time in court alongst the jury.
Is this not against the law? I asked.
I cannot say so much, he replied. It was a favour so natural and so constantly rendered till this nonsense business, that the law has never looked to it.
And now admire the hand of Providence.
A stranger is in Fleming's printing house, spies a proof on the floor, picks it up, and carries it to me. Of all things, it was just this libel. Whereupon I had it set again, printed at the expense of the defence, subtibus misti re, heard ever man the like of it, and here it is for anybody, the muckle secret out. All may see it now. But how do you think I would enjoy this, that this has the life of my kinsman on my conscience?
Troth, I think you would enjoy it ill, said I.
And now you see how it is, he concluded, and why, when you tell me your evidence is to be let in, I laugh aloud in your face.
It was now my turn. I laid before him in brief Mr. Simon's threats and offers, and the whole incident of the Bravo, with the subsequent scene at Prestongrange's. Of my first talk, according to promise, I said nothing, nor indeed was it necessary. All the time I was talking, Stewart nodded his head like a mechanical figure, and no sooner had my voice ceased than he opened his mouth and gave me his opinion in 2 words, dwelling strong on both of them. "Disappear yourself," said he. "I do not take you," said I.
"Then I'll carry you there," said he. "By my view of it, you're to disappear whatever. Oh, that's outside debate. The advocate, who is not without some spunks of a remainder decency, has wrung your life safe out of Simon and the Duke. He has refused to put you on your trial, and refused to have you killed, and there is the clue to their ill words together. For Simon and the Duke can keep faith with neither friend nor enemy. You're not to be tried then, and you're not to be murdered. But I'm in bitter error if you're not to be kidnapped and carried away like the Lady Grange. Bet me what ye please, there was their expedient."
"You make me think," said I, and told him of the whistle and the red-headed retainer Neil.
"Wherever James More is, there's one big rogue. Never be deceived on that," said he. "His father was none so ill a man, though a kinning on the wrong side of the law, and no friend to my family, that I should waste my breath to be defending him. But as for James, he's a brock and a blackguard. I like the appearance of this red-headed Neil as little as yourself. It looks uncanny, it smells bad. It was old Lovat that managed the Lady Grange affair. If young Lovat is to handle yours, it'll be all in the family. What's James More in prison for? The same offence, abduction. His men have had practice in the business. He'll lend them to be Simon's instruments, and the next thing we'll be hearing, James will have made his peace, or else he'll have escaped, and you'll be in Benbecula or Applecross."
"Ye make a strong case," I admitted.
"And what I want," he resumed, "is that you should disappear yourself ere they can get their hands upon ye. Lie quiet until just before the trial, and spring upon them at the last of it, when they'll be looking for you least. This is always supposing, Mr. Balfour, that your evidence is worth so very great a measure of both risk and fash."
"I will tell you one thing," said I. "I saw the murderer, and it was not Allen."
"Then, by God, my cousin's saved," cried Stewart. "You have his life upon your tongue, and there's neither time, risk, nor money to be spared to bring you to the trial."
He emptied his pockets on the floor.
"Here is all that I have by me," he went on. "Take it. You'll want it ere you're through. Go straight down this close. There's a way out by there to the Lang Dykes, and by my will of it. See no more of Edinburgh till the clash is over."
"Where am I to go then?" I inquired.
"And I wish that I could tell ye," says he, "but all the places that I could send ye to would be just the places they would seek. No, ye must fend for yourself, and God be your guiding. 5 days before the trial, September the 16, get word to me at the King's Arms in Stirling, and if you've managed for yourself as long as that, I'll see that ye reach Inverary."
"One thing more," said I. "Can I no see Allen?"
He seemed boggle. "Hech, I would rather you winna," said he, "but I can never deny that Allen is extremely keen of it, and is to lie this night by Silvermills on purpose. If you're sure that you're not followed, Mr. Balfour, but make sure of that, lie in a good place and watch your road for a clear hour before you risk it. It would be dreadful business if both you and him was to miscarry."
End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 10. The Red-Headed Man. It was about 3:30 when I came forth on the Langdykes. Dean was where I wanted to go. Since Catriona dwelt there, and her kinsfolk, the Glengyle MacGregors, appeared almost certainly to be employed against me, it was just one of the few places I should have kept away from. And being a very young man, and beginning to be very much in love, I turned my face in that direction without pause. As a slave to my conscience and common sense, however, I took a measure of precaution. Coming over the crown of a bit of a rise in the road, I clapped down suddenly among the barley and lay waiting. After a while a man went by that looked to be a Highlandman, but I had never seen him till that hour. Presently after came Neil of the Red Head. The next to go past was a miller's cart, and after that nothing but manifest country people. Here was enough to have turned the most foolhardy from his purpose, but my inclination ran too strong the other way. I argued it out that if Neil was on that road, it was the right road to find him in, leading direct to his chief's daughter. As for the other Highlandmen, if I was to be startled off by every Highlandman I saw, I would scarce reach anywhere. And having quite satisfied myself with this disingenuous debate, I made the better speed of it, and came a little after 4 to Mrs. Drummond Ogilvy's. Both ladies were within the house, and upon my perceiving them together by the open door, I plucked off my hat and said, "Here was a lad come seeking sixpence," which I thought might please the dowager. Catriona ran out to meet me heartily, and to my surprise the old lady seemed scarce less forward than herself. I learned long afterwards that she had dispatched a horseman by daylight to Rankeillor at the Queen's Ferry, whom she knew to be the doer for Shaw's, and had then in her pocket a letter from that good friend of mine, presenting in the most favourable view my character and prospects. But had I read it, I could scarce have seen more clear in her designs. Maybe I was country fed. At least I was not so much so as she thought, and it was even to my homespun wits that she was bent to hammer up a match between her cousin and a beardless boy that was something of a laird in Lothian. "Sixpence had better take his broth with us, Katrine," said she. "Run and tell the lasses." And for the little while we were alone was at a good deal of pains to flatter me, always cleverly, always with the appearance of a banter, still calling me Sixpence, but with such a turn that should rather uplift me in my own opinion. When Catriona returned, the design became, if possible, more obvious. and she showed off the girl's advantages like a horse cooper with a horse. My face flamed that she should think me so obtuse. Now I would fancy the girl was being innocently made a show of, and then I could have beaten the old Carline wife with a cudgel. And now that perhaps these two had set their heads together to entrap me, and at that I sat and gloomed betwixt them like the very image of ill will. At last the matchmaker had a better device, which was to leave the pair of us alone. When my suspicions are any way aroused, it is sometimes a little the wrong side of easy to allay them. But though I knew what breed she was of, and that was a breed of thieves, I could never look in Catriona's face and disbelieve her.
"I must not ask?"
says she, eagerly, the same moment we were left alone.
"Ah,
But today I can talk with a free conscience," I replied. "I am lightened of my pledge, and indeed, after what has come and gone since morning, I would not have renewed it were it asked."
"Tell me," she said, "my cousin will not be so long."
So I told her the tale of the lieutenant from the first step to the last of it, making it as mirthful as I could, and indeed there was matter of mirth in that absurdity.
"And I think you will be as little fitted for the rudest men as for the pretty ladies after all,"
says she, when I had done.
"But what was your father that he could not learn you to draw the sword? It is most ungenteel. I have not heard the match of that in any one."
"It is most inconvenient, at least," said I, "and I think my father, honest man, must have been wool gathering to learn me Latin in the place of it. But you see I do the best I can, and just stand up like Lot's wife and let them hammer at me."
"Do you know what makes me smile?"
said she.
"Well, it is this. I am made this way, that I should have been a man-child. In my own thoughts it is so I am always, and I go on telling myself about this thing that is to befall and that. Then it comes to the place of the fighting, and it comes over me that I am only a girl at all events, and cannot hold a sword or give one good blow. And then I have to twist my story round about so that the fighting is to stop, and yet have me the best of it, just like you and the lieutenant. I am the boy that makes the fine speeches all through, like Mr. David Balfour."
"You are a bloodthirsty maid," said I.
"Well, I know it is good to sew and spin and to make samplers," she said, "but if you were to do nothing else in the great world, I think you will say yourself that it is a dreich business, and it is not that I want to kill, I think. Did you ever kill any one?"
"That I have, as it chances. 2 no less, and me still a lad that should be at the college," said I. "But yet in the look back I take no shame for it."
"But how did you feel then, after it?"
she asked. "'Deed, I sat down and grat like a bairn," said I.
"I know that too," she cried. "I feel where these tears should come from. And at any rate I would not wish to kill, only to be Catherine Douglas that put her arm through the staples of the bolt where it was broken. That is my chief hero. Would you not love to die so, for your king?"
she asked. "Troth," said I, "my affection for my king, God bless the pudgy face of him, is under more control, and I thought I saw death so near me this day already that I am rather taken up with the notion of living."
"Right,"
she said.
"the right mind of a man. Only you must learn arms. I would not like to have a friend that cannot strike. But it will not have been with the sword that you killed these two?"
"Indeed, no," said I, "but with a pair of pistols. And a fortunate thing it was the men were so near hand to me, for I am about as clever with the pistols
as I am with the sword."
So then she drew from me the story of our battle in the brig, which I had omitted in my first account of my affairs.
"Yes," said she, "you are brave, and your friend, I admire and love him."
"Well, and I think any one would," said I.
"He has his faults like other folk, but he is brave and staunch and kind, God bless him. That will be a strange day when I forget Allen."
And the thought of him, and that it was within my choice to speak with him that night, had almost overcome me.
"And where will my head be gone that I have not told you my news?" she cried,
and spoke of a letter from her father, bearing that she might visit him tomorrow in the castle whither he was now transferred, and that his affairs were mending.
"Do you not like to hear it?" said she. "Will you judge my father, and not know him?"
"I am 1,000 miles from judging," I replied, "and I give you my word I do rejoice to know your heart is lightened. If my face fell at all, and I suppose it must, you will allow this is rather an ill day for compositions, and a people in power extremely ill persons to be compounding with. I have Simon Fraser extremely heavy on my stomach still."
"Ah!" she cried, "you will not be evening these two, and you should bear in mind that Prestongrange and James More, my father, are of the one blood."
"I never heard of that," said I.
"It's rather singular how little you are acquainted with," said she. "One part may call themselves Grant and one MacGregor, but they're still of the same clan. They are all the sons of Appin, from whom, I think, our country has its name."
"What country is that?" I asked.
"My country and yours,"
said she. "This is my day for discovering, I think," said I, "for I always thought the name of it was Scotland."
"Scotland is the name of what you call Ireland," she replied, "but the old, ancient, true name of this place that we have our footsoles on, and that our bones are made of, will be Alban. It was Alban they called it when our forefathers will be fighting for it against Rome and Alexander, and it is called so still in your own tongue that you forget."
"Troth," said I, "and that I never learned," for I lacked heart to take her up about the Macedonian.
"But your fathers and mothers talked it, one generation with another," said she, "and it was sung about the cradles before you and me were ever dreamed of, and your name remembers it still. Ah, if you could talk that language, you would find me another girl. The heart speaks in that tongue."
I had a meal with the two ladies, all very good, served in fine old plate, and the wine excellent, for it seems that Mrs. Ogilvy was rich. Our talk, too, was pleasant enough, but as soon as I saw the sun decline sharply and the shadows to run out long, I rose to take my leave, for my mind was now made up to say farewell to Allen, and it was needful I should see the trysting wood and reconnoitre it by daylight. Catriona came with me as far as the garden gate.
"Is it long till I see you now?" she asked.
"It is beyond my judging," I replied. "It will be long. It may be never."
"It may be so,"
said she.
"And are you sorry?"
I bowed my head, looking upon her.
"So am I, in all events," said she. "I have seen you but a small time, but I put you very high. You are true, you are brave. In time I think you will be more of a man yet. I will be proud to hear of that. If you should speed worse, if it will come to fall as we are afraid, oh well, think you have the one friend. Long after you are dead, and me an old wife, I will be telling the bairns about David Balfour, and my tears running. I will be telling of how we parted, and what I said to you and did to you. God go with you and guide you, praise your little friend. So I said, I will be telling them. And here is what I did."
She took up my hand and kissed it, This so surprised my spirits that I cried out like one hurt. The color came strong in her face, and she looked at me and nodded. "Oh, yes, Mr. David," said she, "that is what I think of you. The head goes with the lips." I could read in her face high spirit, and a chivalry like a brave child's, not anything besides. She kissed my hand as she had kissed Prince Charlie's, with a higher passion than the common kind of clay has any sense of. Nothing before had taught me how deep I was her lover, nor how far I had yet to climb to make her think of me in such a character. Yet I could tell myself I had advanced some way, and that her heart had beat and her heart blood flowed at thoughts of me. After that honor she had done me, I could offer no more trivial civility. It was even hard for me to speak. A certain lifting in her voice had knocked directly at the door of my own tears. "I praise God for your kindness, dear," said I. "Farewell, my little friend," giving her that name which she had given to herself, with which I bowed and left her. My way was down the glen of the Leith River towards Stockbridge and Silvermills. A path led in the foot of it. The water bickered and sang in the midst. The sunbeams overhead struck out of the west among long shadows, and, as the valley turned, made like a new scene and a new world of it at every corner. With Catriona behind and Allen before me, I was like one lifted up. The place besides, and the hour, and the talking of the water, infinitely pleased me. I lingered in my steps, and looked before and behind me as I went. This was the cause, under Providence, that I spied a little in my rear a red head among some bushes. Anger sprang in my heart, and I turned straight about, and walked at a stiff pace to where I came from. The path lay close by the bushes where I had remarked the head. The cover came to the wayside, and as I passed I was all strung up to meet and to resist an onfall. No such thing befell. I went by unmeddled with, and at that fear increased upon me. It was still day indeed, but the place exceeding solitary. If my haunters had let slip that fair occasion, I could but judge they aimed at something more than David Balfour. The lives of Allen and James weighed upon my spirit with the weight of 2 grown bullocks. Catriona was yet in the garden, walking by herself. "Catriona," said I, "you see me back again." "With a changed face," said she. "I carry 2 men's lives besides my own," said I. "It would be sin and shame not to walk carefully. I was doubtful whether I did right to come here. I would like it ill if it was by that means we were brought to harm." "I could tell you one that would be liking it less, and will like little enough to hear you talking at this very same time," she cried. "What have I done, at all events?" "Oh, you and I are not alone," I replied, "but since I went off have been dogged again, and I can tell you the name of him that follows me. It is Neil, son of Duncan, your man or your father's." "To be sure you are mistaking there," she said with a white face. "Neil is in Edinburgh on errands from my father." "This is what I fear," said I, "the last of it. But for his being in Edinburgh, I think I can show you another of that. For sure you have some signal, a signal of need, such as would bring him to your help if he was anywhere within the reach of ears and legs." "Why, how do you know that?" says she. "By means of a magic talisman God gave to me when I was born, and the name they call it by is common sense," said I. "Oblige me so far as make your signal, and I will show you the red head of Neil." No doubt, but I spoke bitter and sharp, and my heart was bitter. I blamed myself and the girl, and hated both of us, her for the vile crew that she was come of, myself for my wanton folly to have stuck my head in such a byke of wasps. Catriona set her fingers to her lips and whistled once, with an exceeding clear, strong, mounting note, as full as a ploughman's. A while we stood silent, and I was about to ask her to repeat the same, when I heard the sound of someone bursting through the bushes below on the braeside. I pointed in that direction with a smile, and presently Neil leaped into the garden. His eyes burned, and he had a black knife, as they call it on the Highland side, naked in his hand, but seeing me beside his mistress, stood like a man struck. "He has come to your call," said I. "Judge how near he was to Edinburgh, or what was the nature of your father's errands. Ask himself. If I am to lose my life for the lives of those that hang by me, through the means of your clan, let me go where I have to go with my eyes opened." She addressed him tremulously in the Gaelic. Remembering Alec's anxious civility in that particular, I could have laughed out loud for bitterness. Here, sure, in the midst of these suspicions, was the hour she should have stuck by English. Twice or thrice they spoke together, and I could make out that Neil, for all his obsequiousness, was an angry man. Then she turned to me. "He swears it is not," she said. "Catriona," said I, "do you believe the man yourself?" She made a gesture like wringing the hands. "How will I know?" she cried. "But I must find some means to know," said I. "I cannot continue to go dovering around in the black night with two men's lives at my girdle. Catriona, try to put yourself in my place. As I vow to God, I try hard to put myself in yours. This is no kind of talk that should ever have fallen between me and you. No kind of talk. My heart is sick with it. See, keep him here till 2 of the morning, and I care not. Try him with that." They spoke together once more in the Gaelic. "He says he has James More, my father's errand," said she. She was whiter than ever, and her voice faltered as she said it. "It is pretty plain now," said I, "and may God forgive the wicked." She said never anything to that, but continued gazing at me with the same white face. "This is a fine business," said I again. "Am I to fall then, and those two along with me?" "Oh, what am I to do?" she cried. "Could I go against my father's orders, him in prison, in the danger of his life?" "But perhaps we go too fast," said I. "This may be a lie too. He may have no right orders. All may be contrived by Simon, and your father knowing nothing." She burst out weeping between the pair of us, and my heart smote me hard, for I thought this girl was in a dreadful situation. "Here," said I, "keep him but the 1 hour, and I'll chance it, and may God bless you." She put out her hand to me. "I will be needing 1 good word," she sobbed. "The full hour then?" said I, keeping her hand in mine. "3 lives of it, my lass." "The full hour," she said, and cried aloud unto Redeemer to forgive her. I thought it no fit place for me, and fled. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 11. The Wood by Silvermills. I lost no time, but down through the valley and by Stockbridge and Silvermills as hard as I could stave. It was Alan's tryst to be every night between 12 and 2, "in a bit scrog of wood, by east of Silvermills and by south the South Mill Lade." This I found easy enough, where it grew on a steep brae, with the mill lade flowing swift and deep along the foot of it. And here I began to walk slower, and to reflect more reasonably on my employment. I saw I had made but a fool's bargain with Catriona. It was not to be supposed that Neil was sent alone upon this errand, but perhaps he was the only man belonging to James More, in which case I should have done all I could to hang Catriona's father, and nothing the least material to help myself. To tell the truth, I fancied neither one of these ideas. Suppose by holding back Neil, the girl should have helped to hang her father. I thought she would never forgive herself this side of time. And suppose there were others pursuing me that moment, what kind of a gift was I come bringing to Alan? And how would I like that? I was up to the west end of that wood when these two considerations struck me like a cudgel. My feet stopped of themselves, and my heart along with them. "What wild game is this that I have been playing?" thought I, and turned instantly upon my heels to go elsewhere. This brought my face to Silvermills. The path came past the village with a crook, but all plainly visible, and, highland or lowland, there was nobody stirring. Here was my advantage. Here was just such a conjecture as Stewart had counselled me to profit by, and I ran by the side of the mill lade, fetched about beyond the east corner of the wood, threaded through the midst of it, and returned to the west selvage, whence I could again command the path, and yet be myself unseen. Again it was all empty, and my heart began to rise. For more than an hour I sat close in the border of the trees, and no hare or eagle could have kept a more particular watch. When that hour began, the sun was already set, but the sky still all golden and the daylight clear. Before the hour was done, it had fallen to be half murk. The images and distances of things were mingled, and observation began to be difficult. All that time not a foot of man had come east from Silvermills, and the few that had gone west were honest country folk and their wives upon the road to bed. If I were tracked by the most cunning spies in Europe, I judged it was beyond the course of nature they could have any jealousy of where I was, and going a little further home into the wood, I lay down to wait for Alan. The strain of my attention had been great, for I had watched not the path only, but every bush and field within my vision. That was now at an end. The moon, which was in her first quarter, glinted a little in the wood. All around there was a stillness of the country, and as I lay there on my back, the next 3 or 4 hours I had a fine occasion to review my conduct. Two things became plain to me at first: that I had no right to go that day to Dean, and, having gone there, had now no right to be lying where I was. This, where Alan was to come, was just the one wood in all broad Scotland that was, by every proper feeling, closed against me. I admitted that, and yet stayed on, wondering at myself. I thought of the measure with which I had meted to Catriona that same night, how I had prated of the 2 lives I carried, and had thus forced her to in jeopardy her father's, and how I was here exposing them again, it seemed, in wantonness. A good conscience is 8 parts of courage. No sooner had I lost conceit of my behaviour than I seemed to stand disarmed amidst a throng of terrors. Of a sudden I sat up. How if I went now to Prestongrange, caught him, as I still easily might, before he slept, and made a full submission. Who could blame me? Not Stewart the writer. I had but to say that I was followed, despaired of getting clear, and so gave in. Not Catriona. Here too I had my answer ready, that I could not bear she should expose her father. So in a moment I could lay all these troubles by, which were after all and truly none of mine, swim clear of the Appin murder, get forth out of handstroke of all the Stewarts and Campbells, all the Whigs and Tories in the land, and live henceforth to my own mind, and be able to enjoy and to improve my fortunes, and devote some hours of my youth to courting Catriona, which would be surely a more suitable occupation than to hide and run and be followed like a hunted thief, and begin over again the dreadful miseries of my escape with Alan. At first I thought no shame of this capitulation. I was only amazed I had not thought upon the thing and done it earlier, and began to inquire into the causes of the change. These I traced to my lowness of spirits, that back to my late recklessness, and that again to the common, old, public, disconsidered sin of self-indulgence. Instantly the text came in my head, "How can Satan cast out Satan?" What? I thought. I had by self-indulgence and the following of pleasant paths and the lure of a young maid cast myself wholly out of conceit with my own character, and jeopardized the lives of James and Alan. And I was to seek the way out by the same road as I had entered in? No. The hurt that had been caused by self-indulgence must be cured by self-denial. The flesh I had pampered must be crucified. I looked about me for that course which I least liked to follow. This was to leave the wood without waiting to see Alan, and go forth again alone, in the dark and in the midst of my perplexed and dangerous fortunes. I have been the more careful to narrate this passage of my reflections, because I think it is of some utility, and may serve as an example to young men. But there is reason, they say, in planting kale, and even in ethic and religion, room for common sense. It was already close on Alan's hour, and the moon was down. If I left, as I could not very decently whistle to my spies to follow me, they might miss me in the dark, and tack themselves to Alan by mistake. If I stayed, I could, at the least of it, set my friend upon his guard, which might prove his mere salvation. I had adventured other people's safety in a course of self-indulgence. To have endangered them again, and now on a mere design of penance, would have been scarce rational. Accordingly, I had scarce risen from my place ere I sat down again, but already in a different frame of spirits, and equally marvelling at my past weakness, and rejoicing in my present composure. Presently after came a crackling in the thicket. Putting my mouth near down to the ground, I whistled a note or two of Alan's air. An answer came in the like guarded tone, and soon we had knocked together in the dark. "Is that you at last, Davy?" he whispered. "Just myself," said I. "Good man, but I've been wearing to see ye," says he. "I've had the longest kind of a time. A day I've had my dwelling into this inside of a stack of hay, where I couldna see the nebs of my 10 fingers, and then 2 hours of it waiting here for you, and you never coming, though then you're none too soon the way it is, with me to sail the marn. The morn? What am I saying? The day, I mean." "Aye, Alan, man, the day sure enough," said I. "It's past 12 now, surely, and ye sail the day. This'll be a long road you have before you." "We'll have a long crack of it first," said he. "Well, indeed, and I have a good deal it will be telling you to hear," said I. And I told him what behooved, making rather a jumble of it, but clear enough when done. He heard me out with very few questions, laughing here and there like a man delighted. And the sound of his laughing, above all there in the dark, where neither one of us could see the other, was extraordinary friendly to my heart.
"Aye, Davy, you're a queer character," says he, when I had done. "A queer bit shafter, and I have no mind of meeting with the like of ye. As for your story, Prestongrange is a Whig like yourself, so I'll say the less of him. And dude, I believe he was the best friend ye had, if ye could only trust him. But Simon Fraser and James More are my kind of cal, and I'll give them the name that they deserve. The muckle black deal was father to the Frasers, a body kens that. And as for the Gregora, I never could abide the reek of them since I could saunter on 2 feet. I bloodied the nose of one, I mind, when I was still so wombly on my legs that I galloped upon the top of him. A proud man was my father that day, God rest him, and I think he had the cause. I'll never can deny but what Robin was something of a piper," he added. "But as for James More, the deal guide him for me."
"One thing we have to consider," said I. "Was Charles Stewart right or wrong? Is it only me they're after, or the pair of us?"
"And what's your ain opinion, you that's a man of so much experience?" said he.
"It passes me," said I.
"And me too," says Allan. "Do ye think this lass would keep her word to ye?" he asked.
"I do that," said I.
"Well, there's nae telling," said he. "And anyway, that's over and done. He'll be joined to the rest of them lang syne."
"How many would ye think there would be of them?" I asked.
"That depends," said Allan. "If it was only you, they would likely send 2 or 3 lively, brisk young birkies. And if they thought that I was to appear in the employ, I dare say 10 or 12, said he.
It was no use. I gave a little crack of laughter.
"And I think your own 2 eyes will have seen me drive that number, or the double of it, nearer hand," cries he.
"It matters the less," said I, "because I am well rid of them for this time."
"Nae doubt that's your opinion," said he, "but I wouldna be the least surprised if they were hunkering this wood. You see, David, man, they be Highland folk. There'll be some Frasers, I'm thinking, and some of the Gregora, and I would never deny but what the both of them, the Gregora in especial, were clever, experienced persons. A man kens little till he's driven a sprag of neat cattle, say 10 miles through a throng of lowland country, and the black soldiers may be at his tail. It's there that I learned a great part of my penetration. And ye needna tell me. It's better than war, which is the next best, however, though generally rather a blosh of its business. Now the Gregora have had grand practice."
"No doubt that's a branch of education that was left out with me," said I.
"And I can see the marks of it upon ye constantly," said Allan. "But that's the strange thing about you folk of the college learning. You're ignorant, and ye canna see it. Was me for my Greek and Hebrew, but, man, I ken that I dinna ken them. There's the differ of it. Now, here's you. Ye lie on your wane a bit in the bead of this wood, and ye tell me that ye've cruiset off these Frasers and MacGregors. Why? Because I couldna see them, says you. Ye blockhead, that's their livelihood."
"Take the worst of it," said I, "and what are we to do?"
"I'm thinking of that same," said he. "We might twine. It wouldna be greatly to my taste, and forby that I see reasons against it. First, it's now unco dark, and it's just humanly possible we might give them the clean slip. If we keep together, we make but the ae line of it. If we gang separate, we make 2 of them. The more likelihood to stave in upon some of these gentry of yours. And then, second, if they keep the track of us, it may come to a fetch for it yet, Davy. And then, I'll confess, I would be blithe to have you at my oxter, and I think you would be none the worse for having me at yours. So, by my way of it, we should creep out of this wood no further gone than just the inside of the next minute, and hold away east for Gillane, where I'm to find my ship. It'll be like old days while it lasts, Davy, and, come to the time, we'll have to think what you should be doing. I'm way to leave you here, wanting me."
"Have with ye then," says I. "Do ye gang back where you were stopping?"
"Deil a fear," said Allen. "They were good folks to me, but I think they would be a good deal disappointed if they saw my bonny face again. For, the way times go, I am nae just what ye could call a welcome guest, which makes me the keener for your company, Mr. David Balfour of the Shaws, and set ye up. For leave aside twa cracks here in the wood with Charlie Stewart, I've scarce said black or white since the day we parted at Corstorphine."
With which he rose from his place, and we began to move quietly eastward through the wood. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 12. On the March Again with Allen. It was likely between 1 and 2. The moon, as I have said, was down. A strongish wind, carrying a heavy rack of cloud, had set in suddenly from the west, and we began our movement as in black a night as ever a fugitive or a murderer wanted. The whiteness of the path guided us into the sleeping town of Broughton, thence through Picardy, and beside my old acquaintance, the gibbet of the two thieves. A little beyond we made a useful beacon, which was a light in an upper window of Loch End. Steering by this, but a good deal at random, and with some trampling of the harvest and stumbling and falling down upon the banks, we made our way across country, and won forth, boggy at last, upon the linky muirland that they call the Figet Winds. Here, under a brush of whin, we lay down the remainder of that night and slumbered. The day called us about 5. A beautiful morning it was, the high westerly wind still blowing strong, but the clouds all blown away to Europe. Allen was already sitting up and smiling to himself. It was my first sight of my friend since we were parted, and I looked upon him with enjoyment. He had still the same big greatcoat on his back, but, what was new, he had now a pair of knitted boot-hose drawn above the knee. Doubtless these were intended for disguise, but as the day promised to be warm, he made a most unseasonable figure. "Well, Davy," said he, "this is no a bonny morning. Here's a day that looks the way that a day ought to. This is a great change of it from the belly of my haystack, and while you were there sottering and sleeping, I have done a thing that maybe I do very seldom." "And what was that?" said I.
"Oh, just said my prayers," said he.
"And where are my gentry, as ye call them?" I asked.
"Good kens," says he, "and the short and the long of it is that we must take our chance of them. Up with your foot-soles, Davy, forth fortune once again of it, and a bonny walk we are like to have."
So we went east by the beach of the sea, towards where the salt pans were smoking in by the Esk mouth. No doubt there was a by ordinary bonny blink of morning sun on Arthur's Seat and the green Pentlands, and the pleasantness of the day that peered to set Allen among nettles.
"I feel like a gomeril," says he, "to be leaving Scotland on a day like this. It sticks in my head I would maybe like it better to stay here and hang."
"Aye, but ye wunna, Allen," said I.
"No, but what France is a good place too," he explained, "but it's some way no the same. It's brawer, I believe, but it's no Scotland. I like it fine when I'm there, man, yet I kind of weary for Scots divots and the Scots Pilrig.
If that's all you have to complain of, Allan, it's no such great affair, said I.
And it sets me ill to be complaining whatever, said he, and me but new out of your deil's haystack.
And so you were unco weary of your haystack? I asked.
Weary's nae word for it, said he. I'm not just precisely a man that's easily cast down, but I do better with collar air and the lift above my head. I'm like that auld Black Douglas, wasn't it? That like it better to hear the laverock sing than the mouse cheep. And yon place, see, Davy, whilk was a very suitable place to hide in, as I'm free to own, was pit mirk from dawn to gloaming. There were days, or nights, for how would I tell one from other, that seemed to me as long as a long winter.
How did you know the hour to bide your tryst? I asked.
The goodman brought me my meat and a drop brandy and a candle dope to eat it by, about 11, said he. So when I had swallowed a bit, it would be time to be getting to the wood. There I lay and worried for ye sore, Davy,
says he, laying his hand on my shoulder,
and guessed when the 2 hours would be about by, unless Charlie Stewart would come and tell me on his watch, and then back to the Doom's haystack. Now it was a dreich employ, and praise the Lord that I have wrestled through with it.
What did you do with yourself? I asked.
Faith, said he, the best I could, whiles I played at the knucklebones. I'm an extraordinary good hand at the knucklebones, but it's a poor piece of business playing with nebody to admire ye. And whiles I would make songs.
What were they about? says I.
Oh, about the deer and the heather, says he, and about the ancient old chiefs that are all by with a lang syne, and just about what songs are about in general. And then whiles I would make believe I had a set of pipes, and I was playing. I played some grand springs, and I thought I played them awfully bonny. I vowed whiles that I could hear the squeal of them. But the great affair is that it's done with.
With that he carried me again to my adventures, which he heard all over again with more particularity and extraordinary approval, swearing at intervals that I was a queer character of a gallant. So ye were friendsend of Sim Fraser? he asked me once.
In troth was I cried. So would I have been, Davy, said he, and that is indeed a dreadful man. But it is only proper to give the Dale his due, and I can tell you he is a most respectable person on the field of war.
Is he so brave? I asked.
Brave, said he. He's as brave as my steel sword.
The story of my duel set him beside himself.
To think of that, he cried. I showed ye the trick in Corniganehy, too, and three times disarmed. It's a disgrace upon my character that learned ye. Here, stand up. Out with your iron. Ye should walk no step beyond this place upon the road till ye can do yourself and me more credit.
Allan, said I, this is midsummer madness. Here is no time for fencing lessons.
I can well say no to that, he admitted. But 3 times, man, and you standing there like a straw boggle and reining to fetch your ain stored like a doggy with a pocket napkin. David, this man Duncansby must be something altogether by extraordinaire. He mun be extraordinaire skilly. If I had the time, I would gang straight back and try a turn at him myself. The man must be a provost. Nah, he said, but 3 times.
You silly fellow, said I. You forget it was just me.
Nah, said he, but 3 times.
When ye ken yourself that I am fair incompetent, I cried.
Well, I never heard tell the equal of it,
said he.
I promise you the one thing, Allen, said I. The next time that we foregather, I'll be better learned. You shall not continue to bear the disgrace of a friend that cannot strike.
Aye, the next time, says he. And when will that be, I would like to ken?
Well, Allen, I have had some thoughts of that too, said I, and my plan is this. It's my opinion to be called an advocate.
That's but a weary trade, Davy, says Allen, and rather a blackguard one for me. Ye would be better in a king's coat than that.
And no doubt that would be the way to have us met, cried I. But as you'll be in King Louis's coat, and I'll be in King Geordie's, we'll have a dainty meeting of it.
There's some sense in that, he admitted.
An advocate, then, it'll have to be, I continued. And I think it a more suitable trade for gentlemen that was 3 times disarmed. But the beauty of the thing is this, that one of the best colleges for that kind of learning, and the one where my kinsman Pilrig made his studies, is the College of Leyden in Holland. Now, what say you, Allen? Could not a cadet of Royal Ecossais get a furlough, slip over the marshes, and call upon a Leyden student?
Well, and I think he could, cried he. Ye see, I stand well in with my colonel, Count Drummond Melfort, and what's mair to the purpose, I have a cousin of mine, lieutenant colonel in a regiment of the Scots Dutch. Naething could be mair proper than what I would get a leave to see Lieutenant Colonel Stewart of Halifax. And Lord Melfort, who is a very scientific kind of a man, and writes books like Caesar, would be doubtless very pleased to have the advantage of my observes.
Is Lord Melfort an author, then? I asked. For as much as Allen thought of soldiers, I thought more of the gentry that write books.
The very same, Davy, said he. One would think a colonel would have something better to attend to. But what can I say that makes songs?
Well, then, said I, it only remains you should give me an address to write you it in France, and as soon as I am got to Leyden, I will send you mine.
The best will be to write me in care of my chieftain, said he, Charles Stewart of Ardshiel, Esquire, in the town of Milon, in the Isle of France. It might take long, or it might take short, but it would I get to my hands at the last of it.
We had a haddock for our breakfast in Musselburgh, where it amused me vastly to hear Allen. His great coat and boot hose were extremely remarkable this warm morning, and perhaps some hint of an explanation had been wise. But Allen went into that matter like a business, or I should rather say like a diversion. He engaged the good wife of the house with some compliments upon the risering of our haddocks, and the whole of the rest of our stay held her in talk about a cold he had taken on his stomach, gravely relating all manner of symptoms and sufferings, and hearing with a vast show of interest all the old wives' remedies she could supply him with in return. We left Musselburgh before the first 9-penny coach was due from Edinburgh, for, as Allen said, that there was a re-encounter we might very well avoid. The wind, although still high, was very mild. The sun shone strong, and Allen began to suffer in proportion. From Prestonpans he had me aside to the field of Glansmuir, where he exerted himself a great deal more than needful to describe the stages of the battle. Thence, at his old round pace, we travelled to Cockonsea. Though they were building herring-busses there at Mrs. Caudell's, it seemed a desert-like, back-going town, about half full of ruined houses. But the ale-house was clean, and Allen, who was now in a glowing heat, must indulge himself with a bottle of ale, and carry on to the new lookee with the old story of the cold upon his stomach. Only now the symptoms were all different. I sat listening,
and it came to my mind that I had scarce ever heard him address 3 serious words to any woman, but he was always drolling and fleering and making a private mock of them, and yet brought to that business a remarkable degree of energy and interest. Something to this effect I remarked to him when the goodwife, as chanced, was called away.
"What do you want?" says he. "A man should aye put his best foot forward with the womankind. He should aye give them a bit of a story to divert them, the poor lambs. It's what ye should learn to attend to, David. Ye should get the principles. It's like a trade. Now, if this had been a young lassie, or anyways bonny, she would never have heard tell of my stomach, Davy. Once they're too old to be seeing Joes, they're set up to be apothecaries. Why? Why do I ken? They'll be just the way God made them, I suppose. But I think a man would be a gomeril that didn't give his attention to the same."
And here the lucky came back. He turned from me as if with impatience to renew their former conversation. The lady had branched some while before from Allan's stomach to the case of a good brother of her own, an Aberlady, whose last sickness and demise she was describing at extraordinary length. Sometimes it was merely dull, sometimes both dull and awful, for she talked with unction. The upshot was that I fell in a deep muse, looking forth of the window on the road, and scarcely marking what I saw. Presently, had any been looking, they might have seen me to start.
"We've had a fomentation to his feet," the good wife was saying, "and a headstone to his wame, and we gid him hyssop and water of pennyroyal, and fine clean balsam of sulphur for the host."
"Sir," says I, cutting very quietly in, "there's a friend of mine gone by the house."
"Is that in say?" replies Allan, as though it were a thing of small account, and then, "You were saying, mem?"
says he, and the weariful wife went on. Presently, however, he paid her with a half-crown piece, and she must go forth after the change.
"Was it him with the red head?" asked Allan.
"Ye have it," said I.
"What did I tell you in the wood?" he cried. "And yet it's strange he should be here too. Was he his lane?"
"His lee lane, for what I could see," said I.
"Did he gang by?"
he asked. "Straight by," said I, "and looked neither to the right nor left."
"And that's queerer's yet," said Allan. "It sticks in my mind, Davy, that we should be stirring. But where to? Nailhead. This is like old days fairly," cries he.
"There is one big differ, though," said I, "that now we have money in our pockets."
"And another big differ, Mr. Balfour," says he, "that now we have dogs on our tail. They're on the scent. They're in full cry, David. It's a bad business, and be damned to it."
And he sat thinking hard, with a look of his that I knew well.
"I'm saying, look'ee,"
says he, when the goodwife returned,
"have ye a back road out of this change house?"
She told him there was, and where it led to.
"Then, sir," says he to me, "I think it will be the shortest road for us. And here's goodbye to ye, my braw woman, and I'll no forget thon of the cinnamon water."
We went out by the way of the woman's kail yard, and up a lane among fields. Allan looked sharply to all sides, and seeing we're in a little hollow place in the country, out of view of men, sat down.
"Now for a council of war, Davy," said he. "But first of all, a bit lesson to ye. Suppose that I had been like you, what would yon old wife have minded of the pair of us, just that we had gone out by the back gate?
And what does she mind now?
A fine, catty, friendly, cracky man, that suffered with the stomach, poor body, and was real ta'en up about the good brother. "Oh, man, David, try and learn to have some kind of intelligence."
"I'll try, Allen," said I.
"And now for him of the red head," says he. "Was he going fast or slow?"
"Betwixt and between," said I.
"No kind of a hurry about the man?" he asked.
"Never a sign of it," said I.
"Num," said Allen. "It looks queer. We saw nothing of them this morning on the whims. He passed us by, and he doesn't seem to be looking, and yet here he is on our road. Dod, Davy, I begin to take a notion. I think it's no you they're seeking. I think it's me, and I think they can find where they're going."
"They can?" I asked.
"I think Andie sold me, him or his mate what can come part of the affair, or else Charlie's clerk Callant, which would be a pity too," says Allen. "And if you asked me for just my inward private conviction, I think there'll be heads cracked on Gillane Sands."
"Allen," I cried, "if you're at all right, there'll be folk there and to spare. It'll be small service to crack heads."
"It would aye be a satisfaction, though," says Allen. "But bide a bit, I'm thinking. And thanks to this bonny westland wind, I believe I've still a chance of it. It's this way, Davy. I'm no trysted with men Skogle till the gloaming comes. But," says he, "if I can get a bit of wind out of the west, I'll be there long or that," he says, "and lie to for ye behind the Isle of Fidra." Now, if your gentry kens the place, they ken the time forby. Do you see me coming, Davy? Thanks to Johnny Cope and other red-coat gomerals, I should ken this country like the back of my hand. And if you're ready for another bit run with Allan Breck, we'll can cast back inshore and come to the seaside again by Dirleton. If the ship's there, we'll try and get on board of her. If she's no there, I'll just have to get back to my weary haystack. But either way of it, I think we'll leave your gentry whistling on their thumbs."
"I believe there's some chance in it," said I. "Have on with ye, Allen." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 13. Gillane Sands. I did not profit by Allen's pilotage as he had done by his marchings under General Cope, for I can scarce tell what way we went. It is my excuse that we travelled exceeding fast. Some parts we ran, some trotted, and the rest walked at a vengeance of a pace. Twice, while we were at top speed, we ran against country folk. But though we plumped into the first from round a corner, Allen was as ready as a loaded musket. "Has ye seen my horse?" he gasped. "Nay, man, I haena seen nae horse the day," replied the countryman. And Allen spared the time to explain to him that we were travelling "ride and tie," that our charger had escaped, and it was feared he had gone home to Linton. Not only that, but he expended some breath, of which he had not very much left, to curse his own misfortune and my stupidity, which was said to be its cause. "Them that canna tell the truth," he observed to myself as we went on again, "should be aye mindful to leave an honest handy lee behind them. If folks dinna ken what you're doin', Davy, they're terrible taken up with it. But if they think they can, they care nae mair for it than what I do for pease porridge." As we had first made inland, so our road came in the end to lie very near due north. The old kirk of Aberlady for a landmark on the left, on the right the top of the Berwick Law, and it was thus we struck the shore again, not far from Dirleton. From North Berwick west to Gillane Ness there runs a string of 4 small islets, Craigleith, the lamb, Phaedra, and Ibera, notable by their diversity of size and shape. Phaedra is the most particular, being a strange gray islet of 2 humps, made the more conspicuous by a piece of ruin. And I mind that, as we drew closer to it, by some door or window of these ruins, the sea peeped through like a man's eye. Under the lee of Phaedra there is a good anchorage in westerly winds, and there, from a far way off, we could see the Thistle riding. The shore and face of these islets is altogether waste. Here is no dwelling of man, and scarce any passage, or at most of vagabond children running at their play. Gillane is a small place on the far side of the Ness. The folk of Duralton go to their business in the inland fields, and those of North Berwick straight to the sea fishing from their haven, so that few parts of the coast are lonelier. But I mind, as we crawled upon our bellies into that multiplicity of heights and hollows, keeping a bright eye upon all sides, and our hearts hammering at our ribs, there was such a shining of the sun and the sea, such a stir of the wind in the bent grass, and such a bustle of down-popping rabbits and up-flying gulls, that the desert seemed to me like a place alive. No doubt it was in all ways well chosen for a secret embarkation, if the secret had been kept. And even now that it was out, and the place watched, we were able to creep unperceived to the front of the sandhills, where they looked down immediately on the beach and sea. But here Allen came to a full stop.
"Davy," said he, "this is a kittle passage. As long as we lie here we're safe, but I'm nane so muckle nearer to my ship or the coast of France. And as soon as we stand up and signal the brig, it's another matter. For where will your gentry be, think ye?"
"Maybe they're no come yet," said I, "and even if they are, there's one clear matter in our favour. They'll be all arranged to take us, that's true, but they'll have arranged for our coming from the east, and here we are upon their west."
"Aye," says Allen, "I wish we were in some force, and this was a battle, we would have bonnily outmaneuvered then. But it inn't, David, and the way it is a wee thing less inspiring to Allen Breck. I swither, Davy."
"Time flies, Allen," said I.
"I ken that," said Allen. "I ken naething else, as the French folks say. But this is a dreadful case of hides or tails. Oh, if I could but ken where your gentry were."
"Allen," says I, "this is no like you. It's got to be now or never."
"This is no me, quoth he," sang Allen, with a queer face betwixt shame and drollery. "Neither you nor me, quoth he, neither you nor me. Wow now, Johnny man, neither you nor me."
And then, all of a sudden, he stood straight up where he was, and with a handkerchief flying in his right hand, marched down upon the beach. I stood up myself, but lingered behind him, scanning the sandhills to the east. His appearance was at first unremarked. Screwgall, not expecting him so early, and my gentry watching on the other side. Then they awoke on board the Thistle, and it seemed they had all in readiness, for there was scarce a second's bustle on the deck before we saw a skiff put round her stern, and begin to pull lively for the coast. Almost at the same moment of time, and perhaps half a mile away towards Gillane Sands, the figure of a man appeared for a blink upon a sandhill, waving his arms. And though he was gone again in the same flash, the gulls in that part continued a little longer to fly wild. Allen had not seen this, looking straight to seaward at the ship and skiff.
"It maun be as it will," said he, when I had told him. "We'll may yon boatie row, or my Craig'll have to thole a raxon."
That part of the beach was long and flat, and excellent walking when the tide was down. A little cressy burn flowed over it in one place to the sea, and the sandhills ran along the head of it like the rampart of a town.
No eye of ours could spy what was passing behind there in the bents. No hurry of ours could mend the speed of the boat's coming. Time stood still with us through that uncanny period of waiting.
"There is one thing I would like to ken," say Allen. "I would like to ken these gentry's orders. We're worth £400 the pair of us. How if they took the guns to us, Davy? They would get a bonny shot from the top of that lang sandy bank."
"Morally impossible," said I. "The point is that they can have no guns. This thing has been gone about too secret. Pistols they may have, but never guns."
"I believe you'll be in the right," says Allen, "for all which I am wearing a good deal for yon boat."
And he snapped his fingers and whistled to it like a dog. It was now perhaps a third of the way in, and we ourselves already hard on the margin of the sea, so that the soft sand rose over my shoes. There was no more to do whatever but to wait, to look as much as we were able at the creeping nearer of the boat, and as little as we could manage at the long impenetrable front of the sandhills, over which the gulls twinkled and behind which our enemies were doubtless marshalling.
"This is a fine, bright, coloured place to get a shot in," says Allen suddenly, "and, man, I wish that I had your courage."
"Allen," I cried, "what kind of talk is this of it? You're just made of courage. It's the character of the man, as I could prove myself if there was nobody else."
"And you would be the more mistaken," said he. "What makes the differ with me is just my great penetration and knowledge of affairs. But for all cold, dour, deadly courage, I am not fit to hold a candle to yourself. Look at us two up here on the sands. Here am I fair hatching to be off. Here's you, for all that I ken, in two minds of it, whether you'll no stop. Do you think that I could do that, or would? No me! Firstly, because I haven't got the courage, and wouldn't dare, and secondly, because I am a man of so much penetration, and would see ye damned first."
"It's there you're comin', is it?" I cried. "Ah, man Allen, you can wile your old wives, but you never can wile me." Remembrance of my temptation in the wood made me strong as iron. "I have a tryst to keep," I continued. "I am trysted with your cousin Charlie. I have passed my word."
"Braw trysts that you can keep," said Allen. "Ye'll just mistryst once, and for a while the gentry in the bents. And what for?" he went on with an extreme threatening gravity. "Just tell me that, my mannie. Are you to be spirited away like Lady Grange? Are they to drive a dirk in your inside and bury ye in the bents? Or is it to be the other way? And are they to bring ye in with James? Are they folk to be trusted? Would ye stick your head in the mouth of Sim Fraser and the other Whigs?" he added with extraordinary bitterness.
"Allen," cried I, "they're all rogues and liars, and I'm with ye there. The more reason there should be one decent man in such a land of thieves. My word is passed, and I'll stick to it. I said long syne to your kinswoman that I would stumble at no risk. Do you mind of that? The night Red Colin fell, it was. No more I will then. Here I stop. Prestongrange promised me my life. If he's to be mansworn, here I'll have to die."
"Aweel," said Allen.
All this time we had seen or heard no more of our pursuers. In truth, we had caught them unawares. Their whole party, as I was to learn afterwards, had not yet reached the scene. What there was of them was spread among the bents towards Gillane. It was quite an affair to call them in and bring them over, and the boat was making speed. They were besides but cowardly fellows, a mere leash of Highland cattle thieves of several clans, no gentleman there to be the captain, and the more they looked at Allen and me upon the beach, the less, I must suppose, they liked the look of us. Whoever had betrayed Allen, it was not the captain. He was in the skiff himself, steering and stirring up his oarsmen like a man with his heart in his employ. Already he was near in, and the boat securing. Already Allen's face had flamed crimson with the excitement of his deliverance. When our friends in the bents, either in their despair to see their prey escape them, or with some hope of scaring Andie, raised suddenly a shrill cry of several voices, the sound arising from what appeared to be a quite deserted coast, was really very daunting, and the men in the boat held water instantly. "What's this of this?" sings out the captain, for he was come within an easy hail. "Friends of mine," says Allen, and began immediately to wade forth in the shallow water towards the boat. "Davy," he said, pausing, "Davy, are ye no coming? I am swear to leave ye." "Not a hair of me," said I. He stood a part of a second where he was, to his knees in the salt water, hesitating. "He that will to copper, man to cooper," said he, and, swashing in deeper than his waist, was hauled into the skiff, which was immediately directed for the ship. I stood where he had left me, with my hands behind my back. Allen sat with his head turned, watching me, and the boat drew smoothly away. Of a sudden I came the nearest hand to shedding tears, and seemed to myself the most deserted, solitary lad in Scotland. With that I turned my back upon the sea, and faced the sandhills. There was no sight or sound of man. The sun shone on the wet sand and the dry. The wind blew in the bents, and the gulls made a dreary piping. As I passed higher up the beach, the sand lice were hopping nimbly about the stranded tangles. The devil any other sight or sound in that unchancy place. And yet I knew there were folk there observing me upon some secret purpose. There were no soldiers, or they would have fallen on and taken us ere now. Doubtless they were some common rogues hired for my undoing, perhaps to kidnap, perhaps to murder me outright. From the position of those engaged, the first was the more likely, from what I knew of their character and ardency in this business. I thought the second very possible, and the blood ran cold about my heart. I had a mad idea to loosen my sword in the scabbard, for though I was very unfit to stand up like a gentleman blade to blade, I thought I could do some scathe in a random combat. But I perceived in time the folly of resistance. This was no doubt the joint expedient on which Prestongrange and Fraser were agreed. The first, I was very sure, had done something to secure my life. The second was pretty likely to have slipped in some contrary hints into the ears of Neil and his companions, and if I were to show bare steel I might play straight into the hands of my worst enemy and seal my own doom. These thoughts brought me to the head of the beach. I cast a look behind. The boat was nearing the brig, and Allen flew his handkerchief for a farewell, which I replied to with a waving of my hand. But Allen himself was shrunk to a small thing in my view, alongside of this pass that lay in front of me. I set my hat hard upon my head, clenched my teeth, and went right before me up the face of the sand wreath. It made a hard climb, being steep, and the sand like water underfoot. But I caught hold at last by the long bent grass on the brae top, and pulled myself to a good footing. The same moment men stirred and stood up here and there, 6 or 7 of them, ragged like knaves, each with a dagger in his hand. The fair truth is, I shut my eyes and prayed. When I opened them again, the rogues were crept the least thing nearer without speech or hurry. Every eye was upon mine, which struck me with a strange sensation of their brightness, and of the fear with which they continued to approach me. I held out my hands empty, whereupon one asked with a strong Highland brogue if I surrendered. "Under protest," said I, "if ye can what that means, which I misdoubt." At that word they all came in upon me like a flight of birds upon a carrion.
seized me, took my sword and all the money from my pockets, bound me hand and foot with some strong line, and cast me on a tussock of bent. There they sat about their captive in a part of his circle, and gazed upon him silently like something dangerous, perhaps a lion or a tiger on the spring. Presently this attention was relaxed. They drew nearer together, fell to speech in the Gaelic, and very cynically divided my property before my eyes. It was my diversion in this time that I could watch from my place the progress of my friend's escape. I saw the boat come to the brig and be hoisted in, the sails fill, and the ship pass out seaward behind the Isles and by North Berwick. In the course of 2 hours or so, more and more ragged Highlandmen kept collecting. Neil among the first, until the party must have numbered near a score. With each new arrival there was a fresh bout of talk that sounded like complaints and explanations. But I observed one thing: none of those who came late had any share in the division of my spoils. The last discussion was very violent and eager, so that once I thought they would have quarrelled, on the heels of which their company parted, the bulk of them returning westward in a troop, and only 3, Neil and 2 others, remaining sentries on the prisoner. "I could name one who would be very ill pleased with your day's work, Neil Duncanson," said I, when the rest had moved away. He assured me in answer that I should be tenderly used, for he knew he was "acquaint wi' the leddy." This was all our talk, nor did any other son of man appear upon the portion of the coast until the sun had gone down among the Highland mountains, and the gloaming was beginning to grow dark, at which hour I was aware of a long, lean, bony-like Lothian man of a very swarthy countenance that came towards us among the bents on a farm horse. "Lads," cried he, "has ye a paper like this?" and held up one in his hand. Neil produced a second, which the newcomer studied through a pair of horn spectacles, and saying all was right, and we were with the folk he was seeking, immediately dismounted. I was then set in his place, my feet tied under the horse's belly, and we set forth under the guidance of the Lowlander. His path must have been very well chosen, for we met but one pair, a pair of lovers, the whole way, and these, perhaps taking us to be free traders, fled on our approach. We were at one time close at the foot of Berwick Law on the south side. At another, as we passed over some open hills, I spied the lights of a clachan and the old tower of a church among some trees not far off, but too far to cry for help, if I had dreamed of it. At last we came again within sounds of the sea. There was moonlight, though not much, and by this I could see the 3 huge towers and the broken battlements of Tantallon, that old chief place of the Red Douglases. The horse was picketed in the bottom of the ditch to graze, and I was led within, and forth into the court, and thence into the tumble-down stone hall. Here my conductors built a brisk fire in the midst of the pavement, for there was chill in the night. My hands were loosed. I was set by the wall in the inner end, and, the Lowlander having produced provisions, I was given oatmeal bread and a pitcher of French brandy. This done, I was left once more alone with my 3 Highlandmen. They sat close by the fire, drinking and talking. The wind blew in by the breaches, cast about the smoke and flames, and sang in the tops of the towers. I could hear the sea under the cliffs, and my mind, being reassured as to my life, and my body and spirits wearied with the day's employment, I turned upon one side and slumbered. I had no means of guessing at what hour I was wakened, only the moon was down and the fire was low. My feet were now loosed, and I was carried through the ruins and down the cliffside by a precipitous path to where I found a fisher's boat in a haven of the rocks. This I was had on board of, and we began to put forth from the shore in a fine starlight. End
of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 14. The Bass. I had no thought where they were taking me, only looked here and there for the appearance of a ship, and there ran the while into my head a word of ransoms, the 20-pounders. If I were to be exposed a second time to that same former danger of the plantations, I judged it must turn ill with me. There was no second Allen, no second shipwreck and spare yard to be expected now, and I saw myself hoe tobacco under the whip's lash. The thought chilled me. The air was sharp upon the water, the stretchers of the boat drenched with the cold dew, and I shivered in my place beside the steersman. This was the dark man whom I have called hitherto the Lowlander. His name was Dale, ordinarily called Black Andie. Feeling the thrill of my shiver, he very kindly handed me a rough jacket full of fish scales, with which I was glad to cover myself. "I thank you for this kindness," said I, "and will make so free as to repay it with a warning. You take a high responsibility in this affair. You are not like these ignorant, barbarous Highlanders, but know what the law is and the risks of those that break it." "I am no just exactly what you would call extremist for the law," says he, "at the best of times, but in this business I act with a good warranty." "What are you going to do with me?" I asked. "Nae harm," said he, "nae harm ever. Ye have strong friends, I'm thinking. Ye'll be rich enough yet." There began to fall a grayness on the face of the sea. Little dabs of pink and red, like coals of a slow fire, came in the east, and at the same time the geese awakened and began crying about the top of the Bass. It is just the one crag of rock, as everybody knows, but great enough to carve a city from. The sea was extremely little, but there went a hollow plouter around the base of it. With the growing of the dawn I could see it clearer and clearer, the straight crags painted with seabirds' droppings like a morning frost, the sloping top of it green with grass, the clan of white geese that cried about the sides, and the black broken buildings of the prison sitting close on the sea's edge. At the sight the truth came in upon me in a clap. "There's where you're taking me!" I cried. "Just to the Bass, Manny," said he, "where the auld saints were afore ye, and I misdoubt if ye have come so fairly by your prison." "But none dwells there now," I cried. "The place is long a ruin." "It'll be the mair pleasant a change for the stolen geese, then," quoth Andie dryly. The day coming slowly brighter, I observed on the bilge, among the big stones which fisher folk ballast their boats, several kegs and baskets and a provision of fuel. All these were discharged upon the crag. Andie, myself, and my 3 Highlanders, I call them mine, although it was the other way about, landed along with them. The sun was not up yet when the boat moved away again, the noise of the oars on the thole pins echoing from the cliffs, and left us straight in our singular reclusion. Andie Dale was the prefect, as I would jocularly call him, of the Bass, being at once the shepherd and the gamekeeper of the small and rich estate. He had to mind the dozen or so of sheep that fed and fattened on the grass of the sloping part of it, like beasts grazing the roof of a cathedral. He had charge besides of the solan geese that roosted in the crags, and from these an extraordinary income is derived. The young are dainty eating, as much as 2 shillings apiece being a common price, and paid willingly by epicures. Even the grown birds are valuable for their oil and feathers, and a part of the minister's stipend of North Berwick is paid to this day in sole and geese, which makes it, in some folks' eyes, a parish to be coveted. To perform these several businesses, as well as to protect the geese from poachers, Andie had frequent occasion to sleep and pass days together on the crag, and we found the man at home there like a farmer in his steading. Bidding us all shoulder some of the packages, a matter in which I made haste to bear a hand, he let us in by a locked gate, which was the only admission to the island, and through the ruins of the fortress to the governor's house. There we saw by the ashes in the chimney and a standing bedplace in one corner that he made his usual occupation. This bed he now offered me to use, saying he supposed I would set up to be gentry. "My gentress has nothing to do with where I lie," said I. "I bless God that I have lain hard ere now, and can do the same again with thankfulness. While I am here, Mr. Andie, if that be your name, I will do my part and take my place beside the rest of you, and I ask you on the other hand to spare me your mockery, which I own I like ill." He grumbled a little at the speech, but seemed upon reflection to approve it. Indeed, he was a long-headed, sensible man, and a good Whig and Presbyterian, read daily in a pocket Bible, and was both able and eager to converse seriously on religion, leaning more than a little towards the Cameronian extremes. His morals were of a more doubtful color. I found he was deep in the free trade, and used the ruins of Tantallon for a magazine of smuggled merchandise. As for a gouger, I do not believe he valued the life of one at half a farthing. But that part of the coast of Lothian is to this day as wild a place, and the commons there as rough a crew, as any in Scotland. One incident of my imprisonment is made memorable by a consequence it had long after. There was a warship at this time stationed in the Firth, the Seahorse, Captain Palliser. It chanced she was cruising in the month of September, plying between Fife and Lothian, and sounding for sunk dangers. Early one fine morning she was seen about 2 miles to east of us, where she lowered a boat and seemed to examine the Wildfire Rocks and Satan's Bush, famous dangers of that coast. And presently, after having got her boat again, she came before the wind and was headed directly for the Bass. This was very troublesome to Andie and the Highlanders. The whole business of my sequestration was designed for privacy, and here, with a navy captain perhaps blundering ashore, it looked to become public enough, if it were nothing worse. I was in a minority of one. I am no Allen to fall upon so many, and I was far from sure that a warship was the least likely to improve my condition. All which considered, I gave Andie my parole of good behavior and obedience, and was briskly to the summit of the rock, where we all lay down at the cliff's edge, in different places of observation and concealment. The Seahorse came straight on, till I thought she would have struck, and we, looking giddily down, could see the ship's company at their quarters, and hear the leadsman singing at the lead. Then she suddenly wore and let fly a volley of I do not know how many great guns. The rock was shaken with the thunder of the sound, and smoke flowed over our heads, and the geese rose in number beyond computation or belief. To hear their screaming and to see the twinkling of their wings made a most inimitable curiosity, and I suppose it was after this somewhat childish pleasure that Captain Palliser had come so near the Bass. He was to pay dear for it in time. During his approach I had the opportunity to make a remark upon the rigging of that ship, by which I ever after knew it miles away, and this was a means, under Providence, of my averting from a friend a great calamity, and inflicting on Captain Palliser himself a sensible disappointment. All the time of my stay on the rock we lived well. We had small ale and brandy and oatmeal, of which we made our porridge night and morning. At times a boat came from the Castleton and brought us a quarter of mutton, for the sheep upon the rock we must not touch, these being specially fed to market. The geese were unfortunately out of season, and we let them be. We fished ourselves, and yet more often made the geese to fish for us, observing one when he had made a capture, and scaring him from his prey ere he had swallowed it. The strange nature of this place, and the curiosities with which it abounded, held me busy and amused. Escape being impossible, I was allowed my entire liberty, and continually explored the surface of the isle wherever it might support the foot of man. The old garden of the prison was still to be observed, with flowers and pot herbs running wild, and some ripe cherries on a bush. A little lower stood a chapel or a hermit's cell. Who built or dwelt in it, none may know, and the thought of its age made a ground of many meditations. The prison, too, where I now bivouacked with Highland cattle thieves, was a place full of history, both human and divine. I thought it strange so many saints and martyrs should have gone by there so recently, and left not so much as a leaf out of their Bibles or a name carved upon the wall, while the rough soldier lads that mounted guard upon the battlements had filled the neighborhood with their mementos. Broken tobacco pipes for the most part, and that in surprising plenty, but also metal buttons from their coats. There were times when I thought I could have heard the pious sounds of psalms out of the martyrs' dungeons, and seen the soldiers tramp the ramparts with their glinting pipes, and the dawn rising behind them out of the North Sea. No doubt it was a good deal Andie and his tales that put these fancies in my head. He was extraordinarily well acquainted with the story of the Rock in all particulars, down to the names of private soldiers, his father having served there in that same capacity. He was gifted besides with a natural genius for narration, so that the people seemed to speak and the things to be done before your face. This gift of his, and my assiduity to listen, brought us the more closer together. I could not honestly deny but what I liked him. I soon saw that he liked me, and indeed from the first I had set myself out to capture his good will. An odd circumstance, to be told presently, effected this beyond my expectation. But even in early days we made a friendly pair to be a prisoner and his jailer. I should trifle with my conscience if I pretended my stay upon the Bass was wholly disagreeable. It seemed to me a safe place, as though I was escaped there out of my troubles. No harm was to be offered me. A material impossibility, rock in the deep sea, prevented me from fresh attempts. I felt I had my life safe and my honor safe, and there were times when I allowed myself to gloat on them like stolen waters. At other times my thoughts were very different. I recalled how strong I had expressed myself both to Umquile and to Stewart. I reflected that my captivity upon the Bass, in view of a great part of the coasts of Fife and Lothian, was a thing I should be thought more likely to have invented than endured, and in the eyes of these two gentlemen at least, I must pass for a boaster and a coward. Now I would take this lightly enough, tell myself that so long as I stood well with Catriona Drummond, the opinion of the rest of man was but moonshine and spilled water, and thence pass off into those meditations of a lover which are so delightful to himself, and must always appear so surprisingly idle to a reader. But anon the fear would take me otherwise. I would be shaken with a perfect panic of self-esteem, and these supposed hard judgments appear an injustice impossible to be supported. With that another train of thought would be presented, and I had scarce begun to be concerned about men's judgments of myself than I was haunted with the remembrance of James Stewart in his dungeon, and the lamentations of his wife. Then, indeed, passion began to work in me. I could not forgive myself to sit there idle. It seemed, if I were a man at all, that I could fly or swim out of my place of safety. And it was in such humors, and to amuse my self-reproaches, that I would set the more particularly to win the good side of Andie Dale. At last, when we two were alone on the summit of the rock on a bright morning, I put in some hint about a bribe. He looked at me, cast back his head, and laughed out loud. "Aye, you're funny, Mr. Dale," said I, "but perhaps if you'll glance an eye upon that paper, you may change your note." The stupid Highlanders had taken from me at the time of my seizure nothing but hard money, and the paper I now showed Andie was an acknowledgment from the British Linen Company for a considerable sum. He read it.
"Truth, and your name seal off," he said.
"I thought that would maybe vary your opinion," said I.
"Hout," said he, "it shows me ye can bribe, but I'm no not to be bribed."
"We'll see about that yet awhile," says I. "At first I'll show you that I know what I'm talking. You have orders to detain me here until after Thursday, 21st September.
"You're no altogether wrong either," says Andie. "I'm to let you gang, bar orders contraire, on Saturday the 23rd.
I could not but feel there was something extremely insidious in this arrangement, that I was to reappear precisely in time to be too late would cast the more discredit on my tale, if I were minded to tell one, and this screwed me to fighting point. "Now then, Andie, you that kens the world, listen to me, and think while ye listen," said I. "I know there are great folks in the business, and I make no doubt you have their names to go upon. I have seen some of them myself since this affair began, and said my say to their faces too. But what kind of crime would this be that I had committed, or what kind of a process is this that I'm fallen under? To be apprehended by some ragged John Highlandman on August 30th, carried to a rickle of a stone that is now neither fort nor jail, whatever it once was, but just the gamekeeper's lodge of the Bass Rock, and set free again September 23rd, as secretly as I was first arrested. Does that sound like law to you? Or does it sound like justice? Or does it not sound honestly like a piece of some low, dirty intrigue, of which the very folk that meddle with it are ashamed?"
"I canna gainsay ye, Shaws. It looks unco underhand," said Andie. "And were nae the folks good, sound Whigs and true blood Presbyterians, I would have seen them not Jordan or Jerusalem, or I would have set a hand to it."
"The master of Lovat'll be a braw Whig," said I, "and a grand Presbyterian."
"I ken nothing by him," said he. "I had nae druckens with Lovats."
"No, it'll be Prestongrange that you'll be dealing with," said I.
"Ah, but I no tell ye that," said Andie.
"Little need, when I ken," was my retort.
"There's just the nae thing ye can be fairly sure of, Shaws," says Andie, "and that is that, try as ye please, I'm no dealing with yourself, nor yet I am a going to," he added.
"Well, Andie, I see I'll have to speak out plain with you," I replied, and told him so much as I thought needful of the facts. He heard me out with some serious interest, and when I had done, seemed to consider a little with himself.
"Shaws," he said at last, "I'll deal with the naked hand. It's a queer tale, and I'm no very credible the way you tell it, and I'm far frae minting that it is other than the way ye believe it. As for yourself, ye seem to me rather a decent like young man, but me, that's older and mair judicious, see perhaps a wee bit farther for it in the job than what ye can dae. And here the matter clear and plain to ye. There'll be no skaitheth to yourself if I keep ye here. Far frae that, I think I'll be a handful better by it. There'll be nae skaith to the kintry, just as a mair huntman hanged. Good kens, good riddance. On the other hand, it would be considerable skaith to me if I would let you free. Say, speaking as a guild Whig, an honest freeing to you, and an anxious freeing to einself, the plain fact is that you'll just have to bide here wi' Andie and the Solons."
Andie, said I, laying my hand upon his knee, this Highlandman's innocent.
Aye, it's a pity about that, said he. But ye see, in this world, the way God made it, we canna just get a thing that we want.
End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 15. Black Andie's Tale of Todd Lapraik. I have yet said little of the Highlanders. They were all three of the followers of James More, which bound the accusation very tight about their master's neck. All understood a word or two of English, but Neil was the only one who judged he had enough of it for general converse, in which, when once he got embarked, his company was often tempted to the contrary opinion. They were tractable, simple creatures, showed much more courtesy than might have been expected from their raggedness and their uncouth appearance, and fell spontaneously to be like three servants for Andie and myself. Dwelling in that isolated place in the old fallen ruins of a prison, and among endless strange sounds of the sea and the sea-birds, I thought I perceived in them early the effects of superstitious fear. When there was nothing doing, they would either lie and sleep, for which their appetite appeared insatiable, or Neil would entertain the others with stories which seemed always of a terrifying strain. If neither of these delights were within reach, if perhaps two were sleeping and the third can find no means to follow their example, I would see him sit and listen and look about him in a progression of uneasiness, starting, his face blenching, his hands clutched, a man strung like a bow. The nature of these fears I had never an occasion to find out, but the sight of them was catching, and the nature of the place that we were in favorable to alarms. I can find no word for it in the English, but Andie had an expression for it in the Scots, from which he never varied. "Aye," he would say, "is an unco place, the Bass." It is so I always think of it. It was an unco place by night, unco by day, and these were unco sounds of the calling of the Solons and the splash of the sea and the rock echoes that hung continually in our ears. It was chiefly so in moderate weather. When the waves were away great, they roared about the rock like thunder and the drums of armies, dreadful but merry to hear. And it was in the calm days that a man could daunt himself with listening. Not a Highlandman only, as I several times experimented on myself. So many still, hollow noises haunted and reverberated in the porches of the rock. This brings me to a story I heard, and a scene I took part in, which quite changed our terms of living, and had a great effect on my departure. It chanced one night I fell in a muse beside the fire, and, that little air of Allen's coming back to my memory, began to whistle. A hand was laid upon my arm, and the voice of Neil bade me to stop, for it was not canny music. "Not canny?" I asked. "How can that be?" "Na," said he, "it will be made by a bogleiner wanting to be heard upon his body." "Well," said I, "there can be no bogles here, Neil, for it's not likely they would fash themselves to frighten geese."
"Aye," said Andie, "is that what ye think of it? But I can tell you there's been no bogles there."
"What's waur than bogles, Andie?" said I.
"Warlocks," said he, "or a warlock at the least of it. And that's a queer tale too," he added. "And if you would like, I'll tell it ye."
To be sure, we were all of the one mind, and even the Highlander that had the least English of the three set himself to listen with all his might. The Tale of Tod Lapraik. My father, Tam Dale, peace to his bones, was a wild, splorn lad in his young days, with little wisdom and little grace. He was fond of a lass, and fond of a glass, and fond of a randan. But I could never hear tell that he was muckle use for honest employment. Frae a thing to anither, he listed at last for a soldier, and was in the garrison of this fort, which was the first way the only of the Dales came to set foot upon the Bass. Sorrow upon that service. The governor brewed his ain ale. It seems it was the worst conceivable. The rock was provisioned free, and the shore with vivers. The thing was ill-guided, and there were whiles when they but to fish and shoot solons for their diet. To crown, and there was the days of the persecution. The perishing called Chalmers were all occupied with saints and martyrs, the salt of the earth, for which it was named worthy. And though Tom Dale carried a firelock there, a single soldier, and liked a lass and a glass, as I was saying, the mind of the man was more just than set with his position. He had glints of the glory of the kirk. There were whiles when his dander raised to see the large saints misguided, and shame covered him that he should be a holding a candle or carrying a firelock in so black a business. There were nights of it when he was here on sentry, the place a wishet, the frosts a winter may be riven in the ways, and he would hear any o' the prisoners strike up a psalm, and the rest join in, and the blessed sounds rising from the different chalmers, or dungeons I would rather say, so that this old crag in the sea was like a part of heaven. Black shame was on his soul. His sins hove up before him muckle as the Bass, and above it, that chief sin that he should have a hand in hagging and hashing at Christ's kirk. But the truth is that he resisted the Spirit. Day came, and there were the rousing companions, and his gold reserves departed. In their days dwelled upon the Bass a man of God. Paden the prophet was his name. You'll have heard tell of Prophet Paden. There was never the while of him since, and it's a question with many if there ever was his like afore. He was a wild peat hag, fearsome to look at, fearsome to hear, his face like the day of judgment. The voice of him was like a solan's, and diddled in his folks' lungs, and the words of him like coals of fire. Now there was a lass on the rock, and I think she had little to do, for it was nae place for decent women. But it seems she was bonny, and her and Tam Dale were very well agreed. It befell that Paden was in the garden his lane at the praying, when Tam and the lass came by. And what should the lassie do but mock with laughter at the saints' devotions? He rose and looked at the twa of them, and Tam's knees connoitered together at the look of him. But when he spake, it was mair in sorrow than in anger. Poor thing, says he, and it was the lass he looked at. I hear you skirl and laugh, he says, but the Lord has a dead shot prepared for you, and at that surprising judgment ye shall skirl but the ae time. Shortly thereafter she was wandering on the crags with 2 or 3 soldiers, and it was a bally day. There came a ghost of wind, caught her by the coats, and away with her bag and baggage, and it was remarked by the soldiers that she gaed with a skirl. Nae doubt this judgment had some which upon Tamdale, but it passed again, and him none the better. Aye day he was fighting with another soldier lad. "Deil hae me," quoth Tam, for he was a profane swearer. And there was Pedden glowering at him, gash and waffle. Pedden with his lang chaffs and lutin in, and Maud happed about his kist, and the hand of him held out with the black nails upon the finger nibs, for he had nae care of the body. "Fie, fie, poor man," cries he, "the poor fool man. Deil hae me," quoth he, and I see the deal at his oxter. The conviction of guilt and grace came in on Tam like the deep sea. He flang down the pike that was in his hands. "I will ne'er mair lift arms against the cause of Christ," says he, and was as good's his word. There was a sky fight in the beginning, but the governor, seeing him resolved, gied him his discharge, and he went and dwelt and married in North Berwick, had I a good name with honest folk free that day on. It was in the year 1706 that the bass came in the hands of the Dalrymples, and there was twa men such the charge of it. Both were weel qualified, for they had both been soldiers in the garrison, and kent the gate to handle Solons, and the seasons, and the values of them. Forby that they were both, or they both seemed, honest professors and men of comely conversation. The first of them was just Tam Dale, my father. The second was an Lapraik, whom the folks called Tod Lapraik Mersley, but whether his name or his nature I could never tell. Well, Tam gaed to see Lapraik upon his business, and took me, that was a toddling laddie, by the hand. Tod has his dwelling in the long lone benorth the kirkyard. It's a dark, uncanny lone, forby that the kirk has aye had an ill name since the days of James the Sixth, and the devil's cantrips played wherein when the Queen was on the seas. And as for Tod's house, it was in the markest end, and was little liked by some that kenned the best. The door was on the sneck that day, and me and my father gaed stretch in. Tod was a webster to his trade. His loom stood in the butt. There he sat, a muckle fat, white hash of a man like Crish, with a kind of a holy smile that gart me schooner. The hand of him I cawed the shuttle, but his een was streaked. We cried to him by his name. We skirled in the dyed lug of him. We shook him by the shoulder. Nay, maner a service. There he sat on his dope, and cawed the shuttle, and smiled like Crish. "God be good to us," says Tam Dale. "This is no canny." He had Jim said the word when Tod Lapraik came to himself. "Is this you, Tam?" says he. "Haith, man, I'm blithe to see you. A while's fun to the bit dwam like this," says he. "It's frae the stomach." Well, they began to crack about the bass, and which of them twa was to get the warden of it, and little by little came to very ill words, and twined in anger. I mind well that as my father and me gaed home again, he came over and o'er the same expression. How little he liked Tod Lapraik and his dwams. "Dwams," says he. "I think folk have burnt for dwams like yon." Aweel, my father got the bass, and Tod had to go wanting. It was remembered since in that way he had ta'en the thing. Tam, says he, ye have gotten the better of me once mair, and I hope, says he, ye'll find at least that ye expected at the best. Which have since been thought remarkable expressions. At last the time came for Tam Dale to take young Solon's. This was a business he was well used with. He had been a craigsman frae a laddie, and trust none but himself. So there was he, hanging by a line, speldering on the craig face, where it's highest and straightest. Far 20 lads were on the tap, holding the line and minding for his signals. But where Tam hung, there was nothing but the craig, and the sea below, and the Solon skirling and flying. It was a braw spring morn, and Tam whistled as he caught in the young geese. Many's the time I've heard him tell of this experience, and the sweat ran upon the man. It chanced, you see, that Tam keeled up, and he was aware of a muckle Solon, and the Solon piking at the line. He thought this by ordinary and outside the creature's habits. He minded that ropes was uncouth things, and the Solon's neb and the Bass Rock unco hard, and the 200 feet were rather mair than he would care to fall. Shoo, says Tam, away bird, shoo away wi' ye, says he. The Solon kicked down into Tam's face, and there was something uncouth in the creature's eye. Just the eye creak it gried, and back to the rope. But now it watched and whistled like a thing demented. There never was a Solon made that watched as that Solon watched, and it seemed to understand its employ brawly, bruising the soft rope between the neb of it and the crunkled jag of stone. There gaed a cold stand of fear into Tam's heart. This thing is nae bird, thinks he. His e'en turned backward in his head, and the day gaed black about him. If I get it warm here, he touched, it's by wi' Tam Dale, and he signalled for the lads to pull him up. And it seemed the Solon understood about signals, for nae sooner was a signal made than he let be the rope, spread his wings, squawked out loud, took a turn flying, and dashed straight at Tam Dale's e'en. Tam had a knife, and he gart the cold steel glitter. And it seemed the Solon understood about knives, for nae sooner did the steel glint in the sun than he gaed the ae squawk, but lighter, like a body disappointed, and flagged off about the roundness of the craig, and Tam saw him nae mair. And as soon as that thing was gone, Tam had dropped upon his shoulder, and they pulled him up like a died corpse, daddling on the craig. A dram of brandy, which he never went without, brought him to his mind, or what was left of it. Up he sat. "Rin, Geordie, rin to the boat, make sure of the boatman, rin," he cries, "or yon Solon'll have it away," says he. The 4 lads stared at either, and tried to willy-waw him to be quiet, but naething would satisfy Tam Dale, till none of them had started on head to stand sentry on the boat. The others asked if he was for down again. "Na," says he, "and neither you nor me," says he. "And as soon as I can win to stand on my 2 feet, we'll be off frae this craig as swattin'." Sure enough, nae time was lost, and that was all muckle. For before they won to North Berwick, Tam was in a crying fever. He lay a' the simmer, and wha was sae kind as some speering for him but Tod Lapraik. Folk thought afterwards that Ilka time Todd came near the house, the fever had worsened. I kenna for that, but what I ken the best, that was the end of it. It was about this time of the year. My grandfather was out at the white fishing, and like a bairn I but to gang with him. We had a grand take, I mind, and the way that the fish lay brought us nearin by the Bass, where we foregathered with another boat that belonged to a man, Sandy Fletcher in Castleton. He no lang died neither, nor ye could speir it himself. Will Sandy hailed. "What's yon on the Bass?" says he. "On the Bass?" says grandfather. "Aye," says Sandy, "on the green side of it." "What kind of a thing?" says grandfather. "There canna be nothing on the Bass but just the sheep." "It looks unco like a body," quoth Sandy, who was nearer in. "A body," says we, and we none of us liked that. For there was nae boat that could have brought a man, and the key of the prison yet hung o'er my father's at home in the press bed. We kept the twa boats close for company, and creepin nearer hand. Grandfather had a glass, for he had been a sailor and captain of a smack, and had lost her on the sands of Tay. And when we took the glass to it, sure enough, there was a man. He was in a crunkle of green brae, a wee below the chapel, and by his lee lane, and loped and flang and danced like a daft quean at the waiting. "It's Todd," said grandfather, and passed the glass to Sandy. "Aye, it's him," said Sandy. "Or under the likeness of him," says grandfather. "Sma's the difference," quoth Sandy. "Dale or Warlock, I'll try the gun at him," quoth he, and brought up a fowling piece that he aye carried, for Sandy was a notable famous shot in all that country. "Hold your hand, Sandy," says grandfather. "We maun see clearer first," says he, "or this may be a dear day's work on the baith of us." "Hout," said Sandy, "this is the Lord's judgment surely, and be damned to it," says he. "Maybe aye, and maybe no," says my grandfather, worthy man. "But have you a mind of the procurator fiscal that I think you'll have foregathered wi' before?" says he. This was o'er true, and Sandy was a wee thing set agee. "Aweel, laddie," says he, "and what would be your way of it?" "Oh, just thus," says grandfather. "Let me that has the fastest boat gang back to North Berwick, and let you bide here and keep an eye on Thon. If I canna find Lapraik, I'll join ye, and the twa of us'll have a crack with him. But if Lapraik's at hame, I'll rin up the flag at the harbour, and ye can try thong thing with the gun." Aweel, so it was agreed between them twa. I was just a bairn, and clomb in Sandy's boat, where I thought I would see the best of the employ. My grandsire gaed Sandy a siller test to put in his gun with the lead, drapes being mair deadly against bogles. And then as the boat set off for North Berwick, and the tither lay war as it was, and watched in one chancy thing on the brae side. At the time we lay there, it loped and flang and capered and span like a teetotum, and whiles we could hear it skelloch as it span. I ha' seen lassies, the daft queans, and would lope and dance at winter's night, and still be loping and dancing when the winter's day came in. But there would be folk there to hold them company, and the lads to egg them on. And this thing was its lee lane. And there would be a fiddler diddling his eye block in the chimney side, and this thing had nae music, but the skirling of the Solons. And the lassies were bits of young things, with the real life dinling and stending in their members. And this was a muckle, fat, crishy man, and him fan in the vale of years. Say what ye like, I mun say what I believe. It was joy in the creature's heart, the joy of hell, I dare say, joy whatever. Mony a time I have asked myself why witches and warlocks should sell their souls, whilk are their maist dear possessions, and be auld duddy and wrinkled wives or old feckless doddered men. And then I mind upon Tod Lapraik's dancing at the hours by his lane in the black glory of his heart. Nae doubt they burn for it muckle in hell, but they have a grand time here of it, whatever, and the Lord forgive us. Well, at the hinder end we saw the wee flag yerk up at the masthead upon the harbour rocks. That was a Sandy waited for. He up with a gun, took a deliberate aim, and pulled the trigger. There came a bang, and then a waeful skirl frae the bass. And there we were rubbing our een, and looking at either like daft folks. For with the bang and the skeal, the thing had clean disappeared. The sun glinted and wound blue, and there was the bare yard where the wonder had been low pining and flinging but a second sign. The hale way home I roared and grat with the terror of that dispensation. The grand folk were nae sae muckle better. There was little said in Sandy's boat but just the name of God. And when we went in by the pier, the harbour rocks were fair black with the folks waiting us. It seems they had fund Lapraik and ane of his dwams, cawing the shuttle and smiling. A lad they sent to hoist the flag, and the rest abode there in the Webster's house. You may be sure they liked it little, but it was a means of grace to severals that stood there praying in to themselves, for none cared to pray out loud, and looking on thon awesome thing as it cawed the shuttle. Sign upon us suddenly, and with the aye dreadful skelech, Tod sprang up frae his hinderlands and fell forth on the wab, a bloody corpse. When the corpse was examined, they laid drabs netty plaid buff upon the warlock's body. Sorrow a laid drap was to be found, but there was grandfather's siller tester in the puttock's heart of him. Andie had scarcely done when there befell a mighty silly affair that had its consequence. Neil, as I have said, was himself a great narrator. I have heard since that he knew all the stories in the Highlands, and thought much of himself, and was thought much of by others on the strength of it. Now Andie's tale reminded him of one he had already heard.
"She would ken the story afore," said he. "She was the story of Ustinmore and Mackay Pilrig and the Graver Vore."
"It is no such thing," cried Andie. "It is a story of my father, now a god, and Tod Lapraik, and the same in your beard," says he, "and keep the tongues of ye inside your Highland shafts." In dealing with Highlanders, it will be found, and has been shown in history, how well it goes with Lowlander gentlefolk. But the thing appears scarce feasible for Lowland commons. I had already remarked that Andie was continually on the point of quarrelling with our three MacGregors, and now, sure enough, it was to come.
"There will be no willers to use to shentelmans," said Neil.
"Gentlemans!"
cried Andie. "Gentlemans, ye Highland stot! If God would give ye the grace to see yourself the way that others see ye, ye would throw your dinner up."
There came some kind of a Gaelic oath from Neil, and the black knife was in his hand that moment. There was no time to think, and I caught the Highlander by the leg and had him down and his armed hand pinned out before I knew what I was doing. His comrades sprang to rescue him. Andie and I were without weapons, and the Gregara 3-2. It seemed we were beyond salvation when Neil screamed in his own tongue, ordering the others back, and made his submission to myself in a manner of the most abject, even giving me up his knife, which, upon a repetition of his promises, I returned to him on the morrow. 2 things I saw plain. The first, that I must not build too high on Andie, who had shrunk against the wall and stood there, as pale as death, till the affair was over. The second, the strength of my own position with the Highlanders, who must have received extraordinary charges to be tender of my safety. But if I thought Andie came not very well out in courage, I had no fault to find with him upon the account of gratitude. It was not so much that he troubled me with thanks, as that his whole mind and manner appeared changed, and as he preserved ever after a great timidity of our companions, he and I were yet more constantly together. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 16. The Missing Witness. On the 17th, the day I was trysted with the writer, I had much rebellion against fate. The thought of him waiting in the king's arms, and of what he would think and what he would say when next we met, tormented and oppressed me. The truth was unbelievable. So much I had to grant, and it seemed cruel hard that I should be posted as a liar and a coward, and have never consciously omitted what it was possible that I should do. I repeated this form of words with a kind of bitter relish, and re-examined in that light the steps of my behavior. It seemed I had behaved to James Stewart as a brother might. All the past was a picture that I could be proud of, and there was only the present to consider. I could not swim the sea, nor yet fly in the air, but there was always Andie. I had done him a service, he liked me, I had a lever there to work on. If it were just for decency, I must try once more with Andie. It was late afternoon. There was no sound in all the Bass but the lap and bubble of a very quiet sea, and my 4 companions were all crept apart, the 3 MacGregors higher on the rock, and Andie with his Bible to a sunny place among the ruins. There I found him in deep sleep, and as soon as he was awake, appealed to him with some fervour of manner and good show of argument. "If I thought it was to do good to ye, Shaws," said he, staring at me over his spectacles. "It's to save another," said I, "and to redeem my word. What would be more good than that? Do ye not mind the Scripture, Andie, and you with the book upon your lap? What shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world?" "Aye," said he, "that's grand for you, but where do I come in? I have my word to redeem the same's yourself. And what are ye asking me to do, but just to sell it ye for siller?" "Andie, have I named the name of siller?" cried I. "Oh, the name's nothing," said he. "The thing is there whatever. It just comes to this. If I am to service ye in the way that you propose, I'll lose my livelihood. Then it's clear you'll have to make it up to me and a pickle more, for your end credit like. And what's that but just a bribe?" "Even I were certain of the bribe, but by that I can learn it's far frae that.
And if you were to hang, where would I be? Nay, the thing's no possible. And just away with ye like a bonny lad, and let Andie read his chapter."
I remember I was at the bottom of a good deal gratified with this result, and the next humour I fell into was one, I had near said, of gratitude to Prestongrange, who had saved me in this violent, illegal manner out of the midst of my dangers, temptations, and perplexities. But this was both too flimsy and too cowardly to last me long, and the remembrance of James began to succeed to the possession of my spirits. The 21st, the day set for the trial, I passed in such misery of mind as I can scarce recall to have endured, save perhaps upon Isle Errand only. Much of the time I lay on a braeside betwixt sleep and waking, my body motionless, my mind full of violent thoughts. Sometimes I slept indeed, but the court-house of Inverary and the prisoner glancing on all sides to find his missing witness followed me in slumber, and I would wake again with a start to darkness of spirit and distress of body. I thought Andie seemed to observe me, but I paid him little heed. Verily my bread was bitter to me, and my days a burden. Early the next morning, Friday the 22nd, a boat came with provisions, and Andie placed a packet in my hand. The cover was without address, but sealed with the government seal. It enclosed 2 notes. "Mr. Balfour can now see for himself it is too late to meddle. His conduct will be observed and his discretion rewarded." So ran the first, which seemed to be laboriously writ with the left hand. There was certainly nothing in these expressions to compromise the writer, even if that person could be found. The seal, which formidably served instead of signature, was affixed to a separate sheet on which there was no scratch of writing, and I had to confess that, so far, my adversaries knew what they were doing, and to digest as well as I was able the threat that peeped under the promise. But the second enclosure was by far the most surprising. It was in a lady's hand writ. "Master David Balfour is informed a friend was sparing for him, and her eyes were of the grey," it ran, and seemed so extraordinary a piece to come to my hands at such a moment and under such cover of government seal that I stood stupid. Catriona's grey eyes shone in my remembrance. I thought with a bound of pleasure, she must be the friend. But who should the writer be to have her billet thus enclosed with Prestongrange's? And of all wonders, why was it thought needful to give me this pleasing but most inconsequent intelligence upon the Bass? For the writer I could hit upon none possible except Miss Grant. Her family, I remembered, had remarked on Catriona's eyes, and even named her for their colour, and she herself had been much in the habit to address me with a broad pronunciation, by way of a sniff, I supposed, at my rusticity. No doubt besides, but she lived in the same house as this letter came from, so there remained but one step to be accounted for, and that was how Prestongrange should have permitted her at all in an affair so secret, or let her daft-like billet go in the same cover with this own. But here I had a glimmering, for, first of all, there was something rather alarming about the young lady, and Papa might be more under her domination than I knew. And second, there was the man's continual policy to be remembered, how his conduct had been continually mingled with caresses, and he had scarce ever, in the midst of so much contention, laid aside a mask of friendship. He must conceive that my imprisonment had incensed me. Perhaps this little jesting, friendly message was intended to disarm my rancor? I will be honest, I think it did. I felt a sudden warmth toward that beautiful Miss Grant, that she should stoop to so much interest in my affairs. The summoning up of Catriona moved me of itself to milder and more cowardly counsels. If the advocate knew of her and our acquaintance, if I should please him by some of that discretion at which his letter pointed, to what might not this lead? In vain is the net prepared in sight of any fowl, the Scripture says. Well, fowls must be wiser than folk, for I thought I perceived the policy, and yet fell in with it. I was in this frame, my heart beating, the grey eyes plain before me like two stars, when Andie broke in upon my musing. "I see ye has got good news," said he. I found him looking curiously in my face. With that there came before me like a vision of James Stewart in the court of Inverary, and my mind turned at once like a door upon its hinges. Trials, I reflected, sometimes draw out longer than is looked for. Even if I came to Inverary just too late, something might yet be attempted in the interests of James, and in those of my own character the best would be accomplished. In a moment, it seemed, without thought, I had a plan devised. "Andie," said I, "is it still to be tomorrow?" He told me nothing was changed. "Was anything said about the hour?" I asked. He told me it was to be 2:00 afternoon. "And about the place?" I pursued. "Whatten place?" says Andie. "The place I am to be landed at," said I. He owned there was nothing as to that. "Very well, then," I said, "this shall be mine to arrange. The wind is in the east, my road lies westward. Keep your boat, I hire it. Let us work up the Forth all day, and land me at 2:00 tomorrow at the westmost we can have reached." "Ye daft callant," he cried. "Ye would try for Inverary after all." "Just that, Andie," says I. "Well, you're ill to beat," says he. "And I was kind o' sorry for ye a day yesterday," he added. "You see, I was never entirely sure till then which way of it ye really wanted." Here was a spur to a lame horse. "A word in your ear, Andie," said I. "This plan of mine has another advantage yet. We can leave these Highlandmen behind us on the rock, and one of your boats from the Castleton can bring them off tomorrow. Yon Neil has a queer eye when he regards you. Maybe if I was once out of the gate, there might be knives again. These red shanks are unco grudgeful. And if there should come to be any question, here is your excuse. Our lives were in danger by these savages. Being unanswerable for my safety, you chose the part to bring me from their neighborhood and detain me the rest of the time on board your boat. And do you know, Andie," says I with a smile, "I think it was very wisely chosen."
"The truth is, I have no good for Neil," says Andie, "nor he for me, I'm thinking. And I would like ill to come to my hands with the man. Tam Anstra will make a better hand of it with the cattle only way."
For his man Anster came from Fife, where the Gaelic is still spoken.
Aye, says Andie, "Tam can deal with them the best, and troth, the mair I think of it, the less I see we would be required. The place, fegs, they had forgot the place. Shaws, you're a lang-hyed chield when ye like. Forby that I'm owing ye my life," he added with more solemnity, and offered me his hand upon the bargain.
Whereupon, with scarce more words, we stepped suddenly on board the boat, cast off, and set the lug. The Gregara were then busy upon breakfast, for the cookery was their usual part. But one of them stepping to the battlements, our flight was observed before we were 20 fathoms from the rock, and the 3 of them ran about the ruins and the landing shelf for all the world like ants about a broken nest, hailing and crying on us to return.
We were still in both the lee and the shadow of the rock, which last lay broad upon the waters, but presently came forth in almost the same moment into the wind and sunshine. The sail filled and the boat heeled to the gunwale, and we swept immediately beyond sound of the men's voices. To what terrors they endured upon the rock, where they were now deserted without the countenance of any civilized person, or so much as the protection of a Bible, no limit can be set, nor had they any brandy left to be their consolation, for even in the haste and secrecy of our departure, Andie had managed to remove it. It was our first care to set Anster ashore in a cove by the Glantithy rocks, so that the deliverance of our maroons might be duly seen to the next day. Thence we kept away up Firth. The breeze, which was then so spirited, swiftly declined, but never wholly failed us. All day we kept moving, though often not much more, and it was after dark ere we were up with the Queen's Ferry. To keep the letter of Andie's engagement, or what was left of it, I must remain on board, but I thought no harm to communicate with the shore in writing. On Prestongrange's cover, where the government seal must have a good deal surprised my correspondent, I writ, by the boat's lantern, a few necessary words aboard, and Andie carried them to Umquile. In about an hour he came again with a purse of money and the assurance that a good horse should be standing saddled for me by 2 tomorrow at Clackmannan Pool. This done, and the boat riding by her stone anchor, we lay down to sleep under the sail. We were in the pool the next day long ere 2, and there was nothing left for me but to sit and wait. I felt little clarity upon my errand. I would have been glad of any passable excuse to lay it down, but none being to be found, my uneasiness was no less great than if I had been running to some desired pleasure. But shortly after 1, the horse was at the waterside, and I could see a man walking it to and fro till I should land, which vastly swelled my impatience. Andie ran the moment of my liberation very fine, showing himself a man of his bare word, but scarce serving his employers with a heaped measure. And by about 50 seconds after 2, I was in the saddle and on the full stretch for Stirling. In a little more than an hour I had passed that town, and was already mounting Allan Waterside, when the weather broke in a small tempest. The rain blinded me, the wind had nearly beat me from the saddle, and the first darkness of the night surprised me in a wilderness still some way east of Balwither, not very sure of my direction, and mounted on a horse that began already to be weary. In the press of my hurry, and to be spared the delay and annoyance of a guide, I had followed, so far as were possible for any horseman, the line of my journey with Allan. This I did with open eyes, foreseeing a great risk in it, which the tempest had now brought to a reality. The last that I knew of where I was, I think it must have been about Yumvar, the hour perhaps 6 at night. I must still think it great good fortune that I got about 11 to my destination, the house of Duncan Dhu. Where I had wandered in the interval, perhaps the horse could tell. I know we were twice down and once over the saddle, and for a moment carried away in a roaring burn. Steed and rider were bemired up to the eyes. From Duncan I had news of the trial. It was followed in all these Highland regions with religious interest. News of it spread from Inverary as swift as men could travel. And I was rejoiced to learn that, up to a late hour that Saturday, it was not yet concluded, and all men began to suppose it must spread over the Monday. Under the spur of this intelligence, I would not sit to eat, but Duncan, having agreed to be my guide, took the road again on foot, with a piece in my hand, and munching as I went. Duncan brought with him a flask of Usenba and a hand lantern, which last enlightened us just so long as we could find houses where to rekindle it, for the thing leaked outrageously and blew out with every gust. The more part of the night we walked blindfolded among sheets of rain, and day found us aimless on the mountains. Hard by we struck a hut on a burnside, where we got a bite and a direction, and a little before the end of the sermon came to the cook doors of Inverary. The rain had somewhat washed the upper parts of me, but I was still bogged as high as to the knees. I streamed water. I was so weary I could hardly limp, and my face was like a ghost's. I stood certainly more in need of a change of raiment and a bed to lie on than of all the benefits in Christianity. For all which, being persuaded the chief point for me was to make myself immediately public, I set the door of the church with my dirty Duncan at my tails, and finding a vacant place, sat down. Certainly, my brethren, and in parentheses, the law itself must be regarded as a means of grace, the minister was saying in the voice of one delighting to pursue an argument. The sermon was in English on account of the Aziz. The judges were present with their armed attendants, and the halberds glittered in a corner by the door, and the seats were thronged beyond custom with the array of lawyers. The text was in Romans 5th and 13th, the minister a skilled hand, and the whole of that able churchful, from Argyle and my lords Elchies and Kilkerran down to the halberton men that came in their attendance, was sunk with gathered brows in a profound critical attention. The minister himself, and a sprinkling of those about the door, observed our entrance at the moment, and immediately forgot the same. The rest either did not hear, or would not be heard, and I sat amongst my friends and enemies unremarked. The first that I singled out was Prestongrange. He sat well forward like an eager horseman in the saddle, his lips moving with relish, his eyes glued on the minister. The doctrine was clearly to his mind. Charles Stewart, on the other hand, was half asleep, and looked harassed and pale. As for Simon Fraser, he appeared like a blot, and almost a scandal in the midst of that attentive congregation, digging his hands in his pockets, shifting his legs, clearing his throat, and rolling up his bald eyebrows, and shooting out his eyes to right and left, now with a yawn, now with a secret smile. At times, too, he would take the Bible in front of him, run it through, seem to read a bit, run it through again, and stop and yawn prodigiously, the whole as if for exercise. In the course of this restlessness, his eyes alighted on myself. He sat a second, stupefied, then tore a half-leaf out of the Bible, scrawled upon it with a pencil, and passed it with a whispered word to his next neighbor. The note came to Prestongrange, who gave me but the one look. Thence it voyaged to the hands of Mr. Erskine, thence again to Argyle, where he sat between the other two lords of session, and his grace turned and fixed me with an arrogant eye. The last of those interested in my presence was Charlie Stewart, and he too began to pencil and hand about dispatches, none of which I was able to trace to their destination in the crowd. But the passage of these notes had aroused notice. All who were in the secret, or supposed themselves to be so, were whispering information, the rest questions, and the minister himself seemed quite discountenanced by the flutter in the church and sudden stir and whispering. His voice changed, he plainly faltered, nor did he again recover the easy conviction and full tones of his delivery. It would be a puzzle to him till his dying day why a sermon that had gone with triumph through 4 parts should thus miscarry in the 5th. As for me, I continued to sit there, very wet and weary, and a good deal anxious as to what should happen next, but greatly exulting in my success. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 17. The Memorial. The last word of the blessing was scarce out of the minister's mouth before Stewart had me by the arm. We were the first to be forth of the church, and he made such an extraordinary expedition that we were safe within the four walls of a house before the street had begun to be thronged with the home-going congregation. "Am I yet in time?" I asked.
"Aye and no," said he. "The case is over, the jury is enclosed, and will so kind as let us ken their view of it tomorrow in the morning, the same as I could have told it my own self 3 days ago before the play began. The thing has been public from the start. The panel ken it. Ye may do what ye will for me," whispers he 2 days ago. "Ye can ken my fate by what the Duke of Argyll has just said to Mr. Mackintosh. Oh, it's been a scandal. The great Argyll he gaed before he got the cannons and guns to roar, and the very macer cried, 'Cracken!' But now that I have got you again, I'll never despair. The oak shall go over the myrtle yet. We'll ding the Campbells yet in their own town. Praise God that I should see the day." He was leaping with excitement, emptied out his mails upon the floor that I might have a change of clothes, and uncommoded me with his assistance as I changed. What remained to be done, or how I was to do it, was what he never told me, nor I believe so much as thought of. "We'll ding the Campbells yet." That was still his overcome. And it was forced home upon my mind how this, that had the externals of a sober process of law, was in its essence a clan battle between savage clans. I thought my friend the writer none of the least savage. Who that had only seen him at a council's back before the Lord Ordinary, or following a golf ball and laying down his clubs on Bruntsfield links, could have recognized for the same person this voluble and violent clansman? James Stewart's council were 4 in number: Sheriffs Brown of Colston and Miller, Mr. Mackintosh, and Mr. Stewart Younger of Stewart Hall. These were covenanted to dine with the writer after sermon, and I was very obligingly included of the party. No sooner the cloth lifted, and the first bowl very artfully compounded by Sheriff Miller, that we fell to the subject in hand. I made a short narration of my seizure and captivity, and was then examined and re-examined upon the circumstances of the murder. It will be remembered this was the first time I had my say out, or the matter at all handled, among lawyers, and the consequence was very dispiriting to the others, and, I must own, disappointing to myself. "To sum up," said Colston, "you prove that Allen was on the spot, you have heard him proffer menaces against Glenure, and though you assure us he was not the man who fired, you leave a strong impression that he was in league with him, and consenting, perhaps immediately assisting, in the act. You show him besides, at the risk of his own liberty, actively furthering the criminal's escape. And the rest of your testimony, so far as the least material, depends on the bare word of Allen, or of James, the 2 accused. In short, you do not at all break, but only lengthen by one personage, the chain that binds our client to the murderer. And I need scarcely say that the introduction of a 3rd accomplice rather aggravates that appearance of a conspiracy which has been our stumbling block from the beginning." "I am of the same opinion," said Sheriff Miller. "I think we may all be very much obliged to Prestongrange for taking a most uncomfortable witness out of our way. And chiefly, I think, Mr. Balfour himself might be obliged. For you talk of a 3rd accomplice, but Mr. Balfour, in my view, has very much the appearance of a 4th. "Allow me, sirs," interposed Stewart the writer. "There is another view. Here we have a witness, never fash whether material or not, a witness in this cause, kidnapped by that old lawless bandit crew of the Glengyle MacGregors, and sequestered for near upon a month in a burrock of old ruins on the Bass. Move that and see what dirt you fling on the proceedings. Sir, this is a tale to make the world ring with. It would be strange, with such a grip as this, if we couldn't squeeze out a pardon for my client."
"And suppose we took up Mr. Balfour's cause tomorrow," said Stewart Hall. "I am much deceived, or should we find so many impediments thrown in our path, as that James should have been hanged before we had found a court to hear us. This is a great scandal, but I suppose we have none of us to forget a greater skill. I mean the matter of the Lady Grange. The woman was still in durance. My friend Mr. Hope of Rankelour did what was humanly possible. And how did he speed? He never got a warrant. Well, it'll be the same now. The same weapons will be used. This is a scene, gentlemen, of clan animosity. The hatred of the name which I have the honor to bear rages in high quarters. There is nothing here to be viewed but naked Campbell spite and scurvy Campbell intrigue."
You may be sure this was to touch a welcome topic, and I sat for some time in the midst of my learned council, almost deaved with their talk, but extremely little the wiser for its purport. The writer was led to some hot expressions. Colston must take him up and set him right. The rest joined in on different sides, but all pretty noisy. The Duke of Argyll was beaten like a blanket. King George came in for a few digs in the bygoing and a great deal of rather liberal defence, and there was only one person that seemed to be forgotten, and that was James of the Glen. Through all this Mr. Miller sat quiet. He was a slip of an oldish gentleman, ruddy and twinkling. He spoke in a smooth, rich voice, with an infinite effect of pockiness, dealing out each word the way an actor does, to give the most expression possible. And even now, when he was silent and sat there with his wig laid aside, his glass in both hands, his mouth funnily pursed, and his chin out, he seemed the mere picture of a merry slyness. It was plain he had a word to say, and waited for the fit occasion. It came presently. Colston had wound up one of his speeches with some expression of their duty to their client. His brother sheriff was pleased, I suppose, with the transition. He took the table in his confidence with a gesture and a look. "That suggests to me a consideration which seems overlooked," said he. "The interest of our client goes certainly before all, but the world does not come to an end with James Stewart." Whereat he cocked his eye. "I might condescend exple gratia upon a Mr. George Brown, a Mr. Thomas Miller, and a Mr. David Balfour. Mr. David Balfour has a very good ground of complaint, and I think, gentlemen, if his story was properly read out, I think there would be a number of wigs on the green." The whole table turned to him with a common movement. "Properly handled and carefully read it out, his is a story that could scarcely fail to have some consequence," he continued. "The whole administration of justice, from its highest officer downward, would be totally discredited, and it looks to me as if they would need to be replaced." He seemed to shine with cunning as he said it. "And I need not point out to ye that this of Mr. Balfour's would be a remarkable bonny cause to appear in," he added. Well, there they all were started on another hare. Mr. Balfour's cause, and what kind of speeches could be there delivered, and what officials could be thus turned out, and who would succeed in their positions. I shall give but two specimens. It was proposed to approach Simon Fraser, whose testimony, if it could be obtained, would prove certainly fatal to Argyll and to Prestongrange. Miller highly approved of the attempt. "We have here before us a dripping roast," said he. "Here is cut and come again for all." And methought all licked their lips. The other was already near the end. Stewart the writer was out of the body with delight, smelling vengeance of his enemy the Duke. "Gentlemen," cried he, charging his glass, "here is to Sheriff Miller. His legal abilities are known to all. His culinary, this bowl in front of us, is here to speak for. But when it comes to the political," cries he, and drained the glass. "Ay, but it will hardly prove politics in your meaning, my friend," said the gratified Miller. "A revolution, if you like, and I think I can promise you that historical writers shall date from Mr. Balfour's cause. But properly guided, Mr. Stewart, tenderly guided, it shall prove a peaceful revolution." "And if the damned Campbells get their ears rubbed, what care I?" cries Stewart, smiting down his fist. It will be thought that I was not very well pleased with all this, though I could scarce forbear smiling at a kind of innocency in these old intriguers. But it was not my view to have undergone so many sorrows for the advancement of Sheriff Miller, or to make a revolution in the Parliament House, and I interposed accordingly with as much simplicity of manner as I could assume. "I have to thank you, gentlemen, for your advice," said I, "and now I would like, by your leave, to set you 2 or 3 questions. There is one thing that has fallen rather on one side. For instance, will this cause do any good for our friend James of the Glens?" They seemed all a hair set back, and gave various answers, but concurring practically in one point, that James now had no hope but in the King's mercy. "To proceed then," said I, "will it do any good to Scotland? We have a saying that it is an ill bird that fouls its own nest. I remember hearing we had a riot in Edinburgh when I was an infant child, which gave occasion to the late Queen to call this country barbarous, and I always understood that we had rather lost than gained by that. Then came the year '45, which made Scotland to be talked of everywhere, but I never heard it said that we had any way gained by the '45. And now we come to this cause of Mr. Balfour's, as you call it. Sheriff Miller tells us historical writers are to date from it, and I would not wonder. It is only my fear that they would date from it as a period of calamity and public reproach." The nimble-witted Miller had already smelt where I was travelling to, and made haste to get on the same road. "Forcibly put, Mr. Balfour," says he. "A weighty observe, sir." "We have next to ask ourselves if it will be good for King George," I pursued. "Sheriff Miller appears pretty easy upon this, but I doubt you will scarce be able to pull down the house from under him without his Majesty coming by a knock or 2, one of which might easily prove fatal." I gave them a chance to answer, but none volunteered. "Of those for whom the case was to be profitable," I went on, "Sheriff Miller gave us the names of several, among the which he was good enough to mention mine. I hope he will pardon me if I think otherwise. I believe I hung not the least back in this affair while there was life to be saved, but I own I thought myself extremely hazarded, and I own I think it would be a pity for a young man, with some idea of coming to the bar, to ingrain himself the character of a turbulent, factious fellow before he was yet 20. As for James, it seems, at this date of the proceedings, when the sentence is as good as pronounced, he has no hope but in the King's mercy. May not his Majesty, then, be pointedly addressed, the characters of these high officers sheltered from the public, and myself kept out of a position which I think spells ruin for me?" They all sat and gazed into their glasses, and I could see they found my attitude on the affair unpalatable. But Miller was ready at all events. "If I may be allowed to put my young friend's notion in more formal shape," says he, I understand him to propose that we should embody the fact of his sequestration, and perhaps some heads of the testimony he was prepared to offer, in a memorial to the Crown. This plan has elements of success. It is as likely as any other, and perhaps likelier, to help our client. Perhaps His Majesty would have the goodness to feel a certain gratitude to all concerned in such a memorial, which might be construed into an expression of a very delicate loyalty, and I think in the drafting of the same this view might be brought forward. They all nodded to each other, not without sighs, for the former alternative was doubtless more after their inclination. Paper, then, Mr. Stewart, if you please, pursued Miller, and I think it might very fittingly be signed by the 5 of us here present, as procurators for the condemned man.
It can do none of us any harm, at least, says Carleton, heaving another sigh, for he had seen himself Lord Advocate the last 10 minutes. Thereupon they set themselves, not very enthusiastically, to draft the memorial, a process in the course of which they soon caught fire, and I had no more ado but to sit looking on and answer an occasional question. The paper was very well expressed, beginning with a recitation of the facts about myself, the reward offered for my apprehension, my surrender, the pressure brought to bear upon me, my sequestration, and my arrival at Inverary in time to be too late, going on to explain the reasons of loyalty and public interest for which it was agreed to waive any right of action, and winding up with a forcible appeal to the King's mercy on behalf of James. Methought I was a good deal sacrificed, and rather represented in the light of a firebrand of a fellow whom my cloud of lawyers had restrained with difficulty from extremes. But I let it pass, and made but one suggestion, that I should be described as ready to deliver my own evidence and adduce that of others before any commission of inquiry, and the one demand that I should be immediately furnished with a copy. Coulter hemmed and hawed. "This is a very confidential document," said he. "And my position towards Prestongrange is highly peculiar," I replied. "No question but I must have touched his heart at our first interview, so that he has since stood my friend consistently. But for him, gentlemen, I must now be lying dead, or awaiting my sentence alongside poor James, for which reason I choose to communicate to him the facts of this memorial as soon as it is copied. You are to consider also that this step will make for my protection. I have enemies here accustomed to drive hard. His Grace is in his own country, Lovat by his side, and if there should hang any ambiguity over our proceedings, I think I might very well awake in jail." Not finding any very ready answers to these considerations, my company of advisers were at the last persuaded to consent, and made only this condition, that I was to lay the paper before Prestongrange with the express compliments of all concerned. The advocate was at the castle dining with his Grace. By the hand of one of Carleton's servants I sent him a billet asking for an interview, and received a summons to meet him at once in a private house of the town. Here I found him alone in a chamber. From his face there was nothing to be gleaned, yet I was not so unobservant but what I spied some halberts in the hall, and not so stupid but what I could gather he was prepared to arrest me then and there, should it appear advisable. "So, Mr. David, this is you?" said he. "Where I fear I am not overly welcome, my lord," said I, "and I would like, before I go further, to express my sense of your lordship's good offices, even should they now cease." "I have heard of your gratitude before," he replied dryly, "and I think this can scarce be a matter you called me from my wine to listen to. I would remember also, if I were you, that you still stand on a very boggy foundation." "Not now, my lord, I think," said I, "and if your lordship will but glance an eye along this, you will perhaps think as I do." He read it sedulously through, frowning heavily,
and then turned back to one part and another which he seemed to weigh and compare the effect of. His face a little lightened. "This is not so bad but what it might be worse," said he, "though I am still likely to pay dear for my acquaintance with Mr. David Balfour." "Rather for your indulgence to that unlucky young man, my lord," said I. He still skimmed the paper, and all the while his spirits seemed to mend. "And to whom am I indebted for this?" he asked presently. "Other counsels must have been discussed, I think. Who was it proposed this private method? Was it Miller?" "My lord, it was myself," said I. "These gentlemen have shown me no such consideration as I should deny myself any credit I can fairly claim, or spare them any responsibility they should properly bear. And the mere truth is that they were all in favor of a process which should have remarkable consequences on the Parliament House, and prove for them, in one of their own expressions, a dripping roast. Before I intervened, I think they were on the point of sharing out the different law appointments. Our friend Mr. Simon was to be taken in upon some composition." Prestongrange smiled. "These are our friends," said he. "And what were your reasons for dissenting, Mr. David?" I told him without concealment, expressing, however, with more force and volume those which regarded Prestongrange himself. "You do me no more than justice," said he. "I have fought as hard in your interest as you have fought against mine. And how come you here to-day?" he asked. "As the case drew out, I began to grow uneasy that I had clipped the period so fine, and I was even expecting you tomorrow. But to-day I never dreamed of it." I was not, of course, going to betray Andie. "I suspect there are some very weary cattle by the road," said I. "If I had known you were such a mass trooper, you should have tasted longer of the bass," says he. "Speaking of which, my lord, I return your letter," and I gave him the enclosure in the counterfeit hand. "There was a cover also with the seal?" said he. "I have it not," said I. "It bore not even an address, and could not compromise a cat. The second enclosure I have, and with your permission, I desire to keep it." I thought he winced a little, but he said nothing to the point. "Tomorrow," he resumed, "our business here is to be finished, and I proceed to Glasgow. I would be very glad to have you of my party, Mr. David." "My lord," I began. "I do not deny it will be of service to me," he interrupted. "I desire that, when we shall come to Edinburgh, you shall alight at my house. You have very warm friends in the Miss Grants, who will be overjoyed to have you to themselves. If you think I have been of use to you, you can thus easily repay me. And so far from losing, you may reap some advantage by the way. It is not every strange young man who is presented in society by the King's advocate." Often enough already in our brief relations, this gentleman has caused my head to spin. No doubt but what for a moment he did so again. Here was the old fiction still maintained of my particular favor with his daughters, one of whom had been so good as to laugh at me, while the other two had scarce deigned to remark the fact of my existence. And now I was to ride with my lord to Glasgow. I was to dwell with him in Edinburgh. I was to be brought into society under his protection. That he should have so much good nature as to forgive me was surprising enough. That he could wish to take me up and serve me seemed impossible, and I began to seek some ulterior meaning. One was plain. If I became his guest, repentance was excluded. I could never think better of my present design and bring any action. And besides, would not my presence in his house draw out the whole pugnancy of the memorial? For that complaint could not be very seriously regarded if the person chiefly injured was the guest of the official most incriminated. As I thought upon this, I could not quite refrain from smiling. "This is in the nature of a counter-check to the memorial?" said I. "You are cunning, Mr. David," said he, "and you do not wholly guess wrong the fact will be of use to me in my defense.
Perhaps, however, you underrate friendly sentiments, which are perfectly genuine. I have a respect for you, David, mingled with awe," he said, smiling. "I am more than willing, I am earnestly desirous to meet your wishes," said I. "It is my design to be called to the bar, where your lordship's countenance would be invaluable, and I am besides sincerely grateful to yourself and family for different marks of interest and of indulgence. The difficulty is here. There is one point in which we pull two ways. You are trying to hang James Stewart. I am trying to save him. Insofar as my riding with you would better your lordship's defense, I am at your lordship's orders. But insofar as it would help to hang James Stewart, you see me at a stick." I thought he swore to himself. "You should certainly be called. The bar is the true scene for your talents," he said bitterly, and then fell a while silent. "I will tell you," he presently resumed. "There is no question of James Stewart for or against. James is a dead man. His life is given and taken, bought, if you like it better, and sold. No memorial can help. No defalcation to a faithful Mr. David hurt him. Blow high, blow low, there will be no pardon for James Stewart, and take that for said. The question is now of myself. Am I to stand or fall? And I do not deny to you that I am in some danger. But will Mr. David Balfour consider why? It is not because I push the case unduly against James, for that I am sure of condemnation. And it is not because I have sequestered Mr. David on a rock, though it will pass under that color, but because I did not take the ready and plain path, to which I was pressed repeatedly, and send Mr. David to his grave, or to the gallows. Hence the scandal, hence the stamped memorial," striking the paper on his leg. "My tenderness for you has brought me in this difficulty. I wish to know if your tenderness to your own conscience is too great to let you help me out of it." No doubt but there was much of the truth in what he said. If James was past helping, whom was it more natural that I should turn to help than just the man before me, who had helped myself so often, and was even now setting me a pattern of patience? I was besides not only weary, but beginning to be ashamed of my perpetual attitude of suspicion and refusal. "If you will name the time and place, I will be punctually ready to attend your lordship," said I. He shook hands with me. "And I think my missus have some news for you," says he, dismissing me. I came away vastly pleased to have my peace made, yet a little concerned in conscience, nor could I help wondering as I went back whether perhaps I had not been a scruple too good-natured. But there was the fact that this was a man that might have been my father, an able man, a great dignitary, and one that, in the hour of my need, had reached a hand to my assistance. I was in the better humor to enjoy the remainder of that evening, which I passed with the advocates, in excellent company no doubt, but perhaps with rather more than a sufficiency of punch, for though I went early to bed, I have no clear mind of how I got there. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 18. The Teed Ball. On the morrow, from the justice's private room, where none could see me, I heard the verdict given in, and judgment rendered upon James. The Duke's words I am quite sure I have correctly, and since that famous passage has been made a subject of dispute, I may as well commemorate my version. Having referred to the year 45,
the chief of the Campbells, sitting as Justice General upon the bench, thus addressed the unfortunate Stewart before him: "If you had been successful in that rebellion, you might have been giving the law where you have now received the judgment of it. We, who are this day your judges, might have been tried before one of your mock courts of judicature, and then you might have been satiated with the blood of any name or clan to which you had an aversion." This is to let the cat out of the bag indeed, thought I, and that was the general impression. It was extraordinary how the young advocate lads took hold and made a mock of this speech, and how scarce a meal passed without some one would get in the words, "and then you might have been satiated." Many songs were made in time for the hour's diversion, and are near all forgot. I remember one began, "What do ye want of the blood of? Is it a name, or is it a clan, or is it an Auquile Highlanderman, that ye want the blood of, the blood of?" Another went to my old favorite air, "The House of Airlie," and it began thus: "It fell on a day when Argyle was on the bench, they served him a Stewart for his dinner." And one of the verses ran, "Then up and spake the Duke, and flighted on his cook, I regarded as a sensible aspersion, that I would sup ave, satiate my maw with the blood of only clan of my aversion." James was as fairly murdered as though the Duke had got a fowling piece and stalked him. So much, of course, I knew, but others knew not so much, and were more affected by the items of scandal that came to light in the progress of the cause. One of the chief was certainly this sally of the justices. It was run hard by another of a juryman, who had struck into the midst of Colston's speech for the defence with a "Pray, sir, cut it short, we are quite weary," which seemed the very excess of impudence and simplicity. But some of my new lawyer friends were still more staggered with an innovation that had disgraced and even vitiated the proceedings. One witness was never called. His name, indeed, was printed, where it may still be seen on the 4th page of the list: James Drummond, alias MacGregor, alias James More, late tenant of Umquile. And his precognition had been taken, as the manner is, in writing. He had remembered, or invented, God help him, matter which was led in James Stewart's shoes, and I saw was like to prove wings to his own. This testimony it was highly desirable to bring to the notice of the jury, without exposing the man himself to the perils of cross-examination. And the way it was brought about was a matter of surprise to all, for the paper was handed round, like a curiosity, in court, passed through the jury box, where it did its work, and disappeared again, as though by accident, before it reached the counsel for the prisoner. This was counted a most insidious device, and that the name of James More should be mingled up with it filled me with shame for Catriona and concern for myself. The following day Prestongrange and I, with a considerable company, set out for Glasgow, where, to my impatience, we continued to linger some time in a mixture of pleasure and affairs. I lodged with my lord, with whom I was encouraged to familiarity, had my place at entertainments, was presented to the chief guests, and altogether made more of than I thought accorded either my parts or station, so that on strangers being present, I would often blush for Prestongrange. It must be owned the view I had taken of the world in these last months was fit to cast a gloom upon my character. I had met many men, some of them leaders in Israel, whether by their birth or talents, and who among them all had shown clean hands. As for the Browns and Millers, I had seen their self-seeking. I could never again respect them. Prestongrange was the best yet. He had spared me rather, when others had it in their minds to murder me outright. But the blood of James lay at his door. and I thought his present dissimulation with myself a thing below pardon. That he should affect to find pleasure in my discourse almost surprised me out of my patience. I would sit and watch him with a kind of slow fire of anger in my bowels. Ah, friend, friend, I would think to myself, if you were but through with this affair of the memorial, would you not kick me in the streets? Here I did him, as events have proved, the most grave injustice, and I think he was at once far more sincere and a far more artful performer than I supposed. But I had some warrant for my incredulity in the behavior of that court of young advocates that hung about in the hope of patronage. The sudden favor of a lad not previously heard of troubled them at first out of measure, but 2 days were not gone by before I found myself surrounded with flattery and attention. I was the same young man, and neither better nor bonnier, that they had rejected a month before, and now there was no civility too fine for me. The same, do I say? It was not so, and the by name by which I went behind my back confirmed it. Seeing me so firm with the advocate, and persuaded that I was to fly high and far, they had taken a word from the golfing green, and they called me the Teed Ball. I was told I was now one of themselves. I was to taste of their soft lining, who had already made my own experience of the roughness of the outer husk, and one to whom I had been presented in Hope Park was so aspired as to even to remind me of that meeting. I told him I had not the pleasure of remembering it. "Why," says he, "it was Miss Grant herself presented me. My name is so-and-so." "It may very well be, sir," said I, "but I have kept no mind of it." At which he desisted, and in the midst of the disgust that commonly overflowed my spirits, I had a glisk of pleasure. But I have not patience to dwell upon that time at length. When I was in company with these young politics, I was borne down with shame for myself and my own plain ways, and scorn for them and their duplicity. Of the 2 evils, I thought Prestongrange to be the least. And while I was always as stiff as buckram to the young bloods, I made rather a dissimulation of my hard feelings toward the advocate, and was, in old Mr. Campbell's word, "souple to the laird." Himself commented on the difference, and bid me be more of my age and make friends with my young comrades. I told him I was slow of making friends. "I will take the word back," said he, "but there is such a thing as fair goodens and fair good day, Mr. David. These are the same young men with whom you are to pass your days and get through life. Your backwardness has a look of arrogance, and unless you can assume a little more lightness of manner, I fear you will meet difficulties in the path." "It will be an ill job to make a silk purse of a sow's ear," said I. On the morning of October 1st, I was awakened by the clattering in of an express, and getting to my window almost before he had dismounted, I saw the messenger had ridden hard. Some while after I was called to Prestongrange, where he was sitting in his bedgown and nightcap with letters round him. "Mr. David," add he, "I have a piece of news for you. It concerns some friends of yours, of whom I sometimes think you are a little ashamed, for you have never referred to their existence." I suppose I blushed. "See you understand, since you make the answering signal," said he, "and I must compliment you on your excellent taste and beauty. But do you know, Mr. David, this seems to me a very enterprising lass. She crops up from every side. The government of Scotland appears unable to proceed for Mistress Catherine Drummond, which was somewhat the case, no great while back, with a certain Mr. David Balfour. Should not these make a good match? Her first intermission in politics,
But I must not tell you that story. The authorities have decided you are to hear it otherwise and from a livelier narrator. This new example is more serious, however, and I am afraid I must alarm you with the intelligence that she is now in prison." I cried out. "Yes," said he, "the little lady is in prison. But I would not have you to despair. Unless you, with your friends and memorials, shall procure my downfall, she is to suffer nothing." "But what has she done? What is her offense?" I cried. "It might be almost construed a high treason," he returned, "for she has broke the king's castle of Edinburgh." "The lady is much my friend," I said. "I know you would not mock me if the thing were serious." "And yet it is serious in a sense," said he, "for this rogue of Katrine, or Catriona, as we may call her, has set adrift again upon the world that very doubtful character, her papa." Here was one of my previsions justified. James More was once again at liberty. He had lent his men to keep me a prisoner. He had volunteered his testimony in the Appin case, and the same, no matter by what subterfuge, had been employed to influence the jury. Now came his reward, and he was free. It might please the authorities to give to it the color of an escape, but I knew better. I knew it must be the fulfillment of a bargain. The same course of thought relieved me of the least alarm for Catriona. She might be thought to have broken prison for her father. She might have believed so herself. But the chief hand in the whole business was that of Prestongrange. And I was sure, so far from letting her come to punishment, he would not suffer her to be even tried. Whereupon thus came out of me the not very politic ejaculation, "Ah, I was expecting that." "You have at times a great deal of discretion too," says Prestongrange. "And what is my lord pleased to mean by that?" I asked. "I was just marvelling," he replied, "that being so clever as to draw these inferences, you should not be clever enough to keep them to yourself. But I think you would like to hear the details of the affair. I have received two versions, and the least official is the more full and far more entertaining, being from the lively pen of my eldest daughter." "Here is all the town busying with a fine piece of work," she writes, "and what would make the thing more noted, if it were only known, the malefactor is a protégé of his lordship my papa. I am sure your heart is too much in your duty, if it were nothing else, to have forgotten Grey Eyes. What does she do but to get a broad hat with the flaps open, a long hairy-like man's greatcoat, and a big cravat, kilt her coats up to good kensoir, clap 2 pair of boot-hose upon her legs, and take a pair of clouted brogues in her hand, and off to the castle. Here she gives herself out to be a sotar, in the employ of James More, and gets admitted to his cell, the lieutenant, who seems to have been full of pleasantry, making sport among his soldiers of the sotar's greatcoat. Presently they hear disputation and the sound of blows inside. Out flies the cobbler, his coat flying, the flaps of his hat beat about his face, and the lieutenant and his soldiers mock at him as he runs off. They laughed no so hearty the next time they had occasion to visit the cell, and found nobody but a tall, pretty, grey-eyed lass in the female habit. As for the cobbler, he was over the hills out Dumblane, and it's thought that poor Scotland will have to console herself without him. I drank Catriona's health this night in public. Indeed, the whole town admires her, and I think the beaux would wear bits of her garters in their buttonholes if they could only get them. I would have gone to visit her in prison, too, only I remembered in time I was papa's daughter. So I wrote her a billet instead, which I entrusted to the faithful Doag, and I hope you'll admit I can be political when I please. The same faithful Gomeril is to dispatch this letter by the express along with those of the wiseacres, so you may hear Tom Fool in company with Solomon. Talking of Gomerils, do tell David Balfour. I would I could see the face of him at the thought of a long-legged lass in the levities of your affectionate daughter and his respectful friend." "So my rascal signs herself," continued Prestongrange. "And you see, Mr. David, it is quite true what I tell you, that my daughter regards you with the most affectionate playfulness." "The Gomeril is much obliged," said I. "And was not this prettily done?" he went on. "Is not this Highland maid a piece of a heroine?" "I was always sure she had a great heart," said I, "and I wager she guessed nothing. But I beg your pardon. This is to tread upon forbidden subjects." "I will go bail she did not," he returned quite openly. "I will go bail she thought she was flying straight into King George's face." Remembrance of Catriona and the thought of her lying in captivity moved me strangely. I could see that even Prestongrange admired and could not withhold his lips from smiling when he considered her behavior. As for Miss Grant, for all her ill habit of mockery, her admiration shone out plain. A kind of a heat came upon me. "I am not your lordship's daughter," I began. "That I know of," he put in, smiling. "I speak like a fool," said I. "Or rather I began wrong. It would doubtless be unwise in Mistress Grant to go to her in prison. But for me, I think I would look like a half-hearted friend if I did not fly there instantly." "So ho, Mr. David," says he, "I thought that you and I were in a bargain." "My lord," I said, "when I made that bargain I was a good deal affected by your goodness, but I'll never can deny that I was moved besides by my own interest. There was self-seeking in my heart, and I think shame of it now. It may be for your lordship's safety to say this fascious David Balfour is your friend and housemate. Say it then, and I'll never contradict you. But as for your patronage, I give it all back. I ask but the one thing. Let me go, and give me a pass to see her in prison." He looked at me with a hard eye. "You put the cart before the horse, I think," says he. "That which I had given was a portion of my liking, which your thankless nature does not seem to have remarked. But for my patronage it is not given, nor, to be exact, is it yet offered." He paused a bit. "And I warn you, you do not know yourself," he added. "Youth is a hasty season. You will think better of all this before a year." "Well, and I would like to be that kind of youth," I cried. "I have seen too much of the other party in these young advocates that fawn upon your lordship, and are even at the pains to fawn on me. And I have seen it in the old ones also. They are all for by-ends, and the whole clan of them. It's this that makes me seem to misdoubt your lordship's liking. Why would I think that you would like me? But ye told me yourself ye had an interest." I stopped at this, confounded that I had run so far. He was observing me with an unfathomable face. "My lord, I ask your pardon," I resumed. "I have nothing in my chafts but a rough country tongue. I think it would be only decent-like if I would go to see my friend in her captivity. But I'm owing you my life. I'll never forget that. And if it's for your lordship's good, here I'll stay. That's barely gratitude."
"This might have been reached in fewer words," said Prestongrange grimly. "It is easy, and it is at times gracious, to say a plain Scots aye."
"Ah, but my lord, I think ye take me not yet entirely," cried I. "For your sake, for my life's safe, and the kindness that ye say ye bear to me, for these I'll consent, but not for any good that might be coming to myself. If I stand aside when this young maid is in her trial, it's a thing I will be nowadays advantaged by. I will lose by it. I will never gain. I would rather make a shipwreck wholly than to build on that foundation." He was a minute serious, then smiled. "You remind me of the man with the long nose," said he. "Was you to see the moon by a telescope, you would see David Balfour there.
But you shall have your way of it. I will ask at you one service, and then set you free. My clerks are overdriven. Be so good as to copy me these few pages, and when that is done, I shall bid you Godspeed. I would never charge myself with Mr. David's conscience, and if you could cast some part of it, as you went by, in a moss hag, you would find yourself to ride much easier without it.
Perhaps not just entirely in the same direction, though, my lord, says I.
And you shall have the last word, too, cries he gaily.
Indeed, he had some cause for gaiety, having now found the means to gain his purpose. To lessen the weight of the memorial, or to have a readier answer at his hand, he desired I should appear publicly in the character of his intimate. But if I were to appear with the same publicity as a visitor to Catriona in her prison, the world would scarce stint to draw conclusions, and the true nature of James More's escape must become evident to all. This was the little problem I had to set him of a sudden, and to which he had so briskly found an answer. I was to be tethered in Glasgow by that job of copying, which in mere outward decency I could not well refuse, and during these hours of employment Catriona was privately got rid of. I think shame to write of this man that loaded me with so many goodnesses. He was kind to me as any father, yet I ever thought him as false as a cracked ball. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 19. I am much in the hands of the ladies. The copying was weary business, the more so as I perceived very early that there was no sort of urgency in the matters treated, and began very early to consider my employment a pretext. I had no sooner finished than I got to horse, used what remained of daylight to the best purpose, and being at last fairly benighted, slept in a house by Almond waterside. I was in the saddle again before the day, and the Edinburgh booths were just opening when I clattered by the West Bow, and drew up a smoking horse at my Lord Advocate's door. I had a written word for Doeg, my lord's private hand, that was thought to be in all his secrets. A worthy little plain man, all fat and snuff and self-sufficiency. Him I found already at his desk, and already bedabbled with Nkaba, in the same anteroom where I rencountered with James More. He read the note scrupulously through, like a chapter in his Bible. Says he, "You've come a wee thing on hand, Mr. Balfour. The bird's flying, and we ha' letten her out." "Miss Drummond is set free?" I cried.
"Ach," said he, "what would we keep her for, I ken? To ha' made a stir about the bairn would be as please nobody."
"And where is she now?" says I.
"Good kens," said Doeg with a shrug.
"She'll have gone home to Lady Allardyce, I'm thinking," said I.
"That'll be it," said he.
"Then I'll be gang there straight," says I.
"But ye better for a bite or you go?" said he.
"Neither bite nor sup," said I. "I had a good wanch of milk in my ratho."
Aweel, says Doeg. "But ye canna take leave your horse and your bags, for it seems we're to have your up put."
Na, says I. "Tamson's Mere would never be the thing for me this day of all days." Doeg speaking somewhat broad, I had been led by imitation into an accent much more countrified than I was usually careful to affect, a good deal broader, indeed, than I have written it down. And I was the more ashamed when another voice joined in behind me with a scrap of a ballad. "Gae saddle me the bonny black, gae saddle soon and make her ready, for I will go down the gates op slack, and to see my bonny leddy." The young lady, when I turned to her, stood in a morning gown, and her hands muffled in the same, as if to hold me at a distance. Yet I could not but think there was kindness in the eye with which she saw me. "My best respects to you, Mistress Grant," I said, bowing. "The like to yourself, Mr. David," she replied with a deep curtsy. "And I beg to remind you of an old musty saw, that meat and mass never hindered man. The mass I cannot afford you, for we are all good Protestants, but the meat I press on your attention. And I would not wonder what I could find something for your private ear that would be worth the stopping for." "Mistress Grant," said I believe I am already your debtor for some merry words, and I think they were kind, too, on a piece of unsigned paper." "Unsigned paper?" said she, and made a droll face, which was likewise wondrous beautiful, as of one trying to remember. "Or else I am the more deceived," I went on. "But, to be sure, we shall have the time to speak of these, since your father is so good as to make me, for a while, your inmate, and the Gomeril begs you at this time only for the favor of his liberty." "You give yourself hard names," said she. "Mr. Doig and I would be blithe to take harder at your clever pen," says I. "Once more I have to admire the discretion of all menfolk," she replied. "But if you will not eat, off with you at once. You will be back the sooner, for you go on a fool's errand. Off with you, Mr. David," she continued, opening the door. "He has a lopin on his bonny grey, he rade the Rexgate and the Ready, a true that he would neither stint nor stay, for he was seeking his bonny leddy." I did not wait to be twice bidden, and did justice to Miss Grant's citation on the way to Dean. Old Lady Allardyce walked there alone in the garden, in her hat and mutch, and having a silver-mounted staff of some black wood to lean upon. As I alighted from my horse and drew near to her with congees, I could see the blood came in her face, and her head fling in the air like what I had conceived of empresses. "And what brings you to my poor door?" she cried, speaking high through her nose. "I cannot bear it. The males of my house are dead and buried, and I have neither son nor husband to stand in the gate for me. Any beggar come pluck me by the beard, and a beard there is, and that's the worst of it yet," she added partly to herself. I was extremely put out at this reception, and the last remark, which seemed like a daft wife's, left me near hand speechless. "I see I have fallen under your displeasure, ma'am," said I, "yet I will still be so bold as to ask after Mistress Drummond." She considered me with a burning eye, her lips pressed close together into 20 creases, her hand shaking on her staff. "This cow's all," she cried. "You come to me to speir for her? Would God I knew!" "She is not here?" I cried. She threw up her chin and made a step and a cry at me, so that I fell back incontinent. "Out upon your lang throat!" she cried. "What ye come and speir at me? She's in jail, where you took her to. That's all there is to it. And of all the beings ever I beheld in breeks, I think it should be you, you trimmer scoundrel. If I had a male left to my name, I would have your jacket dusted till ye reared." I thought it no good to delay longer in that place, because I remarked her passion to be rising. As I turned to the horse post, she even followed me, and I make no shame to confess that I rode away with the one stirrup on and scrambling for the other. As I knew no other quarter where I could push my inquiries, there was nothing left for me but to return to the advocates. I was well received by the 4 ladies, who were now in company together, and must give the news of Prestongrange, and what word went in the west country, at the most inordinate length, and with great weariness to myself, while all the time that young lady, with whom I so much desired to be alone again, observed me quizzically, and seemed to find pleasure in the sight of my impatience. At last, after I had endured a meal with them, and was come very near to the point of appealing for an interview before her aunt, She went and stood by the music case, and picking out a tune, sang to it on a high key, "He that will not when he may, when he will he shall have nay." But this was the end of her rigors, and presently after, making some excuse of which I have no mind, she carried me away into the private of her father's library. I should not fail to say she was dressed to the nines, and appeared extraordinary handsome.
"Now, Mr. David, sit ye down here, and let us have a two-handed crack," said she, "for I have much to tell you, and it appears besides that I have been grossly unjust to your good taste."
"In what manner, Mistress Grant?" I asked. "I trust I have never seemed to fail in due respect."
"I will be your surety, Mr. David," said she. "Your respect, whether to yourself or your poor neighbors, has been always and most fortunately beyond imitation. But that is by the question. You got a note from me?"
she asked. "I was so bold as to suppose so upon inference," said I, "and it was kindly thought upon."
"It must have prodigiously surprised you," said she. "But let us begin with the beginning. You have not perhaps forgot a day when you were so kind as to escort 3 very tedious misses to Hope Park? I have the less cause to forget it myself, because you was so particular obliging as to introduce me to some of the principles of the Latin grammar, a thing which wrote itself profoundly on my gratitude."
"I fear I was sadly pedantical," said I, overcome with confusion at the memory. "You are only to consider that I am quite unused with the society of ladies."
"I will say the less about the grammar then," she replied. "But how came you to desert your charge? He has thrown her out overboard, his ain dear Annie," she hummed, "and he has ain dear Annie and her 2 sisters had to tangle home by theirselves like a string of green geese. It seems you returned to my papa's, where you showed yourself excessively martial, and then on to realms unknown, with an eye, it appears, to the Bass Rock, solan geese being perhaps more to your mind than bonny lasses."
Through all this raillery there was something indulgent in the lady's eye which made me suppose there might be better coming. "You take a pleasure to torment me," said I, "and I make a very feckless plaything. But let me ask you to be more merciful. At this time there is but the one thing that I care to hear of, and that will be news of Catriona."
"Do you call her by that name to her face, Mr. Balfour?"
she asked. "In truth, and I am not very sure," I stammered.
"It would not do so in any case to strangers," said Miss Grant. "And why are you so much immersed in the affairs of this young lady?"
"I heard she was in prison," said I.
"Well, and now you hear that she is out of it," she replied. "And what more would you have? She has no need of any further champion."
"I may have the greater need of her, ma'am," said I.
"Come, this is better," says Miss Grant. "But look me fairly in the face. Am I not bonnier than she?"
"I would be the last to be denying it," said I. "There is not your Marrow in all Scotland."
"Well, here you have the pick of the 2 at your hand, and must needs speak of the other," said she. "This is never the way to please the ladies, Mr. Balfour."
"But, mistress," said I, "there are surely other things besides mere beauty."
"By which I am to understand that I am no better than she should be, perhaps?" she asked.
"By which you will please understand that I am like the cock in the midden in the fable book," said I. "I see the broad jewel, and I like fine to see it too, but I have more need of the pickle corn."
"Bravissimo!" she cried. "There is a word well said at last, and I will reward you for it with my story. That same night of your desertion, I came late from a friend's house, where I was excessively admired, whatever you may think of it. And what should I hear but that a lass in a tartan screen desired to speak with me? She had been there an hour or better, said the servant lass, and that she grat into herself as she sat waiting. I went into her direct. She rose as I came in, and I knew her with a look. Grey eyes, said I to myself, but was more wise than to let on. You will be Miss Grant at last, she says, rising and looking at me hard and pitifully. Aye, it was true, he said. You are bonny at all events. The way God made me, my dear, said I, but I would be gay and obliged if you could tell me what brought you here at such a time of the night. Lady, she said, we are kinsfolk. We are both come from the blood of the sons of Appin. My dear, I replied, I think no more of Appin or his sons than what I do of a kalestock. You have a better argument in these tears upon your bonny face. And at that I was so weak-minded as to kiss her, which is what you would like to do dearly, and I wager will never find the courage of. I say it was weak-minded of me, for I knew no more of her than the outside, but it was the wisest stroke I could have hit upon. She is a very staunch, brave nature, but I think she has been little used with tenderness, and at that caress, though to say the truth it was but lightly given, her heart went out to me. I will never betray the secrets of my sex, Mr. Davy. I will never tell you the way she turned me round her thumb, because it is the same she will use to twist yourself. Aye, it is a fine lass. She is as clean as hill well water. She is errant, I cried. Well, then, she told me her concerns, pursued Miss Grant, and what a swither she was in about her papa, and what a taking about yourself, with very little cause, and in what a perplexity she has found herself after you was gone away. And then I minded at long last, says she, that we were kinswomen, and that Mr. David should have given you the name of the bonniest of the bonny, and I was thinking to myself, if she is so bonny, she will be good at all events, and I took up my foot-soles out of that. That was when I forgave yourself, Mr. Davy. When you was in my society, you seemed upon hot iron. By all marks, if I ever saw a young man that was wanted to be gone, it was yourself, and I and my two sisters were the ladies you were so desirous to be gone from. And now it appeared you had given me some notice in the by-going, and was so kind as to comment on my attractions. From that hour you may date our friendship, and I began to think with tenderness upon the Latin grammar.
You will have many hours to rally me in, said I, and I think besides you do yourself injustice. I think it was Catriona turned your heart in my direction. She is too simple to perceive as you do the stiffness of her friend.
I would not like to wager upon that, Mr. David, said she. The lasses have clear eyes, but at least she is your friend entirely, as I was to see. I carried her in to her lordship, my papa, and his advocacy being in a favourable stage of claret, was so good as to receive the pair of us. Here is Green Eyes that you have been deaved with these past days, said I. She is come to prove that we spoke true, and I lay the prettiest lass in the 3 Lothians at your feet, making a papicidical reservation of myself. She suited her actions to my words. Down she went upon her knees to him. I would not like to swear but he saw 2 of her, which doubtless made her appeal the more irresistible, for you are all a pack of Mohammedans. Told him what had passed that night, and how she had withheld her father's man from following of you, and what a case she was in about her father, and what a flutter for yourself, and begged with weeping for the lives of both of you, neither of which was in the slightest danger, till I vow I was proud of my sex because it was done so prettily, and ashamed for it because of the smallness of the occasion. She had not gone far, I assure you, before the advocate was wholly sober, to see his inmost politics revealed out by a young lass and discovered to the most unruly of his daughters. But we took him in hand, the pair of us, and brought that matter straight. Properly managed, and that means managed by me, there is no one to compare with my papa."
"He has been a good man to me," said I.
"Well, he was a good man to Catriona, and I was there to see it," said she.
"And she pled for me?" say I.
"She did that, and very movingly," said Miss Grant. "I would not like to tell you what she said. I find you vain enough already."
"God reward her for it!" cried I.
"With Mr. David Balfour, I suppose?" says she.
"You do me too much injustice at the last," I cried. "I would tremble to think of her in such hard hands. Do you think I would presume because she begged my life? She would do that for a new whelped puppy. I have had more than that to set me up, if you but kenned. She kissed that hand of mine. Ay, but she did. And why? Because she thought I was playing a brave part and might be going to my death. It was not for my sake, but I need not be telling that to you, that cannot look at me without laughter. It was for the love of what she thought was bravery. I believe there is none but me and poor Prince Charlie had that honor done with them. Was this not to make a god of me? And do you not think my heart would quake when I remember it?"
"I do laugh at you a good deal, and a good deal more than is quite civil," said she. "But I will tell you one thing. If you speak to her like that, you have some glimmerings of a chance."
"Me?" I cried. "I would never dare. I can speak with you, Miss Grant, because it's a matter of indifference what you think of me. But her, no fear," said I.
"I think you have the largest feet in all broad Scotland," said she.
"Truth is, they are no very small," said I, looking down.
"Ah, poor Catriona!"
cries Miss Grant. And I could but stare upon her, for though I now see very well what she was driving at, and perhaps some justification for the same, I was never swift at the uptake in such flimsy talk.
"Ah, well, Mr. David," said she, "it goes sore against my conscience, but I see I shall have to be your speaking board. She shall know you came to see her straight upon the news of her imprisonment. She shall know you would not pause to eat, and of our conversation she shall hear just so much as I think convenient for a maid of her age and inexperience. Believe me, you will be in that way much better served than you could serve yourself, for I will keep the big feet out of the platter."
You know where she is, then?" I exclaimed.
"That I do, Mr. David, and will never tell," said she.
"Why that?" I asked.
"Well," she said, "I am a good friend, as you will soon discover, and the chief of those that I am friend to is my papa. I assure you, you will never heat nor melt me out of that, so you may spare me your sheep's eyes, and adieu to your David Balfourship for the now."
"But there is yet one more thing," I cried. "There is one thing that must be stopped, being mere ruin to herself and to me too."
"Well," she said, "be brief. I have spent half the day on you already."
"My Lady Allardyce believes," I began, "she supposes, she thinks, that I abducted her." The color came into Miss Grant's face, so that at first I was quite abashed to find her ear so delicate, till I bethought me she was struggling rather with mirth, a notion in which I was altogether confirmed by the shaking of her voice as she replied,
"I will take up the defense of your reputation," she said. "You may leave it in my hands."
And with that she withdrew out of the library. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Catriona by Robert Louis Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 20. I continue to move in good society. For about exactly 2 months I remained a guest in Prestongrange's family, where I bettered my acquaintance with the bench, the bar, and the flower of Edinburgh company. You are not to suppose my education was neglected. On the contrary, I was kept extremely busy. I studied the French so as to be more prepared to go to Leyden. I set myself to the fencing, and wrought hard, and sometimes 3 hours in the day, with notable advancement. At the suggestion of my cousin Pilrig, who was an apt musician, I was put to a singing class, and by the orders of my Miss Grant, to one for the dancing, at which I must say I proved far from ornamental. However, all were good enough to say it gave me an address a little more genteel, and there is no question but I learned to manage my coat skirts and sword with more dexterity, and to stand in a room as though the same belonged to me. My clothes themselves were all earnestly reordered, and the most trifling circumstance, such as where I should tie my hair, or the colour of my ribbon, debated among the 3 misses like a thing of weight. One way with another, no doubt I was a good deal improved to look at, and acquired a bit of modest air that would have surprised the good folks at Essendine. The 2 younger misses were very willing to discuss a point of my habiliment, because that was in the line of their chief thoughts. I cannot say that they appeared any other way conscious of my presence, and though always more than civil, with a kind of heartless cordiality, could not hide how much I wearied them. As for the aunt, she was a wonderful still woman, and I think she gave me much the same attention as she gave the rest of the family, which was little enough. The eldest daughter and the advocate himself were thus my principal friends, and our familiarity was much increased by a pleasure that we took in common. Before the court met, we spent a day or 2 at the house of Grange, living very nobly with an open table, and there it was that we 3 began to ride out together in the fields, a practice afterwards maintained in Edinburgh, so far as the advocate's continual affairs permitted. When we were put in a good frame by the briskness of the exercise, the difficulties of the way, or the accidents of bad weather, my shyness wore entirely off. We forgot that we were strangers, and speech not being required, it flowed the more naturally on. Then it was that they had my story from me, bit by bit, from the time that I left Essendine, with my voyage and battle in the Covenant, wanderings in the heather, etc. And from the interest they found in my adventures sprung the circumstance of a jaunt we made a little later on a day when the courts were not sitting, and of which I will tell a trifle more at length. We took horse early, and passed first by the house of Shaw's, where it stood smokeless in a great field of white frost, for it was yet early in the day. Here Prestongrange alighted down, gave me his horse, and proceeded alone to visit my uncle. My heart, I remember, swelled up bitter within me at the sight of that bare house, and the thought of the old miser sitting chittering within the cold kitchen. There is my home, said I, and my family. Poor David Balfour, said Miss Grant. What passed during the visit I have never heard, but it would doubtless not be very agreeable to Ebenezer, for when the advocate came forth again his face was dark. I think you will soon be the laird indeed, Mr. Davy, he said, turning half about with one foot in the stirrup. I will never pretend sorrow, said I, and to say the truth, during his absence Miss Grant and I had been embellishing the place in fancy, with plantations, parterres, and a terrace, much as I have since carried out in fact. Thence we pushed to the Queen's Ferry, where Umquile gave us a good welcome, being indeed out of the body to receive so great a visitor. Here the advocate was so unaffectedly good as to go quite fully over my affairs, sitting perhaps 2 hours with the writer in his study, and expressing, I was told, a great esteem for myself and concern for my fortunes. To while this time, Miss Grant and I and young Rankeillor took boat and passed the Hope to Limekilns. Rankeillor made himself very ridiculous, and I thought offensive, with his admiration for the young lady, and to my wonder, only it is so common a weakness of her sex, she seemed, if anything, to be a little gratified. One use it had, for when we were come to the other side, she laid her commands on him to mind the boat, while she and I passed a little further to the alehouse. This was her own thought, for she had been taken with my account of Alice and Hasty, and desired to see the lass herself. We found her once more alone. Indeed, I believe her father wrought all day in the fields, and she curtsied dutifully to the gentry-folk and the beautiful young lady in the riding-coat. "Is this all the welcome I am to get?" said I, holding out my hand, "and have you no more memory of old friends?"
"Keep me! What is this of it?" she cried, and then, "God's truth, it's the truant laddie."
"The very same," says I.
"Many's the time I've thought upon you and your friend, and blithe am I to see your bras," she cried, "though I kent ye were come to your ain folk by the grand present she sent me, and that I thank ye for with all my heart."
"There," said Miss Grant to me, "run out by with ye, like a good bairn. I dinna come here to stand and hold a candle. It's her and me that are to crack." I suppose she stayed 10 minutes in the house, but when she came forth I observed two things: that her eyes were reddened, and a silver brooch was gone out of her bosom. This very much affected me. "I never saw you so well adorned," said I.
"Oh, Davy, man, dinna be a pompous gawk,"
said she, and was more than usually sharp to me the remainder of the day. About candlelight we came home from this excursion. For a good while I heard nothing further of Catriona, my Miss Grant remaining quite impenetrable, and stopping my mouth with pleasantries. At last, one day that she returned from walking, and found me alone in the parlor over my French, I thought there was something unusual in her looks, the color heightened, the eyes sparkling high, and a bit of a smile continually bitten in as she regarded me. She seemed indeed like the very spirit of mischief, and walking briskly in the room had soon involved me in a kind of quarrel over nothing, and, at the least, with nothing intended on my side. I was like a Christian in the slough. The more I tried to clamber out upon the side, the deeper I became involved, until at last I heard her declare with a great deal of passion that she would take that answer from the hands of none, and I must down upon my knees for pardon. The causelessness of all this fuff stirred my own bile. "I have said nothing you can properly object to," said I, "and as for me knees, it is an attitude I keep for God." "And as a goddess I am to be served," she cried, shaking her brown locks at me, and with a bright color. "Every man that comes within a waft of my petticoats shall use me so." "I will go so far as to ask your pardon for the fashion's sake, although I vow I know not why," I replied. "But for this play-acting postures you can go to others." "Oh, Davy," she said, "not if I was to beg you?" It bethought me I was fighting with a woman, which is the same as to say a child, and that upon a point entirely formal. "I think it is a bairny thing," said I, "not worthy in you to ask or me to render. Yet I will not refuse you neither," said I, "and the stain, if there be any, rests with yourself." And at that I kneeled fairly down. "There," she cried, "there is the proper station. There is where I have been maneuvering to bring you." And then suddenly, "Cap," said she.
flung me a folded billet, and ran from the apartment laughing. The billet had neither place nor date.
"Dear Mr. David," it began, "I get your news continually by my cousin, Miss Grant, and it is a pleasant hearing. I am very well, in a good place among good folk, but necessitated to be quite private, though I am hoping that at long last we may meet again. All your friendships have been told me by my loving cousin, who loves us both. She bids me to send you this writing, and oversees the same. I will be asking you to do all her commands, and rest your affectionate friend, Catriona MacGregor Drummond. P.S. Will you not see my cousin Allardyce?"
I think it not the least brave of my campaigns, as the soldiers say, that I should have done as I was here bidden, and gone forthright to the house by Dean. But the old lady was now entirely changed, and supple as a glove. By what means Miss Grant had brought this round I could never guess. I am sure, at least, she dared not to appear openly in the affair, for her papa was compromised in it pretty deep. It was he, indeed, who had persuaded Catriona to leave, or rather not to return, to her cousins, placing her instead with a family of Gregorys, decent people, quite at the advocate's disposition, and in whom she might have the more confidence because they were of his own clan and family. These kept her private till all was ripe, heated, and helped her to attempt her father's rescue, and after she was discharged from prison, received her again into the same secrecy. Thus Prestongrange obtained and used his instrument, nor did there leak out the smallest word of his acquaintance with the daughter of James More. There was some whispering, of course, upon the escape of that discredited person, but the government replied by a show of rigor. One of the cell porters was flogged. The lieutenant of the guard, my poor friend Duncansby, was broken of his rank. And as for Catriona, all men were well enough pleased that her fault should be passed by in silence. I could never induce Miss Grant to carry back an answer.
"No," she would say, when I persisted, "I am going to keep the big feet out of the platter."
This was the more hard to bear, as I was aware she saw my little friend many times in the week, and carried her my news whenever, as she said, I had behaved myself. At last she treated me to what she called an indulgence, and I thought rather more of a banter. She was certainly a strong, almost a violent friend to all she liked, chief among whom was a certain frail old gentlewoman, very blind and very witty, who dwelt on the top of a tall land on a straight close, with a nest of linnets in a cage, and thronged all day with visitors. Miss Grant was very fond to carry me there, and put me to entertain her friend with a narrative of my misfortunes. And Miss Tibby Ramsay, that was her name, was particular kind, and told me a great deal that was worth knowledge of old folks and past affairs in Scotland. I should say that from her chamber window, and not 3 feet away, such is the straightness of that close, it was possible to look into a barred loophole lighting the stairway of the opposite house. Here, upon some pretext, Miss Grant left me one day alone with Miss Ramsay. I mind I thought that lady inattentive and like one preoccupied. I was besides very uncomfortable, for the window, contrary to custom, was left open, and the day was cold. All at once the voice of Miss Grant sounded in my ears from a distance.
"Here, Shaws," she cried, "keek out of the window and see what I've broughten you."
I think it was the prettiest sight that ever I beheld. The well of the close was in all clear shadow, where a man could see distinctly, the walls very black and dingy. And there from the barred loophole I saw 2 faces smiling across at me, Miss Grant's and Catriona's.
"There," says Miss Grant, "I wanted her to see you in your bras like the lass of Limekilns. I wanted her to see what I could make of you when I buckled to the job in earnest."
It came in my mind that she had been more than common particular that day upon my dress, and I think that some of the same care had been bestowed upon Catriona, for so merry and sensible a lady, Miss Grant, was certainly wonderful taken up with duds. "Catriona!" was all I could get out. As for her, she said nothing in the world, but only waved her hand and smiled to me, and was suddenly carried away again from before the loophole. That vision was no sooner lost than I ran to the house door, where I found I was locked in. Thence back to Miss Ramsay, crying for the key, but might as well have cried upon the castle rock. She had passed her word, she said, and I must be a good lad. It was impossible to burst the door, even if it had been mannerly. It was impossible I should leap from the window, being 7 stories above the ground. All I could do was to crane over the clothes and watch for their reappearance from the stair. It was little to see, being no more than the tops of their 2 heads, each in a ridiculous bobbin of skirts, like a pair of pincushions. Nor did Catriona so much as look up for a farewell, being prevented, as I heard afterwards, by Miss Grant, who told her folk were never seen to less advantage than from above downward. On the way home, as soon as I was set free, I upbraided Miss Grant with her cruelty. "I'm sorry you was disappointed," says she demurely. "For my part, I was very pleased. You look better than I dreaded. You looked, if it will not make you vain, a mighty pretty young man when you appeared in the window. You are to remember that she could not see your feet," says she, with the manner of one reassuring me. "Oh," cried I, "leave my feet be. They are no bigger than my neighbors." "They are even smaller than some," said she, "but I speak in parables like a Hebrew prophet." "I marvel little they were sometimes stoned," says I. "But, you miserable girl, how could you do it? Why should you care to tantalize me with a moment?" "Love is like folk," says she. "It needs some kind of vivers." "Oh, Barbara, let me see her properly," I pleaded. You can see her when you please. Let me have half an hour." "Who is it that is managing this love affair, you or me?" she asked, and as I continued to press her with my instances, fell back upon a deadly expedient, that of imitating the tones of my voice when I called on Catriona by name, by which, indeed, she held me in subjection for some days to follow. There was never the least word heard of the memorial, or none by me. Prestongrange and his Grace the Lord President may have heard of it, for what I know, on the deafest sides of their heads. They kept it to themselves, at least. The public was none the wiser, and in course of time, on November 8th, in the midst of a prodigious storm of wind and rain, poor James of the Glens was duly hanged at Lettermore by Baillieshich. So there was the final upshot of my politics. Innocent men have perished before James, and are like to keep on perishing, in spite of all our wisdom, till the end of time. And till the end of time, young folk, who are not yet used with the duplicity of life and men, will struggle as I did, and make heroical resolves, and take long risks. And the course of events will push them upon the one side, and go on like a marching army. James was hanged, and here was I, dwelling in the house at Prestongrange, and grateful to him for his fatherly attention. He was hanged, and behold, when I met Mr. Simon in the causeway, I was fain to pull off my beaver to him like a good little boy before his dominie. He had been hanged by fraud and violence, and the world wagged along, and there was not a pennyweight of difference. And the villains of that horrid plot were decent, kind, respectable fathers of families, who went to kirk and took the sacrament. But I had my view of that detestable business they call politics.
I had seen it from behind, when it is all bones and blackness, and I was cured for life of any temptations take part in it again. A plain, quiet, private path was which I was ambitious to walk in, when I might keep my head out of the way of dangers, and my conscience out of the road of temptation.
For upon retrospect, it appeared I had not done so grandly after all, but with the greatest possible amount of big speech and preparation, had accomplished nothing.
The 25th of the same month the ship was advertised to sail from Leith, and I was suddenly recommended to make up my mails for Leyden. To Prestongrange I could, of course, say nothing, for I had already been a long while sorning on his house and table. But with his daughter I was more open, bewailing my fate that I should be sent out of the country, and assuring her, unless she should bring me farewell with Catriona, I would refuse at the last hour.
"Have I not given you my advice?" she asked.
"I know you have," said I, "and I know how much I am beholden to you already, and that I am bidden to obey your orders. But you must confess you are something too merry a lass at times to lippen to entirely."
"I will tell you then," said she. "Be you on board by 9 o'clock forenoon. The ship does not sail before 1. Keep your boat alongside, and if you are not pleased with my farewells when I shall send them, you can come ashore again and see Catriona for yourself."
Since I could make no more of her, I was fain to be content with this.
The day came round at last when she and I were to separate. We had been extremely intimate and familiar. I was much in her debt, and what way were we to part was a thing that put me from my sleep, like the vails I was to give to the domestic servants. I knew she considered me too backward, and rather desired to rise in her opinion on that head. Besides which, after so much affection shown and, I believe, felt upon both sides, it would have looked cold-like to be in any way stiff. Accordingly I got my courage up and my words ready, and the last chance we were like to be alone, asked pretty boldly to be allowed to salute her in farewell.
"You forget yourself strangely, Mr. Balfour," said she. "I cannot call to mind that I have given you any right to presume on our acquaintancy."
I stood before her like a stopped clock, and knew not what to think, far less to say, when of a sudden she cast her arms about my neck and kissed me with the best will in the world.
"You inimitable bairn," she cried, "did you think that I would let us part like strangers? Because I can never keep my gravity at you 5 minutes on end, you must not dream I do not love you very well. I am all love and laughter every time I cast my eyes on you. And now I will give you an advice to conclude your education, which you will have need of before it's very long. Never ask womenfolk. They're bound to answer no. God never made the lass that could resist the temptation. It's supposed by divines to be the curse of Eve, because she did not say it when the devil offered her the apple. Her daughters say nothing else."
"Since I am so soon to lose my bonny professor," I began.
"This is gallant indeed," said she, curtsying.
"I would put the one question," I went on. "May I ask a lass to marry me?"
"You think you could not marry her without?" she asked. "Or else get her to offer?"
"You see you cannot be serious," said I.
"I shall be very serious in one thing, David," said she. "I shall always be your friend."
As I got to my horse the next morning, the 4 ladies were all at that same window whence we had once looked down on Catriona, and all cried farewell and waved their pocket napkins as I rode away. One out of the 4 I knew was truly sorry, and at the thought of that, and how I had come to the door 3 months ago for the first time, sorrow and gratitude made a confusion in my mind. End of chapter 20.